Hello, my name is Parz and this is my updated otaku room tour. For those who have watched my previous video, you will know that that was the room I lived in when I was in university in a one-bedroom apartment, and it didn't have most of my otaku goods around. In the time since moving out of uni, it's mostly been a process of trying to get everything back together and set up. And then during that time, I ended up moving. I still live with my parents, but right now I'm living in the attic. I have a large living space, and I've since got everything sort of set up, save for my figures. Now I have the otaku room I've been imagining for the longest time, and I've sort of made it as close to how I wanted as possible. And while there are always things that I want to get done and add to my room and things that are added to my collection, this right now is probably my best version of my room, and I just wanted to showcase it. Obviously this video is pretty long, hence why I added chapters down below, so feel free to skip around as you see fit. And obviously during the recording of this video I wasn't able to go into every single item with meticulous detail, though I do try to expand upon certain things or provide backstory or background whenever possible. But if you have any questions about anything in the room, feel free to let me know down below. Though that's about it for my little introduction ramble there. So without further ado, enjoy the video. Going to start off with my desk area here. It's by far the most dense in terms of the amount of stuff I have located in here, so it's going to take a decent amount of time. I'm sure this is what most people are interested in besides my anime and manga collection, which is currently behind me, but we'll get to that. Feel free to skip ahead using the timestamps, watch in any order as you want. This video is intended to be somewhat modular in that regard. I'm just going to go about this in any order, top down, left, right, whatever. Right here there's a curtain. For the purposes of this video, nothing exists behind the curtain. It's just a void. You know, I mean, in truth, it's nothing. There's like a window and my stairs down because I live in an attic. So yeah, let's get to this. First up, there's two Legos. One of them is a Lego. The other one isn't a Lego. Figure out which one is which. Below that is an Audio-Technica record player. This one is specifically the AT-LP60X, which is a fairly basic model by any account. Most people will scoff at this turntable and be like, yeah, it's the cheapest one you can get on Amazon. But it is still $120, which was kind of pricey. It was a Christmas gift, so I'm not complaining too much. I mean, for my purposes, it gets the job done and then some. I don't really listen to records too much, and when I do, I'm not listening to it for perfect fidelity regardless. I have a separate audio system set up for that. This is mostly just to play the records that I have collected, not necessarily for like critical listening or whatever. And in that regard, it's pretty darn good, at least from what I've been able to discern. Unless you're like a hardcore audiophile, you probably wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Right here, there's a couple of printouts, and you'll see what these are. I'm not going to bother getting them out. These are a couple of printouts for replacement box art for a couple of games I got, because at work we have color printers and we're not charged for them, so sometimes after hours I just print out random shit. So there's that. You'll see a couple of the games I have with custom art. Microfiber cloth here. It serves many purposes, wiping down monitors, stuff like that. I just stick it there. Let's see what's in the drawer. I don't think there's anything of interest in the drawer. It's like old storage stuff. I'm gonna point the camera away just in case there's something incriminating in there. Nothing much. Just a couple of Bionicles, random cards I used to have when I was younger, pencils, that kind of stuff. I dropped a couple things. Actually, more than a couple things I just dropped. Nothing of interest for the video. Behind that, I have a box here. I'm not going to show the front because my name was on that. This is a random collection of cans because I'm autistic. I collect Mountain Dew cans. And behind that is another cardboard box with the onahos that I used for a while, and I need to dump because some of them are getting bad and I don't really use them too much anymore. what I dropped was a random collection of books. One of those is the DSi user manual, which is weird because I don't have a DSi, but I'll explain in a bit why that is there. Lego stuff. This is for extra pieces in the booklet for the bonsai tree, which is above there. You get to see in a second. Resistance band for working out. Below that, the Moe Manifesto, which I don't really have a home for it right now. It should probably be on my shelf of other items, but it's just kind of living there right now. I've read it a couple times. Below that are my Japanese language learning resources, a couple of composition notebooks. I try to exclusively use composition notebooks these days. Sometime during my university years, I started to get more into composition notebooks as opposed to the little wiry ones, because the wiry ones get caught on everything, and composition notebooks are small and comfy and cool. So I use composition notebooks for most things. Like within the past couple of years, pretty much everything after 2018, I've used composition notebooks for. So I got a couple of Japanese stuff. I think my diary is in here, my old diary, I should say. So Japanese notebooks, and below that, let me remove this. This is the last textbook we used for Nihongo when I was in university. This is an integrated approach to intermediate Japanese. Right here. It's just a pretty basic workbook. Well, not basic. It's a little bit more advanced. When we were using this book, it was weird because that was around the time when we started going remote for COVID and stuff. So we were like skipping around a lot. And prior to this, we used another textbook, which is probably lying. It's actually below this one somewhere. So like we skipped around a lot because some of the grammar stuff we had touched on. This is more advanced grammar and stuff like that. A couple of reading passages that were kind of difficult. But yeah, there's that one. A couple of Lego base plates and a little box full of Lego cars and stuff. Started to get back into Legos and building stuff recently, so I brought this stuff out from the basement. Japanese aforementioned textbook called Yokoso. Below that, I believe it's my Japanese homework and stuff. Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader instruction manual. I'll explain why that was there in a second. Below that is an orange notebook, which contains a couple of random posters, as well as some homework from university, so I'm not going to flip this up. But for longtime viewers of the channel know that some of these posters and printouts were from my old room. I just don't have room to put it in this current room right now. And then below that was the last item, which is the Lego Star Wars Visual Dictionary, which has been up here for a while. Probably one of the most important books I've ever read in my life, unironically. I remember reading this book when I was a kid. I read it religiously. It was my Bible. I was originally more of a Lego fan, and I had no idea what Star Wars was, but I got this book because Lego was in it, and it included a minifigure. But because of reading this book cover to cover, I got into Star Wars. So it was kind of like like the egg before the chicken or something like that. I don't know. Chicken before the egg, one of those. One led into the other, but that's obviously what Lego had anticipated by, collaborating with the Star Wars brand and getting kids into one or the other, in whatever order they saw fit. But whatever. A couple of random DSi things I mentioned before. A bunch of stickers that I don't use. Below that is a PC. It's like a Frankenstein PC from various spare parts, as well as like some secondhand stuff. And this one is up here. Temporarily, it's going to be my brother's, or at least it intends to be. I've gotten it ready for him. It's nothing too fancy. It has, I believe, an i5 25. It's like 25 something. It's one older. I think it's a Skylake generation. I don't know generations too much when it comes to processors, so take it with a grain of salt. but it's an older i5, unlocked though, so it's overclockable. And I believe the graphics card is an R9 4080, which is one of those old AMD cards. I believe it's comparable to like a GTX 770 or GTX 760 or something like that. But no, it's nothing too fancy. I intend to give it to my brother, but he hasn't told me where he wants it and when he wants it, so it's just been kind of sitting here. Let me move some of this stuff and then move on here. I'm going to do some stuff under my desk. At the very top is a PlayStation magazine from what year is this? Probably 1999. The Star Wars Episode 1 kind of gave it away. I picked this up from a used bookstore recently. I really like flipping through old video game magazines. I got a couple of unbuilt Gunpla. Right here at the top is my recent purchase, real grade Zeta Gundam. This one isn't a Gundam, it's a Subaru Impreza WRC 1999 edition by Tamiya. I haven't built this one mainly because I don't have the paint or glue for it, and I keep procrastinating buying the paint, and even though I buy other random shit. So it's just kind of sat here in the box. Same deal with the Aoshima AE86. I got this one from Ami. Below that is kind of an interesting one because this is a Char's Zaku high grade. This one is still wrapped because I have this model already, and I forgot why I got two. I can't remember if this one was a gift or the other one was a gift. But I have one somewhere, and the thing is, a lot of my Gunpla, you won't see them in this video. Maybe I'll make a separate video about them. But when I moved between university and back to my old house, now I'm in a new house, a lot of my figures and a lot of my Gunpla are still in boxes, because I don't have room for that, and you're going to see in a second why that is the case. So I've sort of prioritized the things that I am displaying. But regardless, I have this same Zaku 2 somewhere else. Below that is what I originally considered one of the coolest mobile suits. I now say that Double Zeta is pretty damn cool. But this one is Gundam Astray Red Frame. I think it's cool because it has a sword, but it looks very not Gundam. But then again, a lot of new Gundam suits, mobile suits, don't really look like quote-unquote Gundam anymore. They all look like the whatever the Macrosses are called. But it all starts to look the same. All these, like once they introduce the CGI generation, like all the new generation, not just Gundam and not Macross either, but like a lot of mobile suits start to look homogenized, I guess, in terms of like how overly complex they are, whereas some of the earlier real robot stuff would be a little bit more practical and grounded, but like they had their form and function to them. But nowadays they just look like Super Sentai. Is that the right thing? Like like Sentai, they all look like a freaking Kamen Rider, except with like fancier armor, I guess. They look too human, whereas back in the day they looked a little bit more explicit about being a robot. I don't know what I'm saying. Random rant. Below that is a couple of art books. Let me actually move these. Got a couple of art books here. On top is an interesting one. This is a Dengeki Bunko 20th anniversary official book. This one is an art book with, as you might have guessed, well, not necessarily an art book. It's more of like a visual guide or something like that. But it's for a lot of Dengeki Bunko properties, which Dengeki Bunko, for those who don't know, is a publishing branch, I believe, of Kadokawa. I'm not 100% sure, but they do stuff like Toradora, Sword Art Online, Index, Shana. Basically, like, if you can think of the most popular light novel within the past, like, at least within the 2010s, it was probably in there, even like Boogie Pop and Spice and Wolf and stuff which you wouldn't traditionally think, but it was a powerhouse. Same or emo. They have a game called Dengeki Bunko Fighting Climax, which is behind me. Most people might know him from that. Kimi ni Nozomu Eien art book here. I'm not going to open this one up because it's in a plastic sleeve. I got a Da Capo art book. This one was interesting since I cracked it open for the first time in a while. I forgot that it had this like thing in the back. I'm not sure what it is. But it has a couple of CDs in here, which I think are drama CDs, but I'm not 100% certain. Ponkan 8 art book. He is the original illustrator for the Origairu light novels. I think this is like a comprehensive. Oh, this one's also like in a weird sleeve, so I can't open it. I think this is a comprehensive like collection of all the art that they worked on for the like Origairu series, including like the color illustrations, the black and white illustrations, and some concept art. I'm not sure if it's like original character designs and sete stuff, but it's there. I'm a big fan of Origairu, so obviously I got that. Poyoyon Rock art book. It's just a character's art book. This is this one right here. I probably could flip through it because it's mostly like safe for work stuff. But if you know Poyoyon Rock, you know this. This one is my favorite art book. This one is Harem Gold. This is from the illustrator of To Love Ru. His name always escapes me, so there's that one. I can't obviously flip through this because even if I slide this out of this plastic sleeve, it will remove like some of the garments, and I think it will leave them topless, which is like a cool little trick. Let me see. No, it isn't. I think it's actually like the top like paper like dust jacket. If you remove that, it leaves them topless. Maybe that's the other side. I can't remember 100%. But regardless, there's that. And then below that is a Sentai Filmworks box, which doesn't really have anything of note in it. There might be like some random garbage in there. Next up, I have some stuff over here. That's like a random little bag that broke that I probably should throw away. Below that is Kobato. It's a Opie mouse pad, which I got off eBay for like $10, but I don't use anymore because I use a bigger mouse pad. And I keep this around for like nostalgic purposes. A little dust cloth. This is, I believe, a 10 terabyte Western Digital hard drive, which I use specifically for anime backups. I do a one-to-one backup. I do it manually because I'm retarded, and also too lazy to set up a NAS. And also, setting up a NAS would require to have a PC running pretty regularly, and I don't want to put too much of a strain on the electric bill or internet bill on my parents because I still live with them. So there's that. So I just do it manually. I say fuck it. It's not, my anime collection is important, but I don't need it backed up like every day, or not even like every week. I maybe do it like monthly or bi-monthly. I'm gonna do it manually, connected to this PC here. It's external hard drive, you know what to expect. Oculus Rift S, which I got for a really good deal on Hardware Swap on Reddit a while back. I don't really use it for anything. I got really into Pistol Whip and Super Hot VR. I played those games pretty extensively when I first got this thing, as well as try out some VR porn stuff. But like, besides that, I don't use it too much. I just kind of keep it around, and also keep it in the box out of fear that if it ever does get damaged, I probably won't use VR unless I get like a HP Reverb or something, because all modern VR headsets kind of suck, and this is like the last decent one in my opinion. That one or the Reverb, I guess. Whatever the Steam one. The Steam headset is, I think, pretty decent. It's just too expensive, especially for like casual usage for me. That's why like I got this one used. And apparently the guy used it once and got motion sickness, so he never used it again. So I got a good deal on it. For it basically being new. A random water bottle there that I don't know why it's there. Next up here, I got my PC. This is my main PC that I've had since like 2014 or 2015. For both PCs, I'm going to leave the specs somewhere on screen right now, giving more work to my future self, of course. I'm probably not going to, here, let me move out of frame so I can point it more towards the screen and not like flash myself. This is the Corsair. I forgot what this case is called, but it's like the best case that I've ever worked in. It's like a standard ATX size case. It's made of pretty durable metal. And it has handles on top, which makes it super easy to carry around, which was something that I kind of anticipated when I originally built it, but over the years it's proved its worth like tenfold, because when I moved into university I had to lug this thing around, and when I moved out as well, I went to a couple of LAN parties with this back in high school, carrying upstairs and stuff. And the handles are pretty durable. Anyways, I've had this PC in mostly the same state as I got it when I was in 2015. i7 4770K. I think I overclocked it to like 3.9. It's like a pretty modest overclock, nothing too fancy. GTX 770, 1 TB solid state drive, and then, which is not really too interesting. And then I believe I have two 14 TB hard drives and one 10 TB. I'm gonna put in here. You know what? Let's just confirm that real quick. Let me open up my my file browser so I can show you. Here we go, just to be 100% certain. Where are they? Okay, I have two 8 TB hard drives and one 14 TB, which reads at 12.7 terabytes, as well as the aforementioned 1 terabyte SSD, and then of course I got the 10 terabyte external drive, which is not currently connected. So in total, I have a decent amount of space. And this is mostly for a lot of data hoarding. Kosuzu is the old anime drive, and I think I still have it in its fairly stock state. So it's like a backup of my my anime stuff. So like my original backup of my anime library, as well as my video game collection, and then Akashic Records, which comprises a lot of like manga and art books. The Apache hard drive is my full anime library. That's the largest one, and it's taking up a decent amount of space. And last is Flan, which has a lot of like a mishmash of stuff, and that's why I want to get another HDD in there someday. In no rush, since it's not really full or anything, but I store a lot of like video footage for YouTube channels, as well as my entire music library, and a hodgepodge of various various backups of things that I data hoard, websites I download from Web Archive, random PDFs, books, stuff like that. Just a bunch of random stuff, as well as an extensive YouTube archive for channels that I'm interested in, including the entire Digi Bro multitude of channels that they originally uploaded on. There was a torrent from a Discord that I was on for a period of time, and I have that entire thing archived. I think it's about like maybe 1 terabyte of that. I can't be 100% certain. But regardless, there's that. But then otherwise, it's a fairly modest PC build, I guess. At least, I mean, it was pretty decent in like 2015 when I built it. Nowadays, I don't really game on it other than like really, really casual stuff. And the reason being is that I have this computer over here, which was the first big purchase I got when I moved. Not when I moved, I misspoke. This was the first major purchase I made after starting my real world job. I work IT, and I started getting a lot of money really fast. And this was my sort of gift to myself after university. So it's not currently on, but it has, let's see. For its specs, it has a Ryzen 7 5800X, RTX 3070 Ti, is the graphics card. It's the Gigabyte Oris, which is the most stupid, overkilled, overpriced graphics card you could probably buy for the 300 or 3000 series, I should say. But it was at the time the one that I was able to get my hands on, because if anyone remembers the graphics card shortage, and I still am stupid and have too much money sometimes, so I ended up going for it. It's got a Be Quiet, I think it's something like BlackRock cooler. It's an air cooler because air coolers are Kino as fuck. Seasonic PSU as well. I think this one has like a 750 or maybe even 1,000 watts or whatever. But I use Seasonic on both these PCs. Reason being, I used to have a Corsair PSU on this original build when I got it, because I was hard about Corsair when I originally built this one, since it has Corsair memory and Corsair case, and it originally had a Corsair all-in-one liquid cooler. But the Corsair PSU failed on me, and I'm like, fuck Corsair. I'm gonna get Seasonic. So I got Seasonic on both, which they've been fairly reliable to me. 32 gigabytes of memory. This one has 16. Otherwise, nothing too fancy. 2 terabyte SSD, 1 terabyte. What are they called? One of those PCI Express SSDs, I think is what they are. The M2 SSDs. I should say. Mostly, this one is just for gaming. And I originally wanted to completely move everything to this PC and then like kind of sell stuff from this one. But I've invested so heavily with time into this one and setting things up that this is my main computer, and it probably will be for a long time. Another big reason why I can't completely migrate between them and I end up with a 2 PC setup here is because this Corsair case allows for a ridiculous amount of hard drives. As you can see, I already have 4 hard drives in here, including this solid state drive. And I still have room for more, so I could technically do more with this one. Whereas this case over here, modern cases have a huge problem where they don't have too many hard drive slots available in there. If any, I think this one has like 2 or 3 maybe. So it's just like not feasible. It's for my setup. So I was like, screw it. I'm just gonna run 2 PCs. This one only for gaming. This one over here for like pretty much everything else, watching anime, storing a ton of media. Eventually this one's gonna get too slow and it's gonna become like a home theater PC. Sort of like a Plex server or something like that. This one's gonna be the main one, but for now, just running 2. Got a little desk fan there, surge protector. Let's move up a little bit. The desk is one of those IKEA tabletops with 4 of these legs. I should say 5. I originally used to have 4. I got this one recently a couple weeks ago, the middle one, because I noticed that the desk was sagging a little bit, because I have a lot of stuff up here, I guess. This is a big step up from my previous desk, which was like maybe half of this size. I'm gonna go this way to that way, right to left. I'm not sure if it's gonna flip it when I'm recording it, but whatever. Very top over there in those 2 boxes, I got a kit for. I can't remember if it's in both of those boxes, but I have a kit to do a shell swap on a DS Lite, which is why I had a lot of those booklets, because I purchased a DS Lite, and for some reason the people who sent me the DS Lite, they included a manual, but for the DSi, as well as they included 2 games, and one of them was Are You Smarter Than a 5th Grader? The DSi itself is in mostly working condition. I think they marked it as like 4 parts or something and said like it didn't read games, but I cleaned it with a little Q-tip with isopropyl alcohol, and I was able to read games on it, so I think it's fine. But I'm just going to use it as like a beater thing and like shell swap it, mess around with it. Below that, hand sanitizer, 3M little tape or something like that. Over here, I have a little baggie with custom Lego minifigs, which I purchased at a convention. I have a couple more on my desk right now, but in this one is Link, Yoshi, and what's her name from Jujutsu Kaisen, that I think is really hot, and I read doujins of her. But I got these guys because I thought it was cool, and I thought the company at the convention was doing custom minifigs, but it turns out I was wrong, and they were bamboozling us all. Because later on, I went on AliExpress and I found the same exact minifigures that these people were selling for a fraction of the price. So that led me to believe that these people were just reselling them, which they are, because the minifigures are like 1-to-1 on AliExpress. And I've seen them elsewhere, like not just these people. Like in the time since, I've looked for custom minifigures, and they're all exactly the same. The prices at the convention were not outrageous, and I bought them because I thought that they were cool, so I didn't like lose a ton of money. Like maybe you get them for $1.50 each on AliExpress, and I bought them for like $4 at a convention. But I'm not losing a whole lot of money, especially like saving a ton of time because AliExpress shipping is retarded, and gotta give your money to Alibaba. Below that is this has a story to it. This is a Lego box I made when I was in art club in like first or second grade. I've had this forever. I have a bunch of Lego minifigs in there from a long time. Basically my whole life worth of minifigs, or like cool minifigs that I care to not like rip apart. So I've had this box for a long time. It just has a bunch of pictures of cool Lego shit I thought of when I was in like first or second grade. Move that. Right Stuff coupon from maybe like 2 or 3 years ago. This is when McDonald's had Pokemon cards, and I got that. It's been laying around. Keyboard manual thing, nothing too interesting. Omamori QR code. When I was in Tokyo, I forgot which shrine this was from. A little wash tag thing. I don't remember that's from. 2 of these little CR 2032 batteries. I can't remember if I intended to use these for something, but they're always useful to have around. Below that is a notebook with a bunch of anime scores, because I always live in constant paranoia that my anime list or whatever is going to go belly up. So I manually record everything that I watch, and I put the score and what. If I put a star next to it, it means I kind of liked it, I think. But in the event that my anime list and AniDB and everything just like implodes upon itself, I have a manual backup. Below that, Nintendo Power Magazine featuring Pokemon, I think Diamond and Pearl. And then below that is a couple of birthday cards that I don't have the heart to throw away. I never know what to do with birthday cards. I just kind of like throw them in a box somewhere. Because I feel like crap if I throw them away. Especially like family ones. Next up over here, I have a couple of Gunpla stuff. This is an old snipper here, and then a little kit. PS3 Slim, which is currently hooked up to my main monitor over here, which I'll showcase in a second. PS3, this is over the time that I've had it, become pretty much my favorite console and the console I use the most. 3 controllers, red one, which is actually kind of busted now, but this was the original one I used to have. I forgot what the problem was. I think it's something like, I can't remember what the problem was with this controller, but I need to open up. But I think some of the buttons stick bad. Got a black one right here, which I ended up getting as a replacement a little bit before, because I always live in paranoia that controllers will like break on me. So I like to have multiple. And it was lucky because when this one started to break, I didn't have I had this replacement ready, so I was just able to like switch them. It was fine. And then next to that is a metallic blue one, which I got when I was in Tokyo. This one was actually pretty cheap over there, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to get this because I always assume, at least based on experience, that like technology or secondhand goods in Tokyo or just like secondhand goods from Japan in general are going to be of higher quality than you would get over here. Especially like on eBay, because I've purchased, I think, like 2 controllers off eBay. This was one of them, and then the other one was a PS2 controller, which I ended up returning because the PS2 controller straight up didn't work, and this one had a sticky right trigger. But that's not the problem with it now. Like now some of the face buttons are screwed up, but regardless, I digress. It's not too important. Lego bonsai tree right here. Remote controller for my air conditioning unit on the wall. Here is controller for the lights. Right now I have it set to blue, hence the blue light. A couple of random stuff. This one's like a DVI to VGA adapter. Another one right below that. One of these like saved my ass when I was in university because I forgot what happened. Yeah, I can't remember what happened, but I really needed one of these in my apartment. Below that, a couple of box brown switches. I don't know why I keep these because they're garbage. Mechanical keyboard shit right there. No, Koishi, don't flash us. It's just falling over here. I don't know where to put her because she's so big and her head is so heavy. Alright. Hopefully she stays. She's not going to stay. Mechanical keyboard shit. Another little box. I think this is the remaining switches. Actually, I think these are like Gateron blacks or like knockoff Gateron blacks in here. And then below that is a box for an M2 SSD that doesn't have anything in it. It's just kind of there. Nintendo Switch dock over here, and then as well as the Koishi, the big Koishi. Not the Deca Koishi, but a pretty darn big Koishi. And she kind of lives behind my desk because I don't have anywhere else to put her. And like you saw in action here, that like breathing on her or looking in her general direction will cause her to like fall over in a glorious fashion because her head is so damn heavy, and like she doesn't have a sense of balance. So like unlike a normal Fumo, like just a regular Koishi there, she could kind of just sit and hang out. This one has to be leaned or like laying on something, otherwise she'll just fall over, and it's hilarious, but also kind of aggravating. Next up here, this is my X220 ThinkPad, which I've had for a long time, and I have a bunch of stickers on. I think I've added a couple stickers in the time since. The Mad Breaks label sticker. I might do a separate video explaining all the stickers on that eventually. But for the sake of this video, everything that was discussed in the original video is here. Actually, I don't remember if I discussed the stickers, but anyways, it's not too important. iPad Touch 5th generation. I've had this darn thing for years. It's the red one. I use it mainly to check the weather and to set my alarm every morning. Because for some reason I don't trust my phone for alarms. But this thing has had like almost a decade's worth of like waking me up in the morning, and like it's perfectly fine for what it does. I turned the Wi-Fi off and the battery on this thing lasts for like a week. So it's pretty good. I'm gonna sip of water here. Moving on to the desk area, we got the Koishi Fumo looking cute with her big sister, bigger Koishi over there. Empty Mountain Dew can and water bottle here. Nothing too fancy. Don't worry, I'll get to everything. Xbox 360 wired controller there. Random hair ties and a notebook. Moving down, JDS Labs Atom, which is a headphone amplifier there. This is the only amplifier I've used. I think it's pretty good. For my purposes, it's good at least. I don't get too fancy with that. Below that, a Topping E30 DAC, digital audio converter. For my purposes, like I said, this one's perfectly serviceable. I think people who spend people who buy DACs are retarded, me included. But if you start to spend an egregious amount of money on a DAC, I don't honestly know what to tell you. I got a couple of mice back here. All Razer. This one here is a Death Adder. I think it's a Death Adder. What do they call it? But it's the newest wireless lightweight Death Adder. I think it's like the V3 or something. This one it's good, but it doesn't light up. But the Death Adder is my favorite mouse. Second one right here is the Basilisk. I think this one is the V2, not the V3. But I think the V2 has optical switches, meaning that it won't start double clicking. Because I went down a mouse rabbit hole a while back with all these evidently here. Next up, which one was this one called? This is the Razer Viper Ultimate. I got this one on sale without the dock, hence why I just like charge it with a cable. I've never had a problem with that. I'm lazy and I'm cheap. Well, you know, cheap. It says the person who has 3 Razer mice. There's that. I keep them in the dust bag, and this one like under like a little wipey cloth thing here, because of dust. This one I don't really care. This one's, I did something weird. This one, you know, it's whatever. It's wired. It's not too fancy. Kingdom Hearts mouse pad here. I think this one is like the 20th anniversary edition. It says it somewhere here. Yeah, 20th anniversary Kingdom Hearts 1. I unboxed this recently, and here's what it looks like. It's pretty big. It's the biggest mouse pad I have. The quality of it is, you know, it's a mouse pad. When I originally opened it up, it had a terrible like glue smell, but it's kind of gone away in the time since. But initially it was kind of annoying because, especially like on your hand, like you would have your hand here and you're typing or moving the mouse, and then your wrist would smell like rubber. It was kind of gross. But in the time since, it's gone away, and it's heavy. It doesn't move at all. Well, not really, especially since I got it kind of tucked over here, and the edges have this little stitching, so it lays perfectly flat. It's a good mouse pad. I mean, I'm not a pro gamer or anything, but for my purposes, it's good. Keyboard. This one is a KBD Fans 67 Lite. I think it's the 3rd revision or something. I have box cream. Crap, what are they called? The box cream switches. I don't remember exactly what they're called. The name is escaping me. But if I remember, I'll leave a whatchamacallit, like text on screen. Probably not. But they're box cream switches. I don't fucking know. Look them up. And then the GMK Samurai keycaps. Got them on sale from Drop. Got in a couple other keyboards you'll see in a second. Here were the aforementioned minifigs. I got Saruman just kind of hanging out there. I got 2 Gandalfs. Power from Chainsaw Man. You know, Supersonic and Tails. Luigi, and then Fire Flower Mario right there. And they're standing on top of a technolized thingy. I forgot what these are called, but they're like the little holographic things where like you face it one way and it looks like something, and you turn it the other way and you see something else. But this was included in the technolized DVDs. I think the first DVD or something like that. Adapters for the wireless mouse things. I currently have the Death Adder hooked up to my main PC, and then the Viper Ultimate hooked up to my gaming PC, since I prefer to game on the Viper Ultimate. You know, super cheap cable, which it's one of these braided ones, but it's like actually kind of garbage. I would recommend just get a regular USB-C cable and call it a day. Got some acrylic figures here. I have Yukino. I think this was her. Which birthday was this? I think this was last year's birthday. I didn't like this year's one, so I didn't get it. But there's Yukino there. This one is not really a character. It's a mascot from Moondrop. Moondrop is a headphone manufacturer. I got this for an add-on when I got the Moondrop Kato headphones, which you'll see in a second. Moondrop Kato IEMs specifically. Behind them is Rushia, the ex-Hololive member that I guess we don't speak about anymore. Takagaki Kaede with a little bottle of sake there. Kitagawa Marin from Dress Up Darling. What's her name? Shibuya Cannon from Love Live Superstar? Yeah, Superstar. I got this one in Japan when I went recently, and then I got Anastasia as well. I think this one's from Ami Ami. It wasn't, whatchamacallit. It wasn't from Tokyo. Well, it's from Japan, but this one. I was literally in the store. I was in crap. What was it called? Surugaya, when I got a Shibuya Canon, and this one was just Ami Ami. And then behind her was Nino from Quintessential Quintuplets, Go Tobun no Hanayome. Then I got Mew here from a convention. It's one of those little Bandai guys that it's like a plastic model. Bandai are the people who do the gunpla. This was like a baby version of it, which takes like 2 minutes to put together. But I got it because it was really cheap. Handful of stickers, Kingdom Hearts stickers, a random cat. I got a Berserk one right here. But I think these are ones I intend to put on my phone eventually. Or like my phone case, I should say. Nintendo Switch Pro controller there. Really cheap Bluetooth headphones that I use when I go running. Aquaphor, which is like advanced Vaseline, I guess. Gold Bond Ultimate, which is the only good hand lotion because my hands get really dry. This one is a Pokewalker that needs a battery. I think those are what those CRC 2032s are. This was from my copy of Pokemon Soul Silver, which I'll show in a second. Fumo Alice tag, which has just kind of been sitting here for like the past 5 years. Subaru BRZ Matchbox car. Here's a little desk lamp that I've had for a long time, and it gets really fucking hot. Crunchyroll thingy, wristband that probably will start to melt if I leave it on here too long. Got that one from a convention. 2 random like hair things. I kind of use these when I work out, but I don't like how they feel on my head. Takagaki Kaede, little acrylic keychain that I got with a figure. Like when Ami Ami pre-orders, like with on Ami Ami pre-orders, excuse me. Sometimes you can get like the special edition pre-order or whatever with like an extra gift. This one was one of those. Tissue box for obvious reasons. Got some monitors here. This one's a basic 1080p Asus monitor that I've had since I built my first computer, like the white computer there. This was the monitor I originally had on there. It's currently hooked up to a monitor arm back there, hence why it is in a portrait position here. I mainly just use this one for my music because I like how music beat looks on my third monitor, or like off to the side here. Otherwise, I put like Notepad++ or like Discord or something random over there. Main monitor is an MSI Mag 2070 CQ. This monitor right here, optics. This one is a 1440p, 144 hertz gamer monitor, and it's curved, and it's got like RGB on the back. If you can see that, you kind of see it on the wall. It's red. This monitor is pretty good. It's a VA panel. A lot of people don't like VA panels, but I don't give a shit because usually they're cheaper. And I like how colors look on VA panels, even though it kind of bleeds a little bit with motion. However, I'm not a professional gamer. I don't really play fast-paced games. I do play a decent amount of FPS, but I honestly can't tell the difference between like VA and IPS, other than color representation, in my opinion, looks better on VA. And I spend more of my time watching anime to begin with, so it's not a huge issue for me. So there's this monitor here. It's curved, and now that I went curved, I can't go back. Because here's the story. I got this other monitor right here last year for Prime Day. Super cheap. I think it was like $200. It is an HP X27Q, or at least that's what it says right here. But this was 165 hertz, 1440p monitor. IPS screen, I believe. This one, it looks almost better than this one. However, I like the color representation slightly better out of the box on the MSI monitor, and it's curved. I originally was like, okay, let me use the HP one as my main monitor, since on paper 165 hertz is going to be objectively better than 144 hertz. However, when I put this monitor as my main one, it looked like, like there's like concave and convex or something like that. Maybe I have them backwards. But for the sake of this discussion, let's say this is concave and this is convex. It looked like the monitor was convex because like I was so used to the curved inward monitor that this one, like, it almost, my vision was like overcompensating, and it says it was like coming out at me almost. It just looked completely wrong. So I guess I can only use curved monitors now. But I got my 3 monitors back. I originally had like 2. I was running 2 again and it felt wrong. Because I took this one down because it was giving too much stress on my desk, and I'd rather not break my desk in half. I don't think it would. These IKEA particle board things are pretty solid, I guess. That was a little scatterbrain, wasn't it? I skipped over this. This is Japan's database, or Otaku Japan's database animals. The book, which I haven't read because it's sitting under my deck. I also skipped over these items right here. These are my fancier headphones, which have been kind of traveling with me downstairs, and I'll get to that in a second. These at the top are the Moondrop Blessing 2 Dusks. These are pretty fancy IMs. For those who don't know, I am a pretty big headphone guy. I wouldn't call myself an audiophile, but I'm pretty big into headphones, specifically IMs, which are in-ear monitors. I have a sizable collection right here I'll get to in a second. But these that I've been taking downstairs with me are like my main rotation, I guess, for various reasons. These were the first IEMs, or the IEMs that got me into IEMs seriously, which are the Moondrop Arias. I got a custom cable on there. Ear tips that were far too expensive because I'm an autistic tip roller. And then a Quadelix 5K Bluetooth DAC. Next up, we got the Yanyin Moonlights, which most people would say I was stupid for buying them, and I still think I'm stupid for buying them. But these are the best headphones I've heard, and I've tested. They're here. They're made by some random Chi-Fi company, but honestly, these things are tuned perfectly. For those who are into IEMs, these kind of sound like a Dunu SA6, at least based off what I've demoed in person. They're very similar. They're very similar. I prefer how these sound because the SA6 are a little bit too warm leaning, and these are a little bit more balanced, but they have the similar warmth to them, but they're not as aggressive. But those are the end game IEMs I got for now. Last up, I think I just locked it. I'm gonna open it up. It was originally open. I closed it. These are the Shure S12s, which are planar IEMs. I originally didn't like them too much, but then I EQ'd them and I use them for everything. Moondrop Katos, which are the best tuned IEMs in my opinion. Sound Notes 0, which needs no introduction. Everybody and their mom knows these, at least those in the headphone community. And then these are the QKZ. Wait, are they? No, these are the CRA CCAs, which are like the budget bass cannon IEMs that everybody knows. There, and then I might as well transition to the headphone collection over here. Here is the beginning of my headphone collection, I guess. Besides what I've already touched on here, I got this little organizer thing that is kind of covered with dust, and I need to dust stuff. Over here I have I forgot what these are called. They're like the VE Monks or something. They're like the $10 little headphones that everybody talked about for a while, I guess. These sound really good. They're, for the price, $10, these things sound fantastic. If you don't like putting things in your ears, these are all you really need. Those or the the Moondrop Nameless, which I've talked about. But the Moondrop Nameless are double the price. These are the Blonde BLO3s, which I don't really use for anything. Kind of like as beaters when I'm cutting the grass, honestly. Moondrop Cork. These are really cheap. These are perfect for sleeping since they have a really small footprint in your ear. Aforementioned Moondrop Nameless. The cable is actually starting to oxidize a little bit, which was a common criticism for those. These are the Moondrop Stardust, which are just a retuned version of the... What are they? I don't remember what they're called, but they have a different entry. Like they have like a different like $40 or $50 IM, and these are just like a different color. That's the only difference, and you get a fancy little card with a waifu on there. These are probably where the empty ones are where the other IMs are stored. I sort of store them cheapest to most expensive down here, as well as like in terms of perceived audio quality. So at the top will be the stuff that I don't think sounds as good. So empty one. These are the QKZ, whatever the fuck they're called. Crap, I don't remember what these bad boys are called. QKZX HBB. I don't remember what they're called, but they're the collaboration they did with Hawaii Bad Boy. These things are absolute bass cannons. These things will literally rock your brain. I don't understand why they sound so aggressive, but I really like them for the niche that they fill. I got a couple of random IMs I don't really like in here. I got the KZ ZS10 Pros, which I think sound like garbage and were not rightfully hyped at all by the community. They like, even compared to these QKZ ones, I mean, these cost like double the price and they sound like absolute garbage. These are V-shaped as hell. Behind that are a couple pair of headphones that I got really cheap on sale. I forgot what these are called. These are like the Gumiho Celeste or something like that. They sound like garbage. They're not actually even planar IMs. That was the thing, like these things, the Gumihos, they were originally marketed as a planar IEM, but they're not actually planar. But a lot of people thought they were and took the placebo pill and told themselves that they sound better just because they're planar, but they have like this huge dip in the treble that make them sound hollow. Like no vocals sound good on these IEMs. These are the Moondrop Moondrop Chews. I use these for cutting the grass a lot because they're really cheap, like $20, and they sound pretty decent. Another empty one. These are the Tanchim Ola. When I demoed these in earphone in Tokyo, I thought these sounded fantastic, but now that I've had them in hand, they kind of sound really average and I don't use them. Also, the nozzle is huge on these bad boys, so like no tips fit on them, and they have this weirdly uncomfortable fit. Behind that are two headphones that I've kept around for nostalgic purposes. These are like $20 Sony earbuds that I've had for a long time. The black ones were the first earbuds I ever owned, and the white ones were the replacements I got for them. These things like saved me in university in more ways than one. But that story is beyond the scope of this video. Nothing in here except a little brush. In here are the Moondrop Aria Snow Editions with a custom cable and fancy tips because I'm a tip-rolling autist. These sound much worse than the stock Arias, but I got them just because I had to test them. Nothing in there. Got random tips in here. This is where the Kados used to live. And then here I believe I just have a bunch of random garbage. You know, like the random stock tips that companies send you that you shouldn't even put in your ear. At the top I have the Cost Porta Pros with EXE pads. You know, something weird recently. Like I noticed that it's like a trend now, or it's like a TikTok, like Y2K e-boy, e-girl type of thing, that people are using like the Cost Porta Pros as like a fashion accessory. And I don't use these outside anymore. I used to use them when I went for walks and stuff because they sound pretty good. But like now that I see like these TikTok kids with them, I'm feel embarrassed to put them on, which is a shame because Cost makes fantastic headphones. Right here, they have the I believe these are the KC. What are these called? They have like these terrible names. it's like KCH 75s or something, also with the XE pads. I use these more just because I feel embarrassed to put on Porta Pros, at least until the trend dies, and then I'll put them on because I prefer the Porta Pros, how they sound. I use them at home pretty often. But they're super open in terms of like sound leakage, that like if you're blasting Denpa while taking a walk, people will know exactly what you're listening to. I got ear tips in here, notably some ASLA as well as Final Audio tips. I think I got some spin fits in there. Some more tips in there, some Final Audio and navy blue, some foamies, random foamies, more tips in here. Moondrop, spin tips. Whoa, that was a really cool effect. I'm not sure if that shows up on camera. I thought that was like some stupid thing my smartphone was doing with the lights. But the Moondrop spin fit ear tips are probably my favorite, followed by the Final Audio Type E tips, and then followed by the some pretty much everything else. I like the Koni foam tips, but I don't use them too much because they kind of get uncomfortable. But as you can see, I spent a lot of money on ear tips and headphones as well. Like, I'm a pretty big headphone guy, I guess, specifically IEMs. But I've been getting more into tip rolling. When I went to Tokyo, when I went to E-Earphone in Tokyo, in Akihabara, I demoed a lot of IEMs and bought some ear tips there because some of them were cheaper, specifically the Oslo ones, which I believe are a Japanese brand. Final Audio is also a Japanese brand, so they were a little bit cheaper to get over there. But once you start tip rolling, which is the process of like swapping out different ear tips to see what makes the difference in sound as well as comfort, that's when you know you've gone deep. You've gone a little too far, and that's the point where I've reached. Otherwise, Moondrop Stardust box, which is really beautiful actually. It's got like this holographic effect on it, which I'm not sure is being picked up on camera, but it's a really nice box. Moondrop is based as fuck. They put anime girls on their products, and their headphones are usually tuned really good, especially if you listen to J-pop and stuff and J-rock. These are your go-to headphones. Quick recommendations: if you want to buy new headphones, you should probably buy the SoundNotes Zero, which are $20, have a removable cable. They're tuned naturally, almost to a fault, but they're really balanced, and you can't really go wrong for $20. Everybody knows them by now. If you want something a little fancier, you probably should look for the Moondrop Arias. I think they have a really pleasant sound with a little bit of warmth. They are very versatile for pretty much everything from metal to J-pop, which are kind of like my primary genres I listen to. Those are about $80. Anything cheaper you probably really shouldn't do. You probably should just go from $20, and if you like those $20 ones, jump to 80. If not, stick with 20 and you're not missing out. Otherwise, Moondrop Katos, if you got a pretty penny to spend, those are about 200. Otherwise, Shure S12s, which are about $120 on sale, planar IEMs. You get those, and then you apply a little EQ on them to equalize the stuff, and you basically are set. But otherwise, just get SoundNotes Zero. Some random cases and stuff. I got like spare cables, which are actually garbage. Like the Moondrop cables are embarrassingly bad. That's why I got some aftermarket stuff in there. Just random carrying cases that I don't use, but I just keep them for hoarding purposes. Let's see what else is over here. These are stabilizers for a mechanical keyboard, as well as band-aids for a band-aid mod. Chopsticks back there. DJ Kuroneko stickers, because I ordered the DJ Kuroneko CD. Or not CD, the vinyl record. I think it was, which one was it? I think it was well, we'll see. Anyways, we'll see it in a little bit. But I think it's not Neko Garage, it's the other one. Here, actually, let me look it up. I got it on my PC. It was a Street Glow. I have the vinyl record from that, so that's where the stickers are from. That's where one of the stickers on my PC was from. And I actually failed to mention the stickers on these. There's the DJ Kuroneko Looking smug, I have a Boogie Pop Phantom sticker there, a Razor little thingy, and then a Section 9 from Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex, as well as a little magnet from Kingdom Hearts that I got in Tokyo. Anyways, returning back over here. Now this is another case for my phone, and I have a bunch of SD cards. One of these R4 cards for my DS, micro SD card that I think I was planning on doing something with. This one was obviously going to go with the R4 card, but I think this one was for something else. I don't know, whatever. This also for the R4 card. I kind of want to flip this around so you can see it, but I have a bunch of stickers on this phone case. I have multiple phone cases that I switch between. Now this was the aforementioned DS Lite. It actually has a broken hinge. You can see it right there. This is the one I bought really cheap used because they listed it for parts even though it works perfectly fine. This is my brother's DS Lite, also in the same color. I forgot what they call it. It's like midnight blue or something like that. But I put a Haruhi sticker when he gave it to me because he doesn't play games really anymore. Next to these are also headphones. These are the Persona 3 headphones that the main character uses. These are the audio technical ones. If you look on Amazon and you search for Persona 3 headphones, these will be the ones that show up. Specific model is the ATH what's that? EQ300M, but they're audio technical ones. They sort of rest on the ear, similar to these COS ones. Digibro sunglasses, rose tinted glasses when I feel nostalgic. Really old iPod Touch, 4th generation there. This is a DS stylus that used to be my brother's, so it's like really bitten, but I like it. A little train I got in a capsule, gachapon in Tokyo. Behind that, a bunch of random stupid stuff. This is a keycap puller for mechanical keyboard stuff. Manual for one of the keyboards I got. Some random Legos. This was actually the Big Ben architecture kit that I disassembled and started messing around with stuff. Screwdrivers, or specifically like little screwdrivers, mainly for like mechanical keyboard and tech repair stuff. Random flashcards here. These are Japanese flashcards. I forgot what this thing is. Just a bunch of garbage. These are all Japanese flashcards. 2 DS chargers. A fake GoPro that I found at a garage sale. It's not actually a GoPro camera, but it's like a fake one that I intended to use for something, but I never did. And these are another pair of sunglasses. I forget which ones these are. This is an old IEM case. I think I got like, what do I got in here? Like spare cables and garbage and stuff. And actually, this is what I was looking for the other day. These are mechanical keyboard switches. I got one of those like switch testers because I'm also autistic in that way. Like as you can see, I got the trifecta of keyboards, headphones, I guess like gaming shit. It's like the Reddit hobbyist shit, I guess. Unironically though. But I got these because I wanted to test different switches before buying some. I prefer tactiles, by the way, but I like the lubed linears as well. That's about it for this one. There's not really too much else to this little table. Let me talk about a couple of these miscellaneous items before I move on to broader, greater horizons. Right here is a bag for Mandarake, specifically the Nakano Broadway location, and this is the home for all my lewd, doujinshi, and omnibus hentai manga, which unfortunately I can't show really on a YouTube video, but I'll leave it up to your imagination what I got in there. I got the good stuff in there, that's all I'm gonna say. I got a case for a DS, like one of those little travel cases. A couple of stylus, whatever the plural is for that. DS light charger. No games because I have the games elsewhere. Some really old mouse pads that I just keep around. Really boring box of cables in there. I just thought the box was kind of cool because it was like the Super Mario one from a couple years back. I think this was like 2017 when the Switch first came out and they had that promotion thing going. I got another box here. This is like a headphone cleaner here. I got from Diconi as a little free gift. Here is my Chiduno 2 TB hard drive, external one. This is original external hard drive I used to have. So it has a small amount of anime on it, as well as a couple of other miscellaneous media items. Nowadays, I just use it for moving large anime between computers. Like if I put anime on my laptop, then I put it on here instead of like a flash drive. And then over here is Uno. It's another Western Digital 2 TB hard drive. Though this one is specifically for archiving my music and video games, and this is like an off-site backup, which is essentially the same as what I'm doing over there for the anime one on that 10 TB drive. This serves as my off-site backup, I guess. Then I have like local backups on the computer and whatnot, but I put them onto these external hard drives just for that case. You never know when I need them. USB-C charger here. PS Vita case in there is PS Vita. Nothing too fancy. I guess I could open it up and show. Because I put a Hatsune Miku skin on it. But the thing is, I'm going to remove the front. Because it peels really bad. Because it was one of those like eBay skins. How do I get this out? Yeah. It's peeling really bad, this cover. Which is unfortunate because I like the art on it, but it is what it is, I guess. The actual Vita itself is fine, and I have mine hacked, I guess you could say. So I have the SD card mod running on there. Last bit of miscellaneous items here. I got a dumb switch right here. It's just a regular Netgear dummy switch here. I got it running. I got a couple of items wired in my room. This is the Ethernet coming up. This is like one of those 100-foot Cat 6 cables that you can get on Amazon. Running up here from our router. I don't really need a Cat 6 because our internet isn't that fast, but whatever. This black one goes to my main PC behind me. Not my main PC, my gaming PC. This blue one right here goes to... Actually, I lied. The black one is to my white main PC in the Corsair case. And the blue one right here is to my gaming PC behind me. And this blue one right here, which I'm actually proud of, is the cable I terminated myself. Hence why it looks kind of shitty right here. But I used one of those cable maker kits that I have at work. Because it's technically part of my job. But this was the first cable I terminated when I was like messing around. Because it had been a long time since I'd done it, since school. But that one is for my PS4, which is supposed to be on the other side of the room, but I currently have it downstairs for other reasons. I might get into in a little bit. Got some keyboards over here. Too many keyboards, some might say. This one is an Akko one. 3084. It's actually a pretty decent 75% keyboard with Akko pink switches, linear. It sounds like garbage actually, but it's pretty decent for gaming since it preserves all the function keys as well as some of these extra keys. GMK Darling clones that I got off AliExpress for like 20 bucks. Here is the keyboard that I did a YouTube video about. This one was the which one was this one? It's that Red Dragon K55-2 keyboard. I forgot which switches I initially had on this bad boy. I think it's Akko Red linear switches. But yeah, this one has the like the regular Japanese keycaps on here, and then I have the Ahegao ones that I got off AliExpress. I made this one as a beater one for gaming as well as Osu, hence why Z and X have the special keys, I guess. And let me get another once over, just in case you're interested. I guess it's the Coomer board. but it's the one that I messed around with a lot. It's heavily modded. It's like tape modded, foam modded, lube switches. Actually, I don't think the switches are lubed because I'm lazy. I think I got like 3 different switches on here. I did a lot to this one just to mess around with. Here was the first keyboard I got that I kind of switched between this one and my KBD Fan 67. This one is a Tofu 65, but it's also heavy as fuck because this is an aluminum case. This keyboard, like, you could lift this and you can get some reps in. But it has, I forgot what the switches are. They're like Ajaz tactile switches. I don't remember what they are off the top of my head. It's named after a fruit. Like, if you look on Amazon and you search Ajaz switches, you'll find them. But they're like heavy tactile switches, and I'm a big fan of how they feel. And this is obviously the MT3 Elvish keycaps, which I significantly overpaid for, as well as the One Ring artesian cap. Definitely overpaid for this one. I ended up doing this when I first got into keyboards, so I was like super gung-ho about it, and I now realize having like a keyboard worth more than like a keyboard should be worth, like an embarrassing amount of money was not worth it. But it feels really pleasant to type on, and I love the MT3 keycap feel in my hand. Like, it feels very natural to type on. Like, it's like terminal style. Once you get used to it, I guess. This was a beater keyboard I got. This one has like Otemu Blue switches or something. It's like a 60% keyboard. I think it's 60% or 65. But I use this one for gaming. It's really cheap. And last but not least, this is another Akko. This is a 5087. Akko purple switches here. And then I forgot what the keycap is, but it's like I forgot what they're called, but it's like a no-name brand one that I just picked up because I wanted a black and red color scheme. But you know, I own more keyboards than any sane person probably should. But you know, most of them are too fancy or whatever. They're sitting on top of this Samsung VHS and DVD player I recently purchased at a Goodwill. I've been looking for a VHS player for the longest time, and I got a good deal on this one. It was about $12, and it came with, you know, the remote and all the proper cables. And I'm like, cool. I just need a basic VHS player. I don't care if it's good or not. I just don't need it like ruining my tapes. Turns out the VHS player side works perfectly fine. The DVD player doesn't read discs, but that's perfectly fine for me since I don't really need it. I have a PS2 to read DVDs anyways, so it works perfectly fine for my purposes. And it was cool that I got a pretty decent deal on it, all things considered, especially with like how expensive VHS players are on like eBay and stuff these days. Over here, these are Sennheiser HD 500s. I got these from work because they were going to throw them away, but I never use them, so I'm probably going to throw them away. The first headphones I ever got, these are the Sennheiser HD 518s, which I still think sound pretty good. Definitely sound muffled compared to some of the other headphones I have, but it's still a pleasant, warm sound, and I use them from time to time. Bear Dynamic DT770 Pros with Dakoni pads, and this old sock that I used as a headband. These things are comfy as hell, and I use these as my main headphones for a long time. But the problem is that they sound really treble focused, and I don't like that nowadays. But at the time, like, I didn't realize that too much. So they sounded good to my ears. EQ them a little bit, and they still sound pretty good. Got some art books over here, as well as some other items. Kirby art book. Oh shoot, my foot started to fall asleep and it felt weird. Hack Infection Strategy Guide. This one's cool. I got this one in the magazine section of a used bookstore for $1. and it turns out they go for a lot more. I've been meaning to get into the Doc Hack games for a while, so it's cool that I have a physical strategy guide for that. Pokemon Black and White strategy guide from, which one is this? Who publishes this one? Or I think it's the official one. So that's pretty cool. Love Hina art book collection. This one is Megazone 23 Part 2. I think this is like a promotional booklet. I found this one at a bookstore, which was a really interesting find. It has like the sheet music for the opening or the image song or something, which is kind of interesting. But this is like a cool little, I guess like collector piece, I guess. This one is kind of interesting. I think this one is in French or Italian or something, but I think they were running some sort of like art show, or maybe it's just like a discussion, a general discussion of like important anime artists over the years, as well as like mangaka. But it really runs the gamut in terms of like what you see in here. But unfortunately I can't read any of it since it's all in like French or something. Another used bookstore find. This one was cool, as well as used bookstore stuff. Most of the stuff I have, I'd wager like the vast majority, it's been purchased used, because I dumpster dive for a lot of this stuff. Figuratively speaking, of course. This is Mugen no Revias. Similar vein to the Megazone 23, but expanded greatly. What does it call itself? I don't know what it's called. It's kind of like a... What are they called? Those books called? They're like fan guides or something like that. But it has a lot of key art, a couple of discussions about the characters, probably like, I don't know, like episode analysis or something. I'm not really sure besides for like hardcore fans. I do enjoy the show, but I don't really know who this would be for, because it's like a summary of the show or something like that. There's character stuff. I hope there are interviews in here, but I don't remember. I would hope that there were. Satoshi Kon art book. This art book, I love Satoshi Kon, but this art book kind of sucks. Like, there's not too much in it. Secret World of Arietti, another art book in here. Nothing too much to say about that one. I think I watched Arietti as one of the first Ghibli movies I watched, but I don't remember it at all, besides like the general premise of it, and remember seeing it at a Blockbuster or something like that. And I think we rented it, but I don't remember too much. Last but not least, The Art of Mononoke Hime, which is my favorite Ghibli movie. There's that one right there. Both of those last two art books were gifts, and then the rest were purchased myself. And then behind there was a really old mechanical keyboard that I used to have in uni, so you probably recognize it. Maybe, I think it was in my last room tour. Last but not least, at least for this section of the room, we got the video game collection. I'm going to start off with the consoles and then move to the actual games themselves. Not sure how much in depth I'm going to go, but I'll discuss stuff as I see fit and as I go through it. First up is the silver PS2, which is a super comfy console. I got a really good deal on this one because it was purchased at my local used bookstore. They also sometimes carry video game consoles as well as like video games. They get a whole ton of stuff. It's basically like a Goodwill, I guess, except it's like a hodgepodge of everything from games to comics to manga and stuff. Movies, DVDs, all that good stuff. But in that particular week, they were running like a promotion. Like every day of the week, there was a different promotion, and it ramped up from like 10% all the way up to like 30%. So I got this PS2, 30% off. So it was really cheap, and this was before the pandemic, so prices were much more reasonable. So I think I got it for like $20 or something. Next up is a Japanese Dreamcast I got there. That one is currently not hooked up. I want to get a VGA mod for that one as well. But I got myself this for my last birthday. Japanese Super Famicom, which I don't really use too much. I was originally playing Kirby Superstar on it, but I kind of fell off it, and I'll explain why in a second. It was not because of the game; it was for external reasons. Behind there is not video game stuff, but those were my first headphones, or at least over-ear ones that I got, which are some mono price ones, I think. I use those a lot in university. I keep them around even though they're broken, just for like nostalgic purposes. And below that is the Sega Saturn, which I picked up in Japan last time I went. That is currently not hooked up, and I probably should move it somewhere up there. But it's just kind of sitting around down here. On top are just the various cables and whatnot. Ethernet cables back there. I got a Samsung CRT. I'm not going to show the screen because it will just reflect back at me. I'm not exactly sure what the model is, but it's a flat panel CRT. It still doesn't... I mean, it still weighs a decent amount. But at least to me, the colors look pretty good, if not a little too saturated. But I picked this one up off the side of the road a while back, and it served me well, at least for the brief time that I've had it. My only gripe, and this is not with the TV, but it's just with the setup, is that I need to have like a stand to put this on, because right now it's just on the floor on a piece of cardboard, and if I want to play games on here, I sit on the floor. They're usually like cross-legged, and it's really uncomfortable, especially like on my lower back after maybe like 10-15 minutes. Playing for longer than an hour is like pretty much impossible, hence why a lot of these consoles and the games I've messed around with recently, I've sort of fallen off, because just like the position that I'm sitting in to play it on our CRT is not very comfortable at all. But eventually I'll get myself a stand or something to put it on. I just don't want to pay for one. I would prefer to find it off the floor, or find it on the side of the road, I should say. Because it feels wrong to me that I would have a TV that I got for free, but I have to pay for the stand. Or like pay a significant amount. I want to get a cheap one. Like I tell my dad, because he has Facebook and uses Marketplace often to sell random crap. I tell him to find me like a TV stand for like an old CRT. But he hasn't found it yet, or he just forgot. And it's not like a huge deal for me. Like I don't need a TV stand this very instant, but I would like one eventually. Last little bit of items here. Set this down for a second. Modded GPA. I did this one myself. It has the translucent red shell, black buttons, USB-C modded, as well as the EverDrive GBA in there. So that's pretty cool. I got it. I played it a little bit, and I realized that I like playing on the DS a little bit more. I feel kind of bad because I ended up modding everything, but I will eventually play it more, because here's the funny thing. Like prior to getting this, I used to emulate GBA games all the time, but now that I've gotten it, like I haven't really played any GBA games. It just, my interests shifted. Maybe I got it at a bad time, but eventually I'll get back to it. 3DS. This was the new 3DS IXL. No, I lied. For some reason I thought there was an I in there. It's just the new Nintendo 3DS XL. This one I got a while back as a Christmas gift. And it's like my main DS system that I use for pretty much everything. Really good. Do I have any games? Do I have a game in here? I don't have a game in here. And then here's my Super Mario Bros. 25th Anniversary DS, which was the first video game system I got in my life. I think this was back in like 2008 or 2009. And I believe in here is Pokemon Soul Silver, which was the last game I was playing. Next up is the Nintendo Switch, which I got when I graduated uni. And then I proceeded to play Breath of the Wild for like a week straight on this bad boy. So there's that, the console. It's just the gray one, nothing too fancy. Everybody has a Switch these days. Pretty comfy console, but I pretty much only play it docked. It's only in this case because I guess I better time that I need to bring it up. But like I have this box here, and since I live in an attic, and the attic is not completely insulated because me and my dad were lazy when we were building or remodeling the house, I should say. We didn't fully insulate everything, and even if we did, attics are hard to get insulated correctly. And we have no central air in this house because the house is old as heck, which ultimately amounts to the attic getting super freaking hot during the day and pretty much not livable in. So I put a couple of items that I think I'll use into this box, and then I just like go downstairs, hang out either in the basement or my brother's room because he's not home right now. He's abroad, and then in August he goes back to uni, so he's not even in his room. So in his room he has like an air conditioning, he has a TV, and if he's not even at home right now, it's pretty much like my second room. So I just hang out in there, lay on the couch, play vidya on one of my handhelds, watch anime on the laptop. Hence why I have all the headphones in there as well. Got some games here. Interesting story. I have a lot of PS4 games nowadays. I got a handful of these from my coworker because she was moving into a new apartment or something, and she was just like, I have all these games. Hey Parz, I know you like video games. I know you're a gamer. You wanna buy some of these games? I'll bring some into work one of these days. So I took a look at her selection, and she had a pretty based selection. I got a couple of these off her. I got the original Nier Automata off her, Kingdom Hearts 3, Final Fantasy 15, Tomb Raider, Rise of the Tomb Raider, Team Sonic Racing, and Monster Hunter World, as well as a couple other games. There's like a PS2 game. But I got a couple of those which were cool. For example, Nier Automata I originally had on PC, but I picked it up here. And I got it for like highway robbery prices. She charged me like $2 a game or something, which was ridiculously cheap. So I just bought everything off her and was like, here's $20. I'll just buy the entire bag of games you brought. Just take it off your hands. So I have these. On the top, I have 2 recent racing games I got. Gran Turismo 4 and Need for Speed Carbon. PS4 games, Kingdom Hearts 1.5 and 2.5 Remix. It's currently in the console right now because I'm working on Birth by Sleep. Bloodborne, which I might play eventually. I originally tried it a while back, but like I got kind of stuck and I wasn't super invested in it, so I just like told myself I'd pick it up eventually again. Nier Automata, which I mean I've already played and beaten on PC, but I figured it'd be cool to have on console. It's not the Game of the Year edition, unfortunately. Nier Replicant, which I'll play eventually. I told myself I'd play it after I watched the Nier anime. SMT3 Nocturne Remastered. Persona 5, which was the original game. I played and beat, and then I got P5R later, and I will eventually play, I guess. It's just not super high on my priority of games to play. Because while I do enjoy P5, I would rather play and finish Persona 4 Golden or get around to finishing Persona 3 instead of, essentially playing the same game again with minor differences. Kingdom Hearts HD 2.5. For some reason, this is the EU edition. Kingdom Hearts 3. Final Fantasy 15, which I probably will never play. Tokyo Xanadu EX Plus. Ys 8. Last of Us Remastered is another game I'll never play because I don't really care for Naughty Dog. Tomb Raider and Rise of the Tomb Raider. I don't really need these because I got Tomb Raider originally, like the 2013 remake or reboot, I guess, when I got my graphics card back in 2015 on my original PC. So I have it on Steam. It was one of the first PC games I had and played. So I don't really need that. But like I said, I got it off this lady for like $2. Team Sonic Racing, Okami HD, Monster Hunter World. Not not a bunch of games that I necessarily will play, but I just got because I hoard shit, I guess. Next up here, random assortment of items here. This one is Hoshi no Kabi. Which one is this? Kagami no Daimekyu. This one right here. This was complete in box. I probably paid too much for this at Trader, but you know, when in Tokyo, you do as Tokyo. Like if you're a gaijin and you go to Akihabara, you can't not buy a retro video game. This one is Mizuido on the Japanese Dreamcast. This is a visual novel I probably will never play, but I got just because I like the OVA. Original Sonic Adventure on the Japanese Dreamcast. I like Adventure 2 a lot, like more than I probably should. Adventure 2 Battle specifically. Like it's a super jank game and I struggle to even finish it. But for some reason, like I keep coming back to Battle, so I want to play the original. Sega Rally Championship on the Sega Rally 2, which is kind of fun. Time killer game. Here's Code Veronica on the Dreamcast. I got a fancy box and it was 480 yen, which is pretty cheap. Shenmue, because I think it's a requirement that everybody who has a Dreamcast owns Sonic Adventure and Shenmue. This one's still sealed. I got it when I originally imported the console. Tokimeki Memorial Forever With You on the Sega Saturn here. I got this one for obvious reasons. I've played the Super Famicom version that was translated, but I got the Saturn one because Tim Rogers told me to. Here's Enemy Zero on the Sega Saturn. I don't know why I got this game, to be completely honest with you. I shouldn't have paid like 900 yen for it. And here's the interesting thing. Like, I saw this game and I'm like, I know I've seen this game somewhere else before. And I couldn't put my finger on it. But then, like, I looked on YouTube later that day. And I was like, shit. This was a video that that Happy Video Game... what was his name? Happy Video Game Nerd. That was what he went by. But it's Derek Alexander, who runs the channel now, Stop Skeletons from Fighting, which I'm very fond of. But he did a video review of Enemy Zero because what's his name? Did it. The same guy, Kenji Eno. Kenji Eno was the guy who did this. And Kenji Eno was also the dude who did D and D2. You know, Derek's a big fan of Kenji Eno. And that's why I know this game. And like, I bought it because I subconsciously remembered that YouTube video. Final Fantasy VII International on the PlayStation, in the Japanese version, curiously enough. For those who are interested in it, Thor High Heels did a video about this, the International Edition specifically. But I believe... Where is it? There's like a special disc 4 or something like that has a bunch of extra items in here. It's like a bonus disc, if I could find it. But it came with all the inserts and stuff, which was cool. But to summarize, I think as far as I remember, the International Edition of Final Fantasy VII includes like a bonus disc with a lot of extra stuff like concept art, extra lore stuff, that kind of thing. It was a re-release, which included a lot of the fixes from the international version, but it was made for the Japanese market. So calling it Final Fantasy VII International is kind of weird since it's the Japanese version. Super Mario Galaxy on the Wii. I got this one when I heard that the Super Mario All-Stars was being delisted, so I was like, screw it. I'm gonna buy this. I didn't pay $19 for it, luckily enough, but I got this one because I'm like, that's like the only game of the All-Stars collection that I haven't played, and I would prefer to have the Wii one because I don't care about emulating like GameCube and I've already played Mario 64. Like those games you can emulate pretty fine, but I'm like kind of sketched out about emulating Wii, especially games with heavy emphasis on motion controls. And I have a Wii, so I figured I might as well just get the fit game physically. These are a couple of RCA cables here, or component cables. Are they component? Composite cables, I should say. Which are here, they go there. I can't remember which console this is for. I think it's the. I actually think it's the Dreamcast. Because the PS2, I have the HD Retrovision composite cables, I believe. Component cables, crap, I keep mixing them up. The PS2 has component cables, everything else is composite, because composite is comfy as fuck. This is like an composite to HDMI adapter, which doesn't really work as well as I thought it would. But I originally got this because YouTube user That White Hand for a while was uploading videos with a camcorder, and this is how he did it with one of these bad boys. And I'm like, I have a camcorder, or at least my mom did, so maybe I would use it for that purpose eventually, and I never did. I got some DS games here. First one is actually not a DS game. It's Sonic Advance in a DS case. The actual cartridge in there. Pokemon. Which one is this one? This is Pokemon White too. And then I have regular. This one's in Japanese. Pokemon White. Pokemon Soul Silver. This is Soul Silver has a story behind it. There's the case down here. The last friend I ever had in middle school gave me his copy, or like a spare copy of Pokemon Soul Silver, including the Pokewalker and the game itself. Now it's worth a ton of money, but I can't bring myself to ever consider selling it because it has a immense nostalgic value intrinsic to my copy of the game. Pokemon Pearl. The Legend of Zelda Spirit Tracks, which was actually my first Zelda game. I used to rent this game from at least my region of the United States version of Blockbuster. I never beat it, but I got it. I bought it again just for nostalgic purposes. Professor Layton and the Diabolical Box, another nostalgic game that I got. I used to rent this one a lot. 999, 9 person, 9 hours, 9 doors. This one has a custom printed case art, because when I originally bought this from I got it like from GameStop's website, and the problem with GameStop is that they will just send you games in like a DVD case with no art and no manual, but they won't say that on the website. So I bought a bunch of I didn't buy them, but for example, when I got the DS, it came with 2 shovelware games. One of them was Are You Smarter Than a 5th Grader, and whatever the other one was, Brain Age or something. So I took the cartridges out, dumped the cartridges, dumped the manuals, and I kept the case so then I could put actual games that I care about in the cases. Mario Kart DS, which is objectively the best Mario Kart. Lego Star Wars, The Complete Saga, which is the first game I ever beat. And then Pokemon Soul Silver, the box. In this M&M's tin, I have a handful of DS games, mostly just like crap and stuff. As well as some of the games my brother used to have, like Madden, Smash Bros, Zelda Link Between Worlds. I mean, you'll see most of the important games. I have the boxes over here. But it's just a bunch of random little games in there, loose cartridges. In this Santa box, Santa tin, I should say. Let's see. I believe I have Super Famicom games in here. Super Mario Kart and Super Mario World. And then plugged into the console itself is Hoshino Kabi Superstar. Move this over. Take a swig of water. I have the special editions of Kingdom Hearts 1.5 and 2.5 on the PS3 here. One of these includes an art book. The other one includes like a little pin or something that I threw somewhere and I probably lost. Kingdom Hearts 2.8 on the PS4, limited edition as well. I got these stupid cheap on eBay a while back. I forgot how much I paid for them. It was in total like it was $30 or something. Somewhere ballpark. On the Super Famicom, 2 boxed games I have. Actually, I lied. I have 3. The other one's somewhere on the other side of the room for some reason. Super Famicom. This one is Super Puyo Puyo. And then Hoshinokabi Superstar, which I mentioned before. The box is a little screwed up, but it has the manual and everything in there. PS3. Eco and Shadow of the Colossus collection up there. Final Fantasy 13, which I'll show you this one briefly. Let me get it out. I think this is the one I did. Yeah, I used the Japanese box art for this one. It was a custom printed one as well as Valkyria Chronicles. Valkyria Chronicles is one of those games I got from eBay, and like I said, they just shipped it in a regular DVD box. Metal Gear Solid collection there. Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. Dengenki Bunko Fighting Climax, like I mentioned earlier. That one is a really fun game. Like, I don't take fighting games super seriously. Like, I play Melty Blood. I play Dengenki Bunko Fighting Climax. Just because I think they're amusing to, like, play as like Kirino from Orihimo in this game, and like have your secondary character, like your backup character, like a Boogie Pop or something. I think it's hilarious, and I don't take it too seriously. Idolmaster 2, and which one is this? Idolmaster. One for All. On the PS3, imported ones as well. I got these 2 Uncharted games here really cheap. This one still has a sticker for 99 cents. Another one I got for $1 the other day. First 2 games. I'll get the third one eventually, just for completionist purposes. I might play them eventually, like I said, but then again, I don't like Naughty Dog games, and I don't really care for their overly cinematic prestige video game style. But I mean, it was $1. I think it's also kind of hilarious that I got the game for $1. Ni no Kuni Wrath of the White Witch is a game I probably will never play. And then Dark Souls on the PS3 down there that I might get to eventually, but I also might not. I'm not a huge Souls game player. I've never played a Souls game, to be completely honest, besides Bloodborne for maybe like an hour. I'm just not a huge fan of difficult games. I might play Elden Ring because I hear you could cheese it, and I'm pretty big on how the aesthetic looks of that one. But I'm not a huge. I'm not too into difficult games. I'm bad at video games. I don't like action games a whole ton. But then again, I have muscled through Kingdom Hearts 2 and Metal Gear Rising. But, I mean, those aren't terribly difficult either. Up here, the last of my gaming stuff, at least for now. 2 Amiibo, Cat, Peach, and Pikachu. I got these way back when Amiibo was still kind of a thing. I don't really use them for anything other than like a little display piece. 3DS boxed games. I have Majora's Mask 3D. As well, I also have Ocarina of Time 3D, excuse me, but that one I got digitally, which I sort of regret. Link Between Worlds below that. Corpse Party, which I don't really care for. I played it a little bit and I gave up. Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate. Smash Bros. 3D. Pokemon Moon. Animal Crossing New Leaf. Xenoblade Chronicles 3D, which curiously enough was the reason I initially asked for a new 3DS, and then I ended up getting the definitive edition. You'll see in a second. Mario Kart 7, Fire Emblem Awakening, and then Fire Emblem Fates Birthright, Final Fantasy 3 on the original DS, Lego Star Wars 3, as well as Mario Hoops 3-on-3. And then up there I have Super Mario 64. This is just a custom Japanese artwork here that I intended to put the R4 card in here. So I just used the spare case and printed up something random. Some Vita games here. I got Persona 4 Golden, of course. It's kind of a requirement. Anyone with a Vita has to have that game. I got Color X Malice because for like a hot minute there, I got it into the idea of playing an otome game, and I kind of like the art of this one. But I literally have never plugged this game into my Vita. Gravity Rush, which is a game a lot of people like. I hate it. I don't like controlling it at all. I feel disgusting playing it, and I can't get into it. And then below that is Hatsune Miku Project Diva F2 specifically. I think that's the Japanese version there. Then I got my Switch games, in no particular order. I don't order any of these, by the way, as you can see. Actually, I completely skipped over my PS2 games. I'll get to that. Gomen nasai. I sort of order these in like kind of the order that I like them, and that's about it. Maybe I group games of similar genres and franchises together, but whatever. Breath of the Wild. It's the first game I got on the Switch, of course, like pretty much like everybody else. Interesting thing about this, like I was meditating on this the other day, as well as after watching like the 10th video about like the 10th YouTube video essay about Breath of the Wild, and I realized that the reason why I bounced off this game, because I never beat it, like I played it for like 50 hours and then I kind of gave up, is because the game is like so open-ended, and like how a lot of people have said in YouTube video essays, that there's a lot in the game to do, but very little reward for doing so, other than kind of like it's a make your own fun kind of game, which is kind of cool, but I don't think it's as rewarding as a sandbox as like something like Minecraft, let's say. So to me, it kind of reminded me of something that my dad used to tell me about, because there was a time when he was growing up that he worked on an apple orchard over the summer, and at the end of the summer, the uncle that he was working for at the apple orchard told them that they weren't getting paid, and that everything that they worked for in the summer, like all the money that they would have earned, went for the food and like the lodging that he provided them, and it was like working for free essentially, and he never worked at that apple orchard again over the summer. And that reminds me of Breath of the Wild, because it's a lot of like, it reminds me of like a job that you work for that you don't get paid for. It's like an unpaid internship version of a game, because it's a lot of fun when you're making the fun yourself, but when you expect a reward for doing so, you don't really get that. So I had a lot of fun with the mechanics of the game, and once the magic sort of wore off, then I realized that there wasn't like a whole lot there. It's like incentivizing me to continue, and it became a bit of a chore. I might get back to it eventually and just like make a straight shot for the final boss, fight Ganon, because I did make a decent headway into the game. It's just that I bounced off it, like I said. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Like I've played like 1,000 hours of Mario Kart DS and Mario Kart Double Dash, but like I can't get into Mario Kart 8 or 7. Like they just feel weird and they look wrong to me, like they're too shiny. I mean, it's still kind of fun, but I can't get into it the same way like I do with DS. Like I could sit down and I know DS like the back of my hand. 13 Sentinels, Aegis Rim, another Atlas visual novel thing. Tactics Ogre Reborn, which I sort of regret getting because I know I probably will never play it. Metroid Dread, which I played like 99% of infamously.
I never beat Ravenbeak. I just like kind of gave up before I even started that fight. I'm not a huge Metroid fan. I've played Fusion, and I thought it was cool for the atmosphere, but it got uh, kind of frustrating, I guess, and I don't really like that in games. That's not why I play them. So I just played it until I had my fill, and then I kind of just put it down. Super Mario Odyssey, Super Mario 3D World, and Bowser's Fury, Pokemon Shining Pearl, another game I don't know why I bought. Pokemon Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition. I think this game is like unironically one of the best games most beautiful games I've seen in my life. It looks so good in terms of like art direction. Like I look at the game and I'm in the world, and I'm like, holy shit, dude, this is like so big and cool. I played like half of the game and then I put it down because it's so long. I'll get back to it eventually, but it's so like I don't know, dude. Like there's something about AAA games that are released nowadays. Like I recently played a Resident Evil 4 remake, and like the game looks good, but it doesn't, like, to me it doesn't look as good as Xenoblade Chronicles. Like Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition looks like jaw-dropping, phenomenal. Like it's just much more grand in terms of its presentation. But enough of rambling about that. Fire Emblem Three Houses, another game I don't know why I bought. Probably just because it's discussed a lot and it's pretty popular. I'm not even a huge Fire Emblem fan. I played Awakening and thought it was kind of mid. I like Birthright because you could talk to people and you build like a little fort. Like I beat both of those, but I have no desire to play Three Houses. And I have SMT5, which I probably am never going to play, even though I have this Steelbox version of. Only reason I say that is because the Switch version is pretty bad, all things considered. And I was waiting for them to port it to PC or something. And then below that, I have Akiba's Strip, Undead and Undressed, I believe, the special edition with the box set and everything. Ugh. And that's about it for the video games. Other than that is my PS4, which is downstairs, and that's just a console. Everybody has a PS4, so they know what it looks like. And before I forget, let me discuss the PS2 collection right here that I seemingly skipped over initially. Here we go. We got, in no particular order, Resident Evil 4, which is probably like the worst version of it, but that's the version I played. Metal Gear Solid 2. Kinetica, which is a weird game that I had never heard of, and it looked kind of cool, so I picked it up. Need for Speed Underground, the first one. Midnight Club, just the first one. Gran Turismo 3 A-Spec. Killzone, which is one I got from my coworker really cheap. Soul Calibur 2. I intended to play it with my brother because he's kind of into fighting games, like casually, but he's also like has this weird latent beginner skill to him that like he could just, or also I'm probably just bad, but like he's actually pretty decent at fighting games, but like literally never trained at all in them. Sonic Mega Collection Plus, which is a pretty cool collection there. You can't probably really see it now. Actually, if I put on the light, there we go. Sly Cooper, the first game on PS2. Ratchet and Clank, which is the first game I bought, but I never intended to play because I don't know, it just doesn't interest me, those collectathons. And then Katamari Damacy, which is pretty fun. I remember I played and beat that one. Next to that, I have Zone of the Enders, which is a game that I think looks really cool and I intend to play it soon. The Bouncer. Kingdom Hearts 2 final. This is actually not the final mix. This is just a regular version of Kingdom Hearts 2. But it's another one where I printed the cover art, so I have the Japanese cover art. As you can see, I didn't like cut it correctly, so it's a little short. But it's just a regular version of Kingdom Hearts 2, but I put the final mix art because I think it looks cool. Dirge of Cerberus, which I desperately wanted to get into because as like kind of unironically, because the aesthetic went really hard, but I just couldn't stand playing it. I just couldn't get into it.
Star Ocean, the end until the end, till the end of time. Xenosaga, which is a game that I desperately want to play soon. Yuki Kajiura Music, Monolith Soft. It's basically a playable cutscene, and I don't really mind that too much. I want to get into that. And then Devil May Cry, the original. I played a little bit of Devil May Cry, but like I was sitting on the floor and I couldn't like stand sitting on the floor, so I also have the HD collection on PC, so I'm probably gonna play it there. But that's the PS2 stuff for the most. I think that's everything actually. There. But that's the PS2 stuff for the most. I think that's everything actually. Okay, this is future Parz coming at you with a little bit of an informal type of thing, but I just want to showcase that I did move a lot of stuff around since recording and editing, which is understandable since I recorded a lot of this towards the end of August, early September, and right now it is like October 27th or something. I've been procrastinating editing this forever, but I moved around my video game section right now, so the shelf that was over there is now here, and I got this television stand for my CRT, which actually is really cool since it like rotates a little bit, so like I could rotate it to be sideways and I could sit in my chair and play Vidya, and I've actually played a decent amount of retro games on my PS2 this way. Down here I also wanted to mention I got my PS2. This is my free McBoot memory card here, and I'm running open PS2 loader and all that good stuff. I have the PS2 wired up with this old Cat 5e cable back here. You probably can't really see it, but I'm playing games off a Samba share that I have on my Windows computer, and it's pretty sick. Also, I got this VHS player. It has a DVD player as well, but the DVD is broken. The VHS works. I might have mentioned that in the video. But I just wanted to mention this updated video game setup here. I got some games down here. The Wrestler store down here, as well as like spare PS3 controllers, all that good stuff. But otherwise, it's pretty much the same. After the video game section right here, in my desk area, this is my, I guess like my sleeping quarters, or at least the sleeping section of the room. Right here, obviously, is my mattress, twin-sized. It's just on the floor. I actually have an order for whatchamacallit, like a bed frame, like a little thingy to raise it up, which I didn't really want to get, but my parents suggested that I should get one anyways. But for like the past year and change, my mattress has just been on the floor. You know, I mean, it's nothing too fancy. It's just a mattress. I will say it was a pain in the ass to get this thing up the stairs. The logistics of this house are kind of screwed up, and like the stairs coming up to the attic are really, it's a really tight fit. So getting this up was a miracle, and that's why like once I got it up, I'm like, screw it, just gonna put it on the floor. I don't want to worry about bringing up a box spring or whatever, because I just end up throwing out the old box spring. But I digress. Right here's nothing too fancy. Got some clothes. I have my Saikano hoodie in here somewhere. That's probably the only interesting thing. Here we go. It's the Blessing Software staff hoodie. And I also got these Yamada Ryo shorts, which I've worn a few times, but otherwise it's just a bunch of boring clothes. A blanket, some pajama pants, sweaters, more pajama pants. The box under it is storage. Nothing really too interesting in there. I think I just have a bunch of like pens and stationery stuff. Here's like a blanket. It's sort of a closet, not really. I just put a bunch of boxes and shit in here, as well as like my heater, another Dakimakura pillow, which I bought when I got this one right here, like the inner filling actually. It's just like general storage stuff, nothing too fancy. Same story over there. That's like the clothes closet, which I'm not going to show for the sake of brevity. This video is already going to be long enough. Probably wondering what this is right here. This is the Takagaki Kaede Dakimakura. This is the current cover that I have on here. I'm like 70% sure this is not a bootleg. I was initially a little bit more confident in saying that it was not a bootleg when I filmed Daki Quest on my second channel. But in the time since, I noticed that there was some like staining right here that happened really, really quickly, as well as like some minor damage to the pillow. And like I'm just sleeping with like a t-shirt and shorts. There's no reason why there should have been something like that unless like my nails scratched it, but I don't typically keep my nails too long. But like in terms of the quality, it's good. It feels much better than my previous Dakimakura cover bootleg that I had. The artist for this one is Pito Mizu. You can find their stuff. I purchased this one on Yahoo Japan auctions for a pretty decent price. So even if it was a bootleg, it was still a fine price for a bootleg. Other two interesting things are these two plushies, which typically do not reside on this bed. I keep them elsewhere, but for the sake of this video and like just keeping things organized, I'm including them on the bed. Because off to the other side of the room, I'm motioning to the left, but it might be on the right for you. That I was doing a bit of organizing since I'm recording this video on multiple days, and I figured like I would move a couple things around just to make it a little bit more conducive to actually recording a video and not just having a bunch of boxes and shit laying around, because it's not exactly the most organized room in the world. But anyways, another digression. We got a Hatsune Miku plushie I got from a convention last year. I'm not exactly sure if there's anything special about this one. It's just it's just a Hatsune Miku plushie from Taito. Nothing too intense there. And then I got a flan, one of those Nesoberi. I'm like 90% sure this is not like a real Nesoberi. It was another convention thing. But it's made in a similar style. It's from Sega. And I got that one from a convention as well. Over here, I got a curtain, and then on top of it, I have a Pikachu blanket, just because I don't like sunlight. I'm really, I guess, sensitive to sunlight. Like in terms of when it comes to sleeping, if it's like any degree of like sunlight or noise or like temperature is like off, my like preferred ideal or like my optimal zone of being comfy, I can't sleep. I have a lot of trouble sleeping, so like I have these like over here on this window as well. I had multiple blankets, but I just try to keep the sunlight out so I'm able to sleep a decent amount of time without waking up. And it's also to keep the sunlight out for just in general living in darkness, which is more comfy in my opinion. Posters, which I'm gonna have in a separate section. It might be before, it might be after, I haven't decided, but I'll explain the posters in due time, do not worry. Nothing too fancy over there. There's supposed to be like a cover on this little heater thing, but it fell off and I haven't cared to put it back on. The heater thing barely works. The guy we paid didn't do too good of a job. I got some laptops here. This is my old HP. Model number doesn't really matter. I don't think they don't make it anymore. I've had this computer for a long ass time. It's an HP Envy M6, it says on here. But I've had this laptop. This was the first computer I ever had. I bought it back when I was in middle school. When I graduated 8th grade, actually, I got it. So I've had it for nearly a decade now, and it's been a bit of a workhorse, I guess. It wasn't very good when I got it. It was barely able to play a lot of the games I wanted, hence why I ended up upgrading to a gaming PC pretty quickly after that. Like it was barely able to handle Team Fortress 2 at a reasonable frame rate on like lower settings. This was the computer I first got into Linux with, and now it's running Ubuntu Mate, like an older version because I haven't updated it for the sake of nostalgia. It's still running a mechanical hard drive in there. Um, I guess that's about it with this computer. Nothing too crazy. I think I upgraded the RAM. It has like 8 GB of RAM now instead of what it came out of the box with. Eventually, when the hard drive dies, I'm gonna toss an SSD in there, but that's about it for this one. Though, I guess the important thing to note with this computer is that it's the one I have hooked up to this TV right here. HDMI cable going in, and then I got the charger over here, and I have it on top of this box because like I slide it back and forth, slide it closer to over here, because I sit right there. I put a couple pillows, I prop them up, I have the laptop there, I plug my headphones into there, and then I watch it on the TV, and that's how I binge watch a lot of anime or movies or whatever I'm watching. So this is a laptop I use pretty frequently to watch anime on. Below that is an old Dell computer, which actually is really dusty. I think this is one of those old Latitude ones. Let's see. Model number Latitude E5500, running Windows XP, even though it says it comes with Vista. I got this one from work because these were like from 3 generations ago, or even more. It's more than a decade old for my job, and they recycle a lot of computers. And I know the guy who works in the repair depot area, and he's in charge of the whatchamacallit, like the recycling of these things. And sometimes he's just like, yeah, I ask him for random shit sometimes, like different cables, like this computer. I asked him, like, are you going to get these recycled? And he's like, yeah, probably. And I asked him if I could have one. So he was like, yeah, screw it. Just take it. Because there was a ton of them. And it's not like they get much money for them. Anyways. Headphones here. These are the Sennheiser HD6XX, which I got from drop.com a couple Black Fridays ago. I originally was not very fond of these headphones, but over the time they've grown on me immensely. They're probably my go-to over-ear headphones whenever I use them. And the only problem I have is with over-ear headphones is that they don't block sound and they leak sound a lot. For my purposes, I don't particularly mind leaking sound since I live up here by myself. But a big concern is like allowing ambient sound in, because if like there's cars going by or there's a bunch of dogs barking, or I don't know, like someone's listening to music next door in their garage, then it's gonna annoy me. So I use these like at night when people aren't gonna be making too much noise, but otherwise I try to use in-ear monitors for that purpose. They're on top of, these are both on top of a box from like I think it's a Newegg box or something. Extraneous detail that I didn't even need to mention. I think there's like just random cables and shit in there. Maybe a couple old textbooks, but nothing too interesting. More clothes stuff, got like underwear in there. This is where I used to keep the PS4, but it's currently not here. It's downstairs. But this is where I would have the PS4. There's a Ethernet cable back there that I would plug it into. IKEA lamp. Moving onwards, I got a copy of Shadow the Hedgehog on the PS2, and I use it here. This copy it doesn't really matter what copy I use or what disc I use for this, but I put this case right here so I could block the Vizio logo that lights up, because I swear to God, dude, this will keep me up. Like if I'm just laying in bed and like I turn over and I see that Vizio light, it would just distract me too much. Similar thing over there when I go to sleep. I put my Koishi Fumo in front of one of the monitor lights that just like blinks, because it's that much to aggravate me before going to sleep. Here is a no-name Wii HDMI converter that I haven't even tried yet. But I got this like stupid cheap off Amazon, and I wanted to see if it worked. TV remote for the Vizio TV, which I'll touch on in a second. Earplugs for purposes that I've already kind of alluded to, but it's just because I like to sleep in complete silence. Got some manga here for before bed reading. On top, Berserk Volume 17, which is the volume I'm currently on. Got this one right here, which is an interesting one. It's called Maniac Road, which I initially thought was one of those like original English language manga or something, but it's not actually. I don't know the publisher, but it's a manga about this like hobby shop in Akihabara, and they're gonna take over the world. Uh, it has a lot to do with like plastic models. It seems pretty cool. I mean, the manga itself is not that good, but the premise and like what they talk about is pretty interesting, I guess. And it's only 3 volumes long, so it's a pretty decent read. And here is the last volume of Maniac Road. And last but not least, I have Yofukashi no Uta, volume 6, which is the one I'm on. I've had this one on hold for a while. I mean, it was a pretty comfy manga when I was reading it. I think I started it last summer, right into the fall. I read a decent amount. But one of the things that bothered me with this manga is that the panels are like terrible. Like the layout is terrible, I should say. Like it's just a bunch of like rectangle panels. And once I saw this and I noticed it, I couldn't stop thinking about it because literally every panel is like that. And every page looks pretty much the same. And like the story itself and like the atmosphere is pretty good. But like the layout was enough to bother me, and that's why I put it down. I do want to pick it up and finish it because I did enjoy it, or not necessarily finish it, but like catch up. I should probably talk about this TV here. So this TV I picked up on the side of the road for free. There was a sign someone put on it that just said "Works, take me" or something like that, and I was like, Vizio, I know that brand. So I picked up this TV. And at the time, I was moving into my apartment in university. So this was a couple years ago. And I was in the market for a television anyways. And I was like, I'll pick this one up. I don't need anything too fancy. As long as it's like HD, like 720p, I'll be happy with it. And this TV ended up being probably one of the best things that I own. And I'll explain why in a second. But it was largely because it was free. But I ended up using this for a number of years. I featured it in my last room tour and when I was in uni. But I don't know what the exact model is actually. I don't know if it even says it on here. But I think this was fairly popular because I saw another one at a garage sale a while back. But this TV is great because it has literally every input like I could ever want and then some. Like it has S-video. We have some composite there. In the back, I believe it has a VGA input, 2 or 3 HDMI inputs. It has an audio jack, but on this one the audio jack doesn't work, but it would theoretically allow like audio pass through and be able to play through the speakers of here, like if you connect your laptop or something or whatever. It also has a component, so I'm able to plug in my PS2 and have some of those nice visuals there. I'm not sure what else it has. I think there's another component cable or a composite input in there. And it also has like optical audio and stuff. This like has everything. It's kind of ridiculous, like how versatile of a TV it is. So honestly, this is the best TV I have. It claims that it's 1080p, but I think it's 1080i. But for my purposes, I don't care. Especially since that laptop that I plug it into all the time is one of those like meme resolutions of 1366 or something like that. Which is like, for all intents and purposes, like 720p. But anyways, that's the TV. Back there, I got a wireless charger for my phone. Some random items here. A Lord of the Rings box set, because I'm going to start reading it again. This is a thing that I don't know what to do with. I got this from my orthodontist. There's like important stuff in there, like molds for my retainers and stuff like that. But I don't know where to put it. Because I don't want to put it in my closet, because I'm like, it might get moldy or something in there. And we don't have room in the bathroom, and I don't trust that one of my parents wouldn't throw that away. So I just keep it there. A Dell desktop computer, which was the computer that my family had for a long time. They were actually using this computer up until like a couple years ago. like as like the main house computer. I used to play a ton of Flash games and stuff on there. So I just brought it upstairs. Maybe I'd find a use for it, but honestly, I don't think I'm going to use it, so I might just dump it, recycle it or something. Uh, Now my family uses a ThinkPad T420, of course, under the, uh, like it was something that I suggested that they get, because they were looking like, hey, we need a laptop. What should we get? And I'm like, ThinkPad. Some winter slippers there, but obviously I'm not using them because it's the middle of summer. Closet there, and then I guess last but not least, or maybe it is least. It's not too interesting. It's just a bunch of clothes. Like, these are like undershirts. Got a Street Fighter T-shirt, a bunch of random T-shirts there. Stuff that is supposed to go into here in my drawers, but I don't have room in my drawers right now. And then some like extraneous winter clothes that I currently don't have in my closet, just because my closet is small and it doesn't allow for enough clothes. So I have like these as storage, like overflow, I guess. And that's about it for this part of the room. All right, now the time you might have been waiting for, the physical media corner of my room. We're gonna move in, approach it sort of like in this direction, since the more interesting stuff's over here and it sort of tapers off towards the end. Hopefully the lighting is good. Last time I did try to record a room tour in this corner, the lighting was awful, so I put this little IKEA lamp there, and hopefully that gives enough, because I have like one light fixture off to my right hand side, probably your left, and then other than that, there's another one, but it's on the other side of the curtain, and it doesn't really get over here. But anyways, I have some crap right here. This is not really too interesting. It's just a lot of miscellaneous items: scissors, rulers, miscellaneous office supplies. And then on the drawer, the so-called drawer below it, there's a couple other random miscellaneous old tech items, like old gaming mice. I think I have my Osu tablet in there somewhere. This used to be in my old desk, but after I upgraded and I got this IKEA thing going, I don't have any drawers anymore, and I've already gotten rid of the desk. I put it outside. So the junk man or trash collector dude can pick it up. Someone picked it up, but I still had crap in the drawer, so I held on to those. So they've just been kind of sitting there, and then I got the little Shiba Inu up there. Not too interesting here. This is like clothes, container 1, container 2, mostly fall and winter items that I took out of my closet just to make room and stuff. Nothing too fancy there. Though I will note that in this corner is where I intended to have a D12 to display anime figures. Currently, right now, it's the middle of summer, even though it's not too hot right now. Typically, during the summer, it gets really hot, and then in my attic, it's maybe like a plus 10 degrees on that. So it can easily reach into the hundreds up here on bad days, I guess. So I don't like to store anime figures up here. That's why you don't really see any. They're currently downstairs in my brother's room, alongside my vinyl records. I think I mentioned this earlier, but I'll just to reiterate it again, just in case people skip around. But this is where the D12 will go once I purchase it. It's just that I haven't had like a right time to get it, because when I do want to get it, it's like, oh crap, it's about to be summer, and then at that time I take everything downstairs anyways, and then during the winter I probably past my mind, there's other shit thinking about. But anyways, right now on top of this, I just have some random manga that was on the floor over here, but then I realized I should probably just throw it up there. These are mostly miscellaneous, like single volumes manga I don't give a crap about. Sample stuff I got for free. Manga that I got a volume 1, 2 here or there, and I don't really care about collecting. I might get rid of these eventually. But I won't spend too much time on these. A couple random shonen stuff. I got some duplicates mainly in there, like the Akunohana up there. Some random stuff, another duplicate of Sonobisk doll. And then on this other side, some more stuff, shonen. This is actually interesting. These are the Shana light novels. They published a few Viz, did actually in English. Nagato Yuki-chan, I hated the anime, so I didn't really feel like collecting anymore. A couple interesting ones there, like Comic Party. It's kind of hard to find volumes because it's a Tokyo Pop one. Kokoro Connect, I'd rather get the light novel, but unfortunately, I don't think they have a physical release of the light novel. I do know that, what are they called? Uh, what's that one light novel distribution online? I forgot what it's called. It's escaping me, but they do a lot of other stuff like Infinite Denogram and stuff like that. But they were releasing of like I didn't know this, but like they silently released like the entirety of Kokoro Connect, the light novel in English, but it's only digitally, unfortunately. A couple of other things in here, random stuff, and then down here I got 3 volumes, well, 2 volumes of Shonen Jump in English and 1 volume of Shoujo Beat in English. Because for a brief while in the 2000s, especially after the popularity of Naruto and One Piece, Bleach, stuff like that, they published a couple of these Shonen Jumps. They're not the same ones as they published in Japan. The Japanese ones are significantly thicker. But those were, I'm assuming, were random selection of stuff that they assumed was popular, but might not necessarily have been actually releasing simultaneously in Japan, but whatever. Bath and body stuff I got for Christmas, but I don't open because I don't like to use any fragrances. This is Nazca, the Valley of the Wind. This one's interesting because you read it left to right as opposed to right to left, like typically with manga. Like it's published like a comic book, I guess. I read the original. I've read this already digitally, but I got this one because it was interesting, and I think it was in a bargain bin or something. But I'd rather get the box set for Nazca. And then a couple other random stuff in there, binders that don't have anything in them. Alright, moving over to this corner over here. I have, firstly, a framed picture of 9S and 2B there from Nier Automata. It's one of those like 11 by 17 prints I got at a Artist Alley in a convention. I don't necessarily think this art like warrants being framed. It's nice, don't get me wrong, but I can think of a couple other things I would rather have framed, but this is one that I have framed as like a placeholder, I guess, just to not have an empty frame laying around. There's a couple other things I do want to frame, but for a couple of reasons, they are not in frames right now, and it's kind of a funny story, so I'll talk about that when I get around to it over there. But otherwise, it's just propped behind a random little thingy, one of those little mail, I don't know, stationary thing, not stationary, but like mail accessory holder things that people get given gifts of on Christmas and stuff. So I got like my watches in here. I got a couple Casio digital watches. All I think it's the F91W or whatever model, but it's like that one. I got a couple of those in there. And then random stuff, wallet, another phone case I think back there, and then retainer, spare retainer, quarters, batteries, random crap. And right there, Reimu is sitting on a box for my Seiko watch, which my parents gave me for Christmas last year. I don't exactly remember the model off the top of my head, but it's a really nice watch. Not the top of the line Seiko. It's there's Seiko and then there's Grand Seiko. It's just a regular Seiko, but it's still really nice. Then over here, I got a couple of things you probably want to know about the Fumo. I almost tripped over my fan cable. I got some Fumos here, and they're mostly propped up against a couple of random stuff. Like these guys are sitting on top of a HP Lovecraft collection. I think back there I got some random figures. I don't have a lot of figures up here right now. I mentioned in an earlier segment that my figures are in my brother's room right now because I live in an attic, and the attic is not properly insulated, as you can see. Well, it's like half insulated. It ends right here. And even if it was fully insulated, I don't know how good it would do necessarily because we don't have central air in this house. But regardless, it gets hot up here. And I think that, like, it's not a good idea to have anime figures kept in a place that's hot. Obviously, because they're made out of PVC, and even if not, there's paint and paint peeling, paint chipping, not even directly being exposed to sunlight. Because, like, up here in the attic, like on bad days, like when it's in the 90s outside, it can easily warm up hotter in here because it's kind of like a car, that it like bakes because the sun hits the roof and it makes the inside even hotter. And then since there's no real like good ventilation unless I open every single window up here, and even then it will like the ventilation won't always happen because if there's no wind, then there's no air movement. So it just ends up getting really hot in here like a car during the summer, um, easily into the hundreds. So obviously I'm not up here, and I don't want to have my figures up here either, because as well as my vinyl records, because I suspect those are the things that will be more likely to warp and bend and have bad stuff happen to them and exposed to prolonged periods of heat. But these guys are cool. So I just have my Fumo collection here. Majority of these are from recent Ami Ami purchases. I haven't necessarily gotten every Fumo, but I've gotten the Fumos that I care about. Uh, and then a few others, like I got the Pikachu right there when I went to go visit Tokyo Skytree. I got a plushie of that to commemorate the experience, I guess. A little souvenir, a little omiyage. Uh, but yeah, otherwise they're sitting on a couple of random figures, like a couple of Love Live figures. I got a Nendoroid, a couple of pop-up. Are these pop-up parade? Yeah, pop-up parades. You know, they're like a dime a dozen prize figures, so I don't really care too much. But that one's a Suiginto, and I think this one over here is a Megumin. Yukinoshita Yukino, Yazawa Niko. And then these guys are propped up on top of my Monogatari box set. I got box set 1 and 2. I don't have the third one because I kind of stopped reading it towards the end of box set 1 and I haven't gotten around to reading more. I did like the light novel, but I kind of fell off light novels in general, like as a medium. Uh, I used to read a lot when at my previous job because I really didn't do much, but nowadays I don't really have too much reading time, and when I do, I just read manga or play video games, do other things. Here is a Tokisaki Kurumi body pillow that I got at or body pillow cover, I should say. I got at a convention from a local artist. I don't have that on my deki right now. I have the Takagaki Kaede Piromizu one, I believe from C95, but I might be wrong. But I have one of those on there right now. I suppose that's a problem, and that's why I only have three. I have three daki covers. I have the Tokisaki Kurumi. I have a Yukino Shita Yukino, which is the one that you saw previously on my old room tour video that was on there for a long time. That was also a bootleg one. And then obviously the Takagaki Kaede one. But when you have a daki, especially unless you have like a really huge bed, you can only really afford to have one like actual pillow on there. Otherwise you're just drowning in pillows and then you don't know where to put pillows and it becomes a huge mess. So like, I mean, you could hang them up too, but I don't really have too much wall space, as you can see. But regardless, I just have them folded up in random places. Then moving on over here, I got a couple of random books, nothing really too interesting, I guess. This was the last purchase I got. It was Alice in Wonderland. I got at a discount, and then a couple of random ones. Neuromancer, 1984. I believe this one, Notes from the Underground, right there. Snow Crash, and then a couple of Nietzsche. And then below that is manga for Akunohana, the full collection. The manga. I don't really read too much. I've only read a couple of those. Probably not going to read too many more. It's just stuff I picked up and with the intention of maybe reading one day, but might not necessarily be interested in anymore. But yeah, it's just off in the little corner right there. And then under here, there are a couple of items. I don't want to move the Fumo too much. This is an Ami Ami little like slip that comes with your packages and has cool art, and I usually hang on to them, put them in random parts of my room. A couple of the random things right here. And then I have the Vapors here. Back in the day, the Ben Saint Kickstarter there, so I have Vapors 1 and 2. And then, obviously we got the Fumo here. You can take a look. I'm going to get close so you can get intimidated watching their stares. Comfy Alice. And this Fumo, and then back here I have a couple of poster tubes. I don't think there's anything in this one right here, but in that one right there I have a Data Live wall scroll, but I don't have room for it right now. That was one that used to be in my apartment and was showcased in my previous room tour. And then below I have two of these shelves I got from Target or something a while back. And I have mostly sorted, or at least sorted in a way that makes sense to me, but not necessarily in any alphabetical order. Various manga, light novels, actual novels, stuff like that. So I'll start going here and then I'll go that way and work my way around. First up right here, I got my light novels, mainly in this shelf right here. I used to be a big light novel guy, like I said. In my previous job, I really didn't do much. I used to work at my university on campus as like what was it, like a computer lab monitor or something like that, which basically meant I just sat in the computer lab, which was mostly empty, like 9 times out of 10, and I would just either work on blogs, read light novels, or I don't know, just do whatever. Just I couldn't like completely slack off, but I was basically free to just read and whatever I wanted, work, internet browse, that kind of stuff. So I have volumes 1 through 12 as well as 6.5 and 7.5 of Origairu right there, which I do plan to continue collecting. I stopped after 12 because that was the last volume that was released at that given time. Though in the time since, I believe more have come out. It might fully be translated. It's just that I think around this time, when it finished, is like around the time that I graduated university. And then I had already seen the final season of the anime, as well as kind of known what happens at the end. So like I wasn't super keen. I was just like, I'll wait for them to finish translating everything and then I'll continue collecting and finish it up. And that's kind of where I left that series. But I've read everything since, and a couple of them I've read a couple times. And then next to that I have Sword Art Online, almost all of it. So I have right here volumes 1 through 21. 19 is up there because that was the last one I was reading, as well as the Isolator, another Kawahara Reiki one. I'm actually a pretty big fan of Sword Art Online, all things considered. I've read the light novels religiously. I haven't, once again, around the time when I caught up to it, around right here after Alicization, is around the time when I finished. Like I kind of caught up to the series, and then a little bit after that they started releasing more, and now they're in, what is it, Unidol Ring or something like that. The next arc after Alicization, and it's being released, but light novels are typically released like every 3 or 4 months. I guess it's kind of the same with current manga, but sometimes, especially when I come towards the end of an arc, especially a big one like Alicization, it's easier to like kind of put it off, I guess, and wait for them to release a couple, then you get back into it again, because light novels you can kind of blast through. But yeah, and there's SAO, Isolator up there. I haven't read Isolator. I got 2 more Fumo here. I got the Moon Bunny and Princess Kaguya-sama right there. Let me get into a more comfortable seating position. Oh, and I forgot to mention right here, I got a couple of these Lego cars, JDM. Well, sort of JDM, and then Azumanga Daioh mini disc, or Annie Mini, I should say. It's one of these ADV Annie Minis that came out. You can find full DVD ISOs of those on Ya, if I remember correctly. But the reason I got this one was kind of like sort of coincidental, but I had seen the Digibro After Dark video about Annie Mini DVDs, and then maybe a week or 2 later I found one at my usual used bookstore place, and I was like, well, dang dude, I guess I gotta get this now. I might as well talk about the cars. This is the BMW Supra. I got the R34 GTR. This is a Lego. This one's not actually a Lego. It's like an AliExpress one. But this is the Subaru WRC car. I believe it's the Impreza. And then I got here a funny story about this one. This is I believe it's an R14, not R14, S14 or S15 Nissan Silvia. I don't remember exactly which one it was. But this is because I originally had, this is the Supra, the Toyota GR Supra Lego. Lego Speed Champions is the line. So I got this one a while back myself. And then I believe a little bit after, my parents got me a present and it was the same Supra. And I didn't have the heart to tell them that I already had it. So I was like, well, I guess I got another one now. But then I looked up alternate builds and I ended up finding this one. And it's a pretty decent build. I kind of like how it looks. There was a problem with it when I was building it. I didn't like how the exhaust looked, but I modified it, so now I got the two back there. And then over here I have, I believe it's RS6 wagon. It's another AliExpress Lego. Pretty decent quality, all things considered. But anyways, moving on, I have Toaru Majitsu no Index right there. Volumes 1 through 6. I was really into this for a while, and I stopped around volume 4, which is when I think the sister arc started, because I had pretty much already read everything released up to that point, at least at the time, up to that point of the Railgun manga. So I was like, oh, I guess I'm just going to be rehashing a lot of what I already knew, so I just kind of put it down. But I really like Index. I probably prefer it to Railgun, truthfully. And then I got a couple Spice and Wolves there. Random volumes, like 1, 3, 5, 11, 12. I kind of liked Spice and Wolf, and it's a comfy read. But I don't find it super enjoyable. Then I have all of Utsuru no Hakoto Zero no Maria right here. I finished reading all of those, and I have a sort of retrospective on my blog called The Faint Scent of Peppermint on there. This was one of those interesting light novels, I guess. One of those that was, I guess a good analog would be something like a, I don't want to compare apples to oranges, but it's similar to something like Umineko or Tsubuhibi or something, which for a long time existed only in the original language or potentially in fan translated. So only a very small niche of people had read it, similar to Utsuru no Hakoto Zero no Maria, where either you read the fan translations or you were reading it in the original Japanese language. So it kind of through that availability exclusively through fan translation, it kind of filtered the people who were reading it. So only the people who actually cared about it a lot, and those people were already predisposed to reading light novels, so it was a very small niche of people. So obviously they liked it a lot, but then once it started to be translated into English, there was this weird reappraisal happening where people said it was garbage and some people said it was still great. I personally really liked it. There was a couple volumes that it kind of fell off, but on the whole, it was really good. And it's a pretty short series. It's self-contained. It's only 7 volumes, and it's not terribly long to read through. All these, obviously, you can see these are pretty thin. But yeah, there's that one, and then there's ReZero 1 through 5 up there. I'm not a huge ReZero fan anymore, so I'm probably never gonna read those. But they're there. Then I have everything released of Boogie Pop currently, and it pains me to say that. So I got the original 7C's printing of Boogie Pop here, volumes 1 through 3, as well as the new omnibus versions of 4 through 6. Volume 4 was originally translated by, what's his name? Let me pull out a volume here. I used to remember his name off the top of my head, but the translator of Boogie Pop.
crap. Give me like 2 seconds to flip through this. It's actually quite difficult to flip through this. Let me check. The Boogie Pop is pure Kino. Okay, it's Andrew Cunningham is the translator of this. And he was like a pretty huge on bringing light novels to English. And he was, from what I understand and like from what I've heard from Digi back in the day, he was like the main drive pushing Boogie Pop to be English translated. So he had originally, back in the day, around the time when ADV was licensing Boogie Pop Phantom, the television anime from, I think it was I think it's from 2000, the year 2000 specifically. But anyways, when they were doing the home video release in English by ADV, these Boogie Pop light novels were being published. But at the time, light novels were extremely niche. I believe this was before even like the earlier light novels like Index, for example, were being published. And it was probably even before Haruhi, because Haruhi wasn't at least until 2006. And even then, they were released kind of interesting. I'll get to that in a second. But Boogie Pop was interesting. It had an interesting translation. It included translation notes, which I can't say that about a lot of these. The only other light novel I know that has that, at least off the top of my head, is Origairu. The Origairu translations are pretty good. But anyways, they only released those 4 back in the day. Volumes 5 and 6 were retranslated, or like they were a new translation. Cunningham might have already worked on those before, but they were officially released for the first time ever at the time. This was around the time when the new series, Boogie Pop and Others, is that what it was called? The recent Boogie Pop anime. I think it was just called Boogie Pop and Others or something like that. But it was a new, I think it was like A1 or something animated it. But they were like, all right, let's capitalize on the new anime that the seasonal kids are going to be watching. They know the name, kind of. So let's release it. And it was basically like a last hurrah, I guess. But like I think a lot of translation teams have done this before. Or not translation teams, but like publishers, especially with light novels, have done this. Where they will like publish something with the intention of they want people to buy it, so they're baiting people. So they're like, you either buy this and it sells good, and then we'll translate more, otherwise this is all you get. And this was a case of where I guess they didn't sell enough and the rest wasn't translated. And even though there was a lot of people who did want more Boogie Pop, it wasn't a significant amount of people to convince them otherwise. And for a time, I think like a good year or two after the publishing of Boogie Pop, like the omnibus versions, I was filling out the 7 C's questionnaire at the end of every year and telling them like, hey, you should translate more Boogie Pop, get Andrew Cunningham, get more Boogie Pop, please, please and thank you, all that good stuff. But they didn't release anymore. A while after, they released a fan translation, but I believe they only did 1 volume and then it went silent. And I think the WordPress site that the translation team was running went down or something. There was a couple instances of that. So like at the time, it was interesting, because at the time when I was in uni and I was really into Boogie Pop, and I was like reading, I've read these like multiple times, and I was like, crap. So Boogie Pop is in translation limbo, because at the time the 7th volume, Peppermint Wizard, was like a work in progress, I think. And then there was also like a trouble finding a translation for Karno Kyokai. So I'm like, damn it, not time to go hard in learning Japanese. But that was a random tangent. Ghosts in the Shell, Laughing Man stickers I forgot to mention. But that was my Boogie Pop rant. I wish there was more Boogie Pop, but at this point I've sort of resigned that there will never be any more, because it's not as popular. It's like really popular within niche circles, I guess, and circles that are niche even for otaku stuff. So there's not really much incentive for 7Cs to publish more, unfortunately.
Though at the very least, during the time when I was submitting a lot of those questionnaires for like what stuff should be published, I sent a couple to Yen Press about Data Live, and eventually Data Live was officially published in English, so that was cool. And I got a couple Zaragotos up there, a Nisio Isin one, and then I have some Haruhi. I think I have almost all of Haruhi. And I had read the light novels a while back. But it's a different experience than reading the actual, or like watching the actual anime. And I got a couple of other volumes down here I hide because I'm not really too keen on them. I got Book Girls, aka Bungaku Shoujo, Death March Rhapsody or whatever. That was a thing back in the day, wasn't it? A Psych Home. I think it was rated highly on Amazon, so I blind bought it and then never cared to read anymore. Kagero Days is one I couldn't get into despite really liking the music. And then Toradora is one that I probably will actually read one day. It's just that last time I wanted to revisit the series, I just rewatched the anime because at that time it had been like 5 years plus since I had watched original anime, and I wanted to refresh my memory through the television series. A couple other ones right here, NHK Nyokoso, and then I have a couple other. This is what I was talking about, J Novel Club, earlier when I was pointing to Kokoro Connect. But J Novel Club does a lot of these like it's more niche stuff. So if Boogie Pop ever runs out of their license, maybe J Novel Club will pick it up because they do like a freelance stuff or something. I don't know, but they tend to get a lot of this niche stuff. I need to read this one actually because it looks like my cup of tea. But it's my friend's little sister has it in for me, and when I was at a store or a convention or something, I saw the girl and I'm like, dude, she's really hot. So I picked up 4 volumes of it. Moving on to the bottom here, I got a couple of random series, not necessarily light novels. Citrus right here, just 1 volume of that. Vampire Hunter D, I think this is the first volume of the light novel. Or light novel, it's more of an actual novel. This one's cool here. This is Faust, for if you know, you know. But Faust was, I believe, similar to something like, like they have manga magazine, Shonen Jump, Manga Time, Kirara, stuff like that. But Faust was one, but for specifically like light novels and stuff. So it's basically an English translation of what I assume is a volume of Faust in Japan, but it has a couple of stuff right here, including works by Clamp, Takashi Obata, Ueda Hajime, Nisio Isin, Yun Koga Take, and Kohei Kudono, as well as having the only translated version of Karno Kyokai in English here, or like only appearance of it. So I'll show you the contents here. They translate Garden of Sinners right there. I think it's only it's an excerpt, so they don't have all of it. But that's the only time Karno Kyokai was ever officially translated in English. They have 2 translations. One of them is, I forgot what it was. They have like 2 translations currently right now, fan translations. None of them are really that good. They have that one pretentious one, which I ended up reading a little bit. 2 volumes of because it was serviceable and I preferred it to whatever else was there, because the other, I forgot what the other one was, but the other one, it just like it read a little bit better, but it read too, I don't know, it just didn't flow as well. So I read the pretentious one because notoriously that there's one translation of Karno Kyokai out there right now of the light novel, where the fan translator like basically uses it as a platform for his own fan fiction or something like that, because there's a lot of extraneous details put in there that wasn't in the original text. But that's the one I ended up reading. I didn't really care too much, but anyways, that's Faust. I only have 1 volume of this because it was really difficult to track down. This one is actually an ex-library one. I found on eBay for a really good deal. You just gotta wait and watch. Because if you look for it right now, volumes typically go from like maybe $50 to $100 if you can even find them.
But it's a really cool thing to just hold on to, I guess.
Below that, 5 centimeters per second, the manga. Evangelion, I only have 3, but I've read the original. Oh, more than 3, because I got the other omnibus one right there. Trinity Bloods I picked up because these were in a bargain bin for $1 each, and I can't pass up $1 manga, especially if it's for a series I'm kind of familiar with. Prison School, I think the Japanese name is Kangoku Gakuen. This is the hypest thing, or it was the hypest thing for a while. I used to be super into that manga. I've talked about it before, and briefly, I think. But I got super into that. A lot of dust there. This is a Ford Fiesta ST that I kind of tried to make into a Natasha, but it didn't really work too well. I got some more over here. Satoshi Kon's Opus. Big fan of Satoshi Kon. I haven't read this one yet, though. Wolf's Rain, the manga. It's significantly more condensed, and it's like a weird retelling of the anime. It's really similar to the Petite Cosette manga, which is another one of those like 2-volume sort of adaptations, sort of side story thing from an anime. I got a couple of Kaguya-samas there, but I stopped collecting it because I stopped caring after the Kaguya and Miyuki got together. Same deal for the anime. It definitely falls off for me. Strawberry Panic, I haven't gotten to this one, but I got a couple of these Morigana Milk ones right there, as well as Girlfriends. Morinaga, something like that. So Yuri. And then back here, I have a bunch of Shokugeki no Soma. I used to be really into this one as well. But I think after this, no, not this volume, but I stopped reading it after a certain point in the manga, right before the part where everybody gets pissed off at. But there's that one. But I read a good portion of it. Basically everything of that manga that matters. But I'm a fan. Actually, at one point, in one of the manga, Soma makes these little, like, whatchamacallit, like, he's in a Hokkaido, it's one of the later arcs, and he makes these little potato pancake things. And there's a recipe in the manga, and I made that at some point when I was in high school still. And they actually turned out pretty decent. I'm not a good cook or anything, but I saw it and it looked pretty easy, and we had a bunch of potatoes at home, so I'm like, screw it, I'm gonna try this Shokugeki no Soma recipe. Because I think in a couple of the volumes, I'm not sure if every single one had them, but they did include recipes, which was cool. I got a couple other random right here. These are totally random one-offs. I got a duplicate of volume 20 of Shokugeki no Soma, Mahoromatic, Dojin Work, Fujoshi Rumi, volume 1 and 2, Spy Family, Pita 10, Dot Hack, Another Birth, which is a light novel, Otaku, which is cool, but I only have volume 2 of it. I saw this at a convention last year, not this one that passed, but the one before. But I saw it and I'm like, Otaku, Struggle in Akihabara? What is this? One of those like stupid original English language manga or something? But I looked it up and it's like made by an actual Japanese mangaka, and I think he worked on some like Higurashi, like doujinshi or something too. But it's like I haven't read it because I don't have volume 1, and I don't think was able to find scans of volume 1 online, even like on Madookami and stuff like that. And I have volume 1 in my Amazon cart, which I probably will just end up buying right now as soon as I stop recording this video. There we go. I got volume 1 and volume 2. I picked this one up brand new off eBay right after I said I would. I think it was like $10 shipped. It actually was new. A pretty solid buy. And then right here I have one called Spiral, which I only bought because of Roger Smith 2004. Prominently features this on like one of his top manga of all time, and I respect the dude, so I picked it up because it was like $1 when I got it. Does it have the sticker still on it? No, but it was like $1 in a bargain bin, so I'm like, guess I gotta get it now. Moving on to the second shelf, which is a vast majority of just manga. In the top left corner, I have Sonobisk doll. I have volumes 1 through 5, I should say. And then right below that, I have a lot of Bakuman. Not all of it. There's a couple volumes I'm missing, as you can see, like volume 10, stuff between 11 and 15, stuff like that. But it's a manga I do enjoy. It gets a little lost in the weeds sometimes, but on the whole, it's a really like uplifting, like enjoyable read, I guess. And next to that, I have Death Note. A while back for Christmas, I was given the box set for that one. Oh, maybe like a year or two ago, I went back to revisit the series to give it sort of a reappraisal, I guess. And I did enjoy reading the manga a lot, much more than I expected, because it was something like Death Note. Everybody knows Death Note, like even non-anime fans like Death Note. But I went back to revisit it, and I read until the point where L dies, which I think is up to volume 7. Volume 7 is the last one, last good volume. And I put it down, intending to read the rest later at some point, but I never got around to it. But regardless, I was pleasantly surprised at how much I enjoyed revisiting, I guess, Death Note. Above that, a sole volume of JoJo, and Chainsaw Man as well. Next to that, Yofukashi no Uta, I have, I believe, every volume released up to this date in English. Volume 6 is on next to my bed right now because I'm currently reading it. These right here are still wrapped in plastic because they're brand new. The rest I've read. Pretty comfy manga to read before bed. It's not like really like groundbreaking, I guess, but it's a pretty comfy read, and I wrote a little blog about it if you want to hear a little bit more about the Yofukashi no Uta manga and anime, I guess. Down here, I have, I believe, all of, I have all of Chobits now. I have volumes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. For a while, I was missing volume 5, I think, but I ended up finding it elsewhere. But it's kind of expensive to find now, and at one point I found all of them except volume 5 at a used bookstore, so I'm like, well, I guess I'm going to buy all of them now because it's pretty expensive to get, and I'm a big fan of Chobits. And then later on, I ended up finishing up the collection there, so there's Chobits. Unfortunately, 2 of those are Tokyo Pops, so they kind of pop out, but regardless, I have the collection there. Not too worried about stuff like that. Like, in general, I don't worry about, like, getting a greatest hits version or, like, different versions of manga. Like, I'll look at it and it will mildly bother me, but it's not something that I'll like want to replace those specific volumes, because for me what's important is what's inside. Moving on down here, I have Gunslinger Girl, a lot of it actually. Volumes 1 to 3, the omnibus, 4, 5, 6, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12. I'm missing volumes 7 and 8, but the rest I got, I think. I think volumes 11 and 12 is the last series, last in the series, I should say. I'm not too certain. A while back, I did read like half of them. I read up to volume 5, I think. And then I ended up putting it down because it's like a series that it's good, but it's like kind of dark. And I don't always like to read stuff that's like that. I have to be in a certain mood. Below that is 3 random volumes of Rose and Maiden. I just picked these up because they're usually in bargain bins or like clearance aisles in used bookstores and stuff. Because everybody's like, Rose and Maiden, what's that? And then whereas me, a man of culture, is like, Rose and Maiden, give me everything you got. Every Rose and Maiden volume you got, give it. Han Solo and a little Millennium Falcon there. Moving on, I got a random volume of Initial D. I found in a clearance aisle as well. Volume 3 specifically. Don't plan on collecting this for 2 reasons. 1, there's way too many Initial D volumes of manga. And 2, getting it in English is expensive. And as well as even getting it in Japanese is expensive. Because it's one of those series that, like, it's currently really popular with a lot of, like, these millennials who are, like, into cars and stuff. It's similar to, like, What's another series that is kind of similar to? I don't know, dude. Like it's kind of similar to JoJo in a sense that it's like one of those series that people are like, "Oh, I'm not usually into anime, but I like Initial D." Something like that. But I'm a fan of Initial D, but I'm not as much of a fan that I want to go out and read all the manga. I've already seen all the anime, and that's enough for me. Below that, I have two random volumes of the Tokyo Pop release of NHK Nyokoso. That's the manga. I have the original uh, uh, Takimoto Tatsuhiro light novel over there. Below that, I have all of Yotsuba To, everything that's released in English at least. And I think Volume 15 was the last one released, like in general. Uh, like a lot of these, it's a mixed bag because I got a couple of ADV volumes because apparently they released manga at some point. But I have Yen Press there, and then at some point, and no, it's just all Yen Press. But I collected a lot of this. I have a couple volumes in Japanese that we'll get to in a second. But there's Yotsuba To. I've read all of it. It's super comfy. I think it was like last summer or the summer before. I just like blasted through all of them, and it was a great experience. And then I got some Berserks here. As you can see right here, I've got a couple of ones that stick out like a sore thumb. Actually, it's volumes 1 and 5 that stick out like a sore thumb. But at some point, like I bought a couple of them and I hadn't read Berserk, and then recently, around volume 15, I got into it because I had watched the anime and it like legitimately blew me away. So I'm like, screw it, time to read Berserk. It was just one of those series similar to like Legend of the Galactic Heroes or something, or JoJo that I had put off for like a very long time for no particular reason. Just that like, oh, I know it's good. It's just I don't see a reason to like go watch it. Like somewhat cautiously approaching it. But I ended up watching Berserk a while back because I was in the mood for something dark fantasy, and it blew me away. So I'm like, crap, gotta read the manga. So I started blasting through the manga. And around volume 15 is when I started collecting it again. So I have volumes 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Volumes 20 is on next to my bed. Then I got 21 and 22 recently, and these are still shrink wrapped. I'm not collecting the omnibus because I hate omnibuses generally speaking. I like single volumes better. And also the omnibuses are huge and expensive, and I don't want that. So I'm just getting the typical like Dark Horse. Not like the best price to performance ratio thing, but they still sell these, and sometimes you can get them cheaper than MSRP. Below that, I got a couple of actual books. Saito Tamaki, his book Beautiful Fighting Girl, which I want to read at some point. If I'm not mistaken, Saito Tamaki wrote that one book about hikikomori that was somewhat infamous for a while. And then below that, I have, it's just called Anime, From Akira to Princess Mononoke. Susan J. Napier. But I think it's a collection of different people's like essays and stuff. But the reason I got this is because in uni one time, now I was bored. It was probably in between finals or something like that, final exams, and I was just like wandering around the library, and I wandered to like the foreign language section because I typically didn't look for books there because my major didn't necessarily need books or anything. I didn't like information technology essentially. But I was in the foreign language section, and I was like, I wonder if they have like manga or something. I could just chill and read some. But they had this book right here, and this is not the one from my uni library. I didn't steal it or anything. I got it after the fact. But I was like flipping through it, and I'm like, this is actually pretty interesting. So I picked it up. I just like to have some like toilet reading or something. But at the time, I picked up this one, Beautiful Fighting Girl, as well as I believe the Otaku Japan Database Animals. It was like a collection of like three or four books that I got from eBay. Like someone was just selling them, so I was like, cool, perfect, exactly what I need. A starter pack of like anime discourse, like academic discourse, I guess. Below that, Witch Hat Atelier or Tellier. I heard that one has really nice art, so I picked it up. Yokohama Kaidashi Kiko. I got this one recently. I watched the OVA a long time ago, and I know the manga is one of those like cult classic ones, but haven't gotten around to it. But it seems pretty comfy. I need some Iyashikei manga now that like I finished reading Yotsuba, and I'm almost done catching up with Yofukashi. Next to that, I have Urasawa Naoki's Monster. This manga is phenomenal. In the anime I watched for my 1,000th. It was the show I watched. It was the 1,000th anime I watched. Not typically something that people would think, but like based on the type of stuff that I usually talk about, like mostly otaku oriented stuff, bishoujo stuff like that. Won't typically think that like Monster is something I care too much about, but I'm a huge fan of Monster. I still think that the manga is one of the best I've read. So I have it there next to Berserk, like two of the best stories. But if you ask me, if I had to pick, I'd say Monster is a better story. Gotobun right here, I have a few. I stopped collecting it after a certain point because I had already read everything, but it was mostly just getting it just to get it because I enjoyed the manga. At least the scans of it online. Got some To Love Ru. I have volume 1 through 10. I think that's almost all of it. These are the omnibus versions. I picked up at a convention 2 years ago, as well as To Love Ru Darkness, because I just wanted to see, because this one was shrink wrapped, so I'm like, they're hiding something in there that might be a little naughty, so I need to know what's inside the shrink wrapped volume. But I'm a fan of To Love Ru. More so the manga, I guess, than the anime. At least the first season of the anime, that was garbage. But like later seasons, like Moto To Love Ru, are like pure Kino. So I got that, and I love the art. Love the art. Here's another interesting one called Akihabara at Deep. It received a live-action adaptation a while back. I haven't seen it. It doesn't look like necessarily something that I would like. But I got this a while back. I think it was in 2019-ish. Right Stuff sometimes has in their summer sale, they do like an extreme clearance section, which is like 20 or 30 pages of just random stuff. It's like their bargain bin. You got to dumpster dive a little bit, put on some music, listen to a podcast, and just look through it. If they still do this, I haven't checked this year, but they have a bunch of random stuff. So like I got some random volumes of manga or anime that are a little older, but they were brand new because I got them from Right Stuff's like like their clearance, like they're just giving them away basically for like $1. So I got these for $1 each. It's Akihabara at Deep, volume 1 through 5. Beastars, volumes 1 through 7. The Toho Forbidden Sorcery, I only have 2 volumes of that. Pandora Hearts randomly there. Aforementioned Petite Cosette. I really like the art of the Petite Cosette manga. But the OVA is easily better, no question. 3 random volumes of Cardcaptor Sakura right there. I got a couple of Japanese manga. This is not all of it, just a few. So I got Orange Road up here. Below that, I have volumes 2, 3, 4, and 15 of Yotsuba in Japanese. I picked these up in Japan. I have volume 1 somewhere stashed because that was the one I was actually reading in Japanese. But I think it's with my study materials, but I'm not 100% sure. And then below that, this one's cool. This is Chokaro Girl 1/6, also known as Amazing Stranger. This was the best anime of I think it was 2018. It came out 2018, maybe it was 2019. I want to say it was 2018. No, it was 2019. But this was easily the best anime of the year. Criminally underwatched. It's about a dude just hanging out with his anime figures that just come to life. Like, imagine if you're sitting in your room and you're just like hanging out with your Figma. It's like pure Kino. If you like anime figures and you are an otaku, you need to watch this. And it's also a short show. I think they're like 4 or 5 minute episodes maybe, or maybe they're like half length, but they're pretty short and you can blast through it. So I picked up this one when I was in Japan. I got this one at Mandarake. So they had Chocodo Girl, and then they had, see, 2019, right there. They had an anime for it, advertising on the Obi. But I picked this one up at Mandarake. And there was also another, like a second part to it, similar to like to Love Ru and To Love Ru Darkness. But there's more of this manga out there. It's just not. I don't think it's fan translated, and it's hard to find scans for stuff like this, especially if they don't have an English translation. But there was that, and then over here I got some Bleach, which I attempted to read at some point and kind of fell off. Magus Bride, which I cared about for a little while in my life, and now I don't really care about it. And then Shingeki no Kyojin up there, which is just kind of there. It's the manga I will never read. Like, I've made multiple attempts to read Shingeki, but I just can't get into it. So that's mostly it for my manga, but I'm gonna move on to my other shelves, and we'll see a little bit more in a bit. Moving over, here is my music stuff. I'm gonna kind of brush over this since I've already made an extensive video detailing pretty much all the music that I own, as well as like my music history. So I got like 2 videos about that. So I'm gonna, kind of speed run it, but mostly showcase the hardware, I suppose. Over at the top is the stuff that's more interesting. Got a couple of box set special edition stuff. This one is Mind Spring Memories, The Binary Ocean. I got this cassette off Bandcamp. It's like ambient, slush wave, vaporwave kind of stuff. It's not really that good, and I very rarely play it, but it's just like decent background music. Pizza Hotline Level Select is pretty cool. That's the Sega box set version from City Man Productions. Also off Bandcamp. Under 17. Obviously, people probably know this one if you're watching this video. This is their 2003 live. This is from the DVD or at least from the video I made, featured footage, and the majority of it was from my own DVD rip. It also includes a couple little extras in there, including like a towel and stuff like that, some stickers, and then I have the under 17 CDs somewhere scattered over here. I got a cassette player here. It's gathering a little dust because I haven't used it recently. I've been mainly using the tape deck, but this is a Sanyo cassette player. Let's see what the model is. I don't know the model. It's just a Sanyo tape player, and it functions pretty good. Got tails there, 1/4-inch adapter there. Got some cassettes. These, I'll just kind of like showcase the side. Nothing really too interesting. I got a couple of Japanese Wink tapes there, though. Up here is a patch from Secret Stairways. Actually, got 2. Because I got the Secret Stairways, Enchantment of the Ring, Dungeon Synth over here. I got a couple of other tapes, new pickups, I guess, because I already made a video about my tape collection, but the recent pickups are Enchantment of the Ring, the recent Gorshit split with Little Kivo. There, I think it's like X61, something like that. And then I got Blue Girl on a Sunday, another Gorshit tape. Pretty Kino. I love Gore Trance 7 a ton, so I got that one right there. Another Gore Trance 10. This was Propa Boo, right there. Machine Girls Gemini. Because I'm young and arrogant and hate everything you stand for. Purity Filter right there. Generic Anime Breakcore. Behind that, got some other stuff in there. This is mostly black metal and a couple other alternative stuff. So it's whatever his name is. I think it's Keket Arak or whatever. I don't know. The femboy black metal dude. That's Night in Love. Burzum. I got 2 tapes right there. Not gonna attempt to pronounce. The Paranol. What's that guy? Paranol, Asian Glow. Insonos. Tomam Konta. The Split. Downfall of the Neon Youth. Panchinko, Random Cure tape, and then a Blade Exeter mixtape I made. It has a terrible sound quality, but I printed the J card and was kind of proud of it. Over here, I got a couple of vaporwave stuff. Random stuff. This one's actually kind of cool. I don't remember what this one's called, but it's called Satellite Virtual Plaza. It's like Toho MallSoft. I haven't opened it. Here's a Bandcamp code, I guess. Whoever redeems it first gets it. But there's this one. I ordered this one. It was pretty cool. Mostly vaporwave in here. Desert sand feels warm at night. Another desert sand right there. Nekoshi Corp. Palm Mall Mars. The Superior tape. Tomorrow 2096. And an Atrium. These are pretty comfy, like, before bed reading music, I guess. But recently I've been more into dungeon synth, but mainly because I've been reading Berserk, so it goes a little bit better thematically. But vaporwave, ambient, dungeon synth, all that stuff's good. Got a Totodile right there, / Waninoko. I got this one in the Pokemon Center in Japan. I don't remember exactly which one it was, but I want to say it was in Shibuya. Some CDs here. Actually, this is a recent one. Digi Encore. I See Right Through You. This is a single, so there's only like 3 songs on there. But I found this one at a bargain bin in a CD shop for 99 cents, so I had to get it because I love a DJ Encore vocal trance. Tricot Makuro. I got this one in Tower Records in Shibuya. It took forever. A funny story about this one. So I was at the Tower Records, and I was like, crap, there's so many CDs here. I was like, Number Girl? Oh, maybe I should get Number Girl. But then I remembered my true love in life is Tricot. So I went to go ask the Onesan if they have any Tricot. And on the way to walking to find an employee, I'm like, I was kind of panicking because this was one of the first times I asked for help in Japanese. So I asked her where the Tricot CDs were. And there was like a brief moment of confusion because I didn't know how to say Tricot in Japanese. So I said Tricot or Toricot. And she was like confused, visible confusion. So then I pulled up on my phone, just like I went on Spotify, typed in Tricot and showed her. Oh, and she was like, oh, Toriko. And I was like, what? Oh, yeah. Hi, onegaishimasu. And she showed me where they were, but I didn't know that in Japanese, I guess the pronunciation is Toriko. Or something along those lines. So there was a funny little interaction there. And then below that I have DJ Kuroneko's Neko Garage. Yuyo Yuppe, My Beloved, Planetary Suicide. I love Yuyo Yuppe so much. Pure Kino, pure awesome Vocaloid producer. Might make a lecture or something along the lines for Yuyo Yuppe in the near future. Hint, hint, wink, wink. Under 17, the trilogy right here. CDs, I've already showcased those extensively. And below that is my Kotoko collection. I got Love a Riddle and Second Flight from Onegai Teacher and Onegai Twins respectively. Those are singles produced by Ives Sound. And below that I have Short Circuit 2, which is Ives Sound's Denpa project, which is pretty cool. Then under here I have Uma Uma. I should say Uma Uma Speed album. It's like a remix album from various Caramel songs. Caramel Dance and Speedy Cake Remix is prominently featured on there. Below that, what is that? Oh, that's Mad Breaks. That's Mad Breaks. They're like a breakcore label. I think that's their second best album or something like that, like a compilation basically. God, I was like, what the heck is this? I don't remember this, but then I saw the Mad Breaks release tag thing. Below that, Shinigawa Satellite, easily my favorite Toho arrangement band, featuring vocals by Marami Pop. Nowadays they're basically reincarnated as Kachi Kachiyama, who do more or less the same type of stuff, or at least they did when they first started. But now they're branching off into a little bit more alternative. They do a little bit of hip hop influence stuff. But if you know like foreground eclipse and stuff like that, then you'll probably like Shiniko with Satellite. And then below that, I have Full Moon Osagashite, like the like an album of various vocal songs for that anime. Fantastic anime, by the way. Songs for X Girls by T Pazolite. Retrospective 53 minutes. That's a Zune, a rearrangement of Toho music, basically. Idolmaster Best, Master of Master. Lucky Star OP. Moteke Seida Fuku. That was from the Lucky Star box set, and I'll get to that in a second. Just hold your horses. And another one, the Konata's character album, right there. That was from the same box set. Utsupi Unique. That's this was the only CD I've ever pre-ordered. I might pre-order his next one because Utsupi's coming out with another record. It's been about 2 years since the last one, almost exactly, so I'm looking forward to it. Utsupi never disappoints me, so I'm looking forward to that as well. Ayori Aoshi Enishi original soundtrack. It's like part of the original soundtrack. This is another one I got from Right Stuff Bargain Bin. Below that is 4 Degrees Celsius's Color Chord. I'm probably the only fan of 4 Degrees Celsius ever. And my mom bought me this from Amazon many years ago when I was like a freshman in high school. And I'm probably the only person in the United States who has a CD for 4 Degrees Celsius. They're like a female-fronted post-hardcore band. They were similar to like Story of Hope. I don't know. I found these guys on YouTube back in the day, and I was really into them. And then below that is a Nogizaka 46 CD when I was more into idol stuff. And then I got a couple of uninteresting non-Japanese CDs over here, like Evanescence and Nirvana, who gives a crap, right? But, you know, a couple of stuff from like back before. Oh shoot, I just accidentally shot the fireball that Bowser had. Now I gotta go find it before I step on it. But we got a couple other CDs from either before or after I used to be got more into anime. But a lot of the stuff I still kind of jam to occasionally, but not as much. I don't even know what's in these two right here. At the top, right under Totodile, I got a couple of singles. This one is from Sotsugyo Graduation. Picked this one up at a convention. It's a Japanese single. And then I have another one here. This one is from Nadesco, and it's You Get to Burning. Excuse me, I think I burped while I said that. You Get to Burning, which is a fantastic OP for a show I otherwise don't really like too much. But that one's cool. It has some nice art. I like the song a lot. DJ Sharpnell's remix is pretty good too. And then I got another one right here from Yuna, I believe. Yeah, Ginga Densetsu Furao Line Yuna or something like that. But it's a little vocal album. I saw this and I'm like, damn, I remember Yuna. Cause in Digi Bros retrospective of Akiyuki Shimbo, I think it was either in the 90s or 2000s. The video touched on Ginga Densetsu Yuna or something like that, or Ginga Densetsu Fraulein Yuna. That was something that Shimbo was somewhat related, or he did some work on it or something like that. So I'm like, guess I gotta watch Yuna. It seemed interesting, kind of like an obscure little OVA thing. So I gave it a shot, and it was pretty good overall. No, I mean as good as one of those OVAs could be. But moving on, got my tape deck here. It is a JVC TD-W444. It's a stereo double cassette deck. It says it right there on the box. I use this occasionally. It's pretty good. The tape counter thing doesn't work. It doesn't. I believe the B, like like this B side right here doesn't work at all. But for what it's worth, it's fine. It does the job. It's pretty good. It sounds significantly better than like a standalone cassette player. I'm gonna hop over here for like 2 seconds to talk about this. This is my old amp and speakers from my apartment. I don't really use them anymore because I don't like speakers too much. But it's a Lepi amplifier. It's kind of whatever. And then below that I have Dayton Audio. I don't remember the exact model, but it doesn't really matter too much. I found these on like as like a bundle deal, including all the speaker cables, power cables, all that good stuff. These are just basic bookshelf speakers, but I use these a lot in my apartment. Blasted a lot of Gorsha and DJ Sharpnel on these bad boys, but I don't really use them too much anymore, so they're just kind of off to the side. Got a lot of inio asano here, just for because they don't really fit anywhere else. And got Downfall, Girl on the Shore, Solanin, Dead Demons, Destruction, and then all of Oyasumi Poon Poon. Of these, I've only read Poon Poon and Girl on the Shore. Kind of read Solanin. A little bit too melodramatic for my liking. But I mean, it's all right. Interesting manga. I personally don't like, especially nowadays. Now that I've like I've come to like understand like how it actually is. Let me rephrase that. Like nowadays, like I know that Inio Asano uses a lot of digital assistants to make backgrounds, and while he does take the pictures and stuff like that, like it kind of rubbed me the wrong way, and I never like got into his stuff again because I started to think lesser of it. But nowadays, everybody does that digital stuff in manga, so it's whatever. Let's move on to the box sets. This is the cool stuff right here. So I got a couple of anime VHS. I got Maison Ikoku. Those are in English. I got those in a bargain bin, $2 each. I think one of them was even $1. And then the one I just moved off to the side was Lodos to no Senki, released by US Manga Corps. Unfortunately, this is English dub only. However, I got a really good deal on this. So it's a box set, VHS box set of the Lotus to no Senki OVA. And the last 3 volumes of this are sealed brand new. This came out more than 2 decades ago, so that's really cool. I started to get into VHS recently, so I wanted to collect more, specifically fan sub tapes, if I could get my hands on them. Another tape I got is You're Under Arrest. I believe this is the second part, because it's a 2-episode OVA, so I think this is just one part of it. If it is the OVA, not the actual television show, but I don't think it's a television show. Shout out to Animego. Shout out. Love those dudes. Box sets over here. Let me get a little closer. Kimi wa Nozomu Aen ni / Rumbling Hearts. Got this one. Love that show a lot. Kaleido Star. Got a box set right here randomly. Paranoia Agent. Like I've said, I'm a big fan of Satoshi Kon, and I'm not recently, like a while back in uni, I rewatched Paranoia Agent and realized that it might be one of the best things Kon has ever worked on. Fantastic. I cannot recommend it enough. And I enjoyed it significantly more after reading this critical, this academic paper about Hello Kitty that I read in my Japanese culture class. After I read that, a lot of what Paranoid Agent was talking about, like, started to fall into place a little bit better. Like, it gave me more context, I guess. Onegai Teacher, love that show, love the soundtrack, pure comfy. Same thing with Onegai Twins. Now I want to get the Onegai Twins box set so I can put it next to it. Next up here, I got the 2 crowning jewels of my collection, the Lucky Star box set right here, which is almost complete. So it comes with volumes 1 through 5, and volume 6 is notoriously hard to get. So I didn't even bother getting it, and I just had the Blu-ray. I just put it in there and like called it a day. Because I believe what happened is that Bandai, I think they stopped licensing stuff, so it was a very limited release of Volume 6, and it wasn't like super popular either. So there aren't too many out in the wild, so finding a good deal on it is pretty difficult. And then the Haruhi box set was the first box set I actively sought and got a good deal for. I'm really proud of getting this one here. So it has all of the 2006 series. This is the original Bandai one, as well as a couple of the character CDs. Unfortunately, it doesn't come with the SOS Dawn armband, but the box was in good condition and it includes everything. And I think a couple of these are sealed. Actually, these aren't sealed, but the character CDs are. Oh, wrong way. Next up over here, got a couple of other random ones. This is the Nanoha movie Blu-ray. I got when I was in Japan. I got this one in Akihabara. I don't remember exactly which shop it was. I think it was Book Off, I want to say, because it was right off getting off the train, I should say. I'm not a huge fan of the Nanoha movies, but I think this was like 700 yen for some reason. So I was like, I can't pass up a special edition Blu-ray box set of a Nanoha thing for 700 yen. I was going to get Nanoha A's. However, the Nanoha A's DVDs were not complete. Like, it was missing a couple volumes, and it was much more expensive, so I ended up going with that. Oops. I don't want to drop it. Here's an interesting one I got from Right Stuff a while back. I know nothing about this. It's called Chance Pop Session. I have no idea what it's about, but it seemed like mysterious. Because I shows that I've never heard anything about, like, immediately pique my curiosity, because there's a lot of stuff that I know. But if there's something that, like, is just completely mysterious and an unknown, like, X factor thing, then it immediately intrigues me. That's why I started doing those, like, new type dumpster diver blogs, or, like, I kind of started because I did, like, one or two and then kind of stopped. But finding things, especially stuff that has been officially licensed in English, and then not knowing anything about it, not even knowing the name, is immediately enough for me to buy it. Especially if it's in a bargain bin sale for like $5, I'm gonna grab it. Below that is Gunslinger Girl Il Teatrino, which is a series I've been putting off watching for literally like 6 years, but I have the collection of that, so I might watch it eventually. Comic Party. This was actually licensed by Right Stuff, I believe. I love Comic Party. Highly recommend it. If you like Genshiken, you like otaku, doujinshi, meta humor, all that good stuff, you're gonna like Comic Party. Good stuff. This is Chunibyo second season right there. It's a fancy little box set. I got this one off Sentai Filmworks a while back because it was on sale. Same thing with Flip Flappers. This one's really cool. I can't remember if I've talked about this one before, but this is one of my favorite box sets. I like Flip Flappers a little bit, but like not like a huge fan or anything, but it includes this little booklet here, which is quite sizable, might I add. But it's just a book of like character design notes, production notes. They have interviews in here, notes about the characters and the designs. I think it even has storyboards in the back, besides concept art and stuff. But there's storyboards, just like very lengthy interviews. They have storyboards with annotations and stuff, and everything is translated. This is easily the best companion piece to an anime, like in terms of like actually giving you something tangible to read and learn something of, than anything else I've ever seen. The only thing that even comes close are like those included special features, and like off the top of my head, Petite Cosette has an interview. Some of the Ava rebuilds have little booklets, but this is a really good box set. And I mean, it was a show basically made for Sakuga nerds, so it kind of makes sense that there's a little a booklet in there, but if you like Flip Flappers, I would try to find a secondhand copy of Flip Flappers, the Sentai box set, or maybe find some scans or something of it. But it's basically like reading Sakuga Boru and getting a little companion piece there. Over here, I have the Sword Art Online Ordinal Scale special edition right here. This one also comes with a booklet, not nearly as substantial, because this is the movie right here. This is the booklet. There's a little bit in there. And then I have the Sword Art Online television series box set here. Got this one. This was the biggest purchase I've ever made for an anime ever. It was like $100-something because freaking Aniplex, dude. Freaking Aniplex. But I had to get it. Sword Art Online was the first show I watched. Rewatched it recently to give it a reappraisal potentially. Still ended up liking it. Can't change my mind otherwise. Hourglass of Summer. This is one of those interactive DVDs. There's a really good video by Bowl of Lentils on YouTube about the company Hirameki International. I highly recommend that video. They released a couple of these interactive DVDs, which are essentially like visual novels you can play on your DVD player. So there's stuff right here. It even includes the art book. I got this one at a used bookstore randomly. They also have like Majo no Ochakai, whatever the English translation of that one is. I want to play this on stream maybe one day, because you could play it on PS2, so I probably could play this on an emulator and screen record that. Or I guess on my PC too. I might be able to play it in VLC or something. But it's like a visual novel. I'm not sure how long it is, or how accurate of a port it is compared to the original Japanese visual novel. But it seems pretty cool. And I feel like I've seen the OVA for this. I just can't remember, because there's like Hourglass of Summer and Underscore Summer and like all these like summer core like anime OVAs based on Bishoujo games that came out in like between 2000 and 2007 that are like so plentiful that they all kind of start to blend together, but I love them all. I think I've seen the OVA for this one. But there's that one, and then of course Gift Eternal Rainbow, the PS2 version specifically. This is a special edition box set, which I did showcase prominently in the video I did about the Gift. The video being called another Bishoujo game adaptation. But there's a PS2 game, and then the box or the art book and stuff like that. But I can't play it because I don't have a Japanese PS2, but I mainly got it for the video. There. Put this back there. Below here, I don't really have good lighting, do I? Let's see if I do this. Hopefully it's not blown out too much with the light, but I'm going to put on flash for a little bit, just so we can get some good visuals down here. So I got the My Otome box set right here. Full complete. This one even came with the t-shirt. I mainly got it for the t-shirt. Actually, that's a lie. I got the My Otome because I wanted to watch it, and then I got My Otome Zwei, or Zwei, or whatever the pronunciation is, because that one came with a t-shirt. There's a couple of old anime box sets that like come with t-shirts and are kind of like obscure, but like obscure as in like you wouldn't think to get them. But like they produced a ton back in the day, and they're all like all brand new, sealed, and a lot of people are trying to get rid of them on eBay, like excess stock. One I know that they did that with was a specific volume of the Eureka 7 DVDs. My Ultimate was another one. But you can look for them. Like if you want random anime t-shirts, look for those old box sets, and they might have a few. Lucky Star did have a few, but I think those are a little bit more popular. And the shirts for the Lucky Star one, truthfully, kind of suck. But there's My Ultimate right here. I intended to watch this at some point. I watched My Hime like many years ago now, and at this point I can't remember it. But as far as I'm aware, I think this is like a separate continuity or like spin-off or something. It's not really a true sequel. So I'll watch it eventually. And the box was huge, and I paid like $20 for it. What is this?
I don't know. But anyways, my ultimate Zwei is the one that came with the t-shirt. Unfortunately, all the t-shirts are XL, and I usually fit in an adult medium. Like I'm a twig, so like it's huge. So I probably have to wash it a couple times and wear it. But I don't mind wearing a baggy t-shirt around the house, so it's not a big deal. I have the Genshiken Otaku Shop for Doujinshi t-shirt as well, which is an XL. But still rock it anyways. Moving on, I got a couple of items here. Porco Rosso, the steel box right there. Fantastic Ghibli movie. Boogie Pop Phantom right there, the old Right Stuff DVD release. Hack Sign, the Bandai kind of, it's a box set, it kind of like folds out. Here's this one I want to mention briefly. This one is sealed. It's an older series, so you might be wondering why UFO Made in Valkyrie has why I have this specific one. So, like I mentioned before, this was a Right Stuff thing, and Right Stuff tends to have a lot of these excess stock things, so you might occasionally get a really good deal. Like I got this for $5. Completely brand new, sealed ADV. ADV doesn't even exist anymore. Box set from a while back, which is it's really cool, and I'm kind of like scared to open it, but I will eventually. Hopefully, Right Stuff still does those excess stock. I got a couple other items here. I got Creamy Mommy here, which is I got this one at an actual store in person, and like when I went to the register, I was like, what do the people at the register think this is? It's a show called Magical Angel Creamy Mommy. But it's one of those old it's one of the original Mahou Shoujo anime that Otaku got into. I read about that one in the Moe Manifesto. Death Note box set there. Aquarian Age Sign for Evolution, which I only own because I think it is the first anime that Yuki Kajiura did music for, but I might be mistaken about that. But I know that she did do the music for, and I absolutely adore her work. Happy Lesson, a random box set right there. Nothing too special. The Gunslinger Girl box set right here. I got this one because of Digi Bro, and that's why I have the poster. You probably saw this above the Fumo. Kino no Tabi, another fantastic series. I got the box set for that one. Kita e Diamond Daydreams, Diamond Dust Drops, whatever. It has like 3 different names. This was the first box set I ever bought, and one of the first DVDs I ever got. There's a long story about that, but I wrote a blog about it. But it essentially boils down to me not being smart enough to download anime off IRC channels in 2017. And this was at the time when the Nya apocalypse was happening, if anyone remembers that. But I wanted to watch this specific series because I was getting into anime based off of Bishoujo games at the time. That was like the first time I got into that. The series that inspired me to start pursuing more of those, seeking more of those out, was Myself Yourself. But anyways, I found Diamond Daydream / Kita E. I wanted to watch it. The apocalypse was happening. The only place I could find a copy of it was the Exile Destiny IRC chat. Tried to download it. Was humbled a little bit. And I got really embarrassed and left the IRC chat, and then I just went to eBay and bought it. But that's why I got that one. Robotech collection. I don't really care about Macross, and except Macross Plus and Macross Delta. Macross Delta is Kino, by the way. But anyways, Macross Plus is down there. Macross Plus is pretty good. Over here, I got a couple of random items here. This is one of the Gurren Lagann movie things, because this is Geki Joban there. It's like a visual guide, fan guide thing like that. And then I have a Megami magazine from August 2020. I got this one because of a Yukino poster. The Yukino poster
is the one when she's in her lingerie, and it's next to my bed right now. But it had like a lot of stuff about Origairu, but I mainly got it for the poster. And then down here, I got a couple other random volumes of manga. Well, not really random, but some Type Moon stuff. I got some Melty Blood here, volumes 1 and 2. I didn't know Melty Blood had a manga, but I guess it does. I saw this at a used bookstore for $6, and I'm like, you know what, maybe. And I ended up getting it. So I got volumes 1, 3, and 4. And then as well as the Kar no Kyokai manga. I'm not sure if there are multiple volumes of this, but I found it, and I'm like, someone knew their Kino. So I picked up some Type Moon secondhand stuff there. Oh shoot. Stop throwing around VHS tapes. And I realized I completely skipped over some stuff down here. So let's touch on that. A couple of these anime classics from Funimation. These were amazing back in the day, but they don't really make them anymore. And a lot of these series, they haven't re-released them, which is unfortunate because there's a couple series like Lane and Technolize which originally had anime classics, but you can't buy them brand new on Amazon anymore. But I have Steins Gate, Spice and Wolf, and Serial Experiments Lane. Next to that, I have 2 more Ghibli steelbooks from G-Kids, the Mononoke Hime, which is my favorite Ghibli film, and then next to that is Perfect Blue. I have a couple of copies of Perfect Blue, which you'll see in a second. Next to that this is a Region 2, I think, which is like UK, but this is Millennium Actress Collector's Edition. I love this movie. As I've mentioned, I'm a big Satoshi Kon fan. I haven't figured out if I could play this, because when I put it into my PS4, it said it was region locked. I have a Blu-ray player on one of my PCs, so I need to test that out to see if I can get around it. Otherwise, it's just to have the collection. It comes with a poster, a little booklet. It was mostly just a collector item for me, so it's not a huge deal if I can't play it. I have the file for it anyways on my computer. Amagi Brilliant Park box set from Sentai Filmworks. Angelic Lair, which is a weird little clamp show that I haven't gotten around to watching. Sometimes I randomly just buy box sets, dude. Let's just take a step back and say I love anime DVDs that come in cardboard boxes. Like, if it comes in a box, dude, if it comes in a freaking box and the box is like a super elaborate thing with like a lid you can take off, and it comes with like a t-shirt and a bunch of crap that you're probably just going to keep in the box and never look at. I love that stuff, man. I love anime box sets. But I digress. Last Exile here. And then, of course, Popotan, the Genion box set there. And that pretty much covers the anime DVD box sets that I own. I kind of stopped buying some because, as you can see, I'm running out of space. And I don't want to, like, cover these up because this is, like, my pride and joy of my collection, hence why I have it in the middle. It's, like, the least cluttered, because, like, over here I have, like, stuff stacked on top of each other, but here I didn't really want to do that, but unfortunately that's kind of what it's becoming. I'm running out of shelf space, unfortunately. So that either leads me to the conclusion that I need more shelves or I need to stop buying. But I have most of what I want on anime DVDs, essentially. At least at this point, in terms of like the special edition stuff. There might be a few other random ones that I want, but for the most part, this is what I got. I might collect a little bit more in the future, but I'm happy with the collection I have here. Alrighty, moving on to the next part about the room, which are over here. This is my DVD shelf, and then sort of miscellaneous, but another shelf right there. But actually, before that, I need to start down here because I got some manga and stuff down here. So right here, I have a pile of my Inio Asano manga. It includes all of Poon Poon, the first volume of Dead Dead Demons, Destruction, Solanine, Girl on the Shore, and Downfall. Downfall is a recent most recent purchase, I should say. Kind of an impulse buy. I don't really know why I picked it up. Um, I mean, I did like Poon Poon good enough, but I don't know, just like something about like the more introspective, sort of depressing, uh, edgy type of manga that Asano Sensei writes is not necessarily my cup of tea anymore. I was much more into Poon Poon around the time when I read it when I was like a freshman in university, and then I had read a couple of his previous, like Solenin and Girl on the Shore, when I was uh, about to graduate high school. That was more of the mindset I was in. I don't really, get down with it these days, but I still picked up Downfall nevertheless, but it will be some time before I probably get in the mood to read that one. But regardless, there's my Inio Asano collection. Back here, I got a box with just a bunch of figures in there. I don't know which ones there are in there, but I think these mostly just prize figures based off, uh, what I know I have unpacked and what I don't have unpacked. But I have a couple of boxes like that. I have one right there, obviously, and then like two more in my closet uh, that I just have yet to unpack. And I think that's where one of my uh, t-shirts is that I keep looking for, but I don't know where it is. So I just assume it was in there. It's my otaku shop for doujins shirt, which came with the Genshiken Season 2 box set back in the day. But if I find a picture of it, you know, I'll post a picture, but whatever. First things first, I have the Fujiwara Tofu Hachiroku right there. I got this set. It's like a knockoff Lego. The brand is called Kata. Um, Comes with this really nice box, by the way, and I'm like 80 to 90% sure these are officially licensed, based off them using the actual like mangaka's art and stuff, and like sort of how official these sets seem. But for all I know, that they're just straight up knockoffs. Built this one a couple weeks ago. Fun build overall. There was some frustrating parts because, it's not officially Lego, so there are some like weirdness to it. Like the doors, for example, when you're putting them together, they kind of like fall off the hinge until you like reinforce it later on in the build. Same deal with the rear suspension. Like it was just like this Technic block that you dropped in, and it kind of stayed in there, but like it would fall apart. Uh, the headlights don't always raise and lower correctly, but I mean it's for the price you pay. Like this would have been a Lego worth well over 150 bucks, but this one was only like 80, which is pretty solid considering it took me a while to build and it was fun. I think it looks pretty cool. Uh, Lego bonsai tree, that's an official one. Got this one as a birthday present last year. I kind of put it up here. I just have the regular leaves on. It came with the pink sakura like leaves, but that, like, I looked inside the bag and it was like literally hundreds of these little pink frogs that you had to piece by piece put onto the leaves. And I just saw that once and I was like, no, I'm not. That's not happening. So I just left the green ones. And plus, I think it's a little bit more fitting with the bonsai theme to have the green leaves. I'm gonna stand up here. I got the Pat Labor Laserdisc right here. Pat Labor 2, the movie. I believe this is a Mamoru Oishi production there. Yeah, this is there. I picked this one up at a convention because I'd been talking about and playing with the idea of getting a laser disc just to have. It's kind of dumb, I guess. I like to collect a lot of media in different formats, and the novelty of collecting laser disc, regardless of not having a player, was appealing to me. That's kind of how it started with anime on VHS, but then eventually I got a VHS player. Though I don't plan to get a Laserdisc player, at least not in the near future, but eventually maybe I will. It's just not a super practical media format in my opinion. It's kind of like collecting mini disc or something. That like there are some cool stuff on there, but like it's a bit of a hassle to track down some of the original hardware that can actually play that, because it's not something that's widely available, as opposed to stuff like cassette, where like there were hundreds of Walkman, not hundreds, but like hundreds of millions of Walkmans sold. The same deal with VHS, like everybody had a VHS player, so you can find those pretty cheap, or vinyl, where uh, they're still producing turntables today, and you can buy them brand new. Laserdisc is kind of in a weird niche, which I guess if you do collect Laserdisc, that's really based of you. Uh, but anyways, over here, these are my Boogie Pop light novels I got in Mandarake, the Nakano Broadway location to be specific. I cleaned them out. Every single Boogie Pop volume they had, I bought. I got them right here, and let me show the spines closer so you can kind of read them. Some of them got prices. I believe they're all like 200 yen each. There. Got a handful. I know for a fact there are some missing volumes in here, which is unfortunate. But I got them, and that was like one of my like major bucket list items in terms of like stuff I want to collect. Because when I read Boogie Pop back in university, the first time I got around to reading the light novel Boogie Pop and others, in watching the anime and stuff, I knew that I had to read the rest of them, but I knew that they weren't all translated, and most of them weren't scanned either. So they kind of left me in a predicament where I needed to get the light novels eventually in my possession, even if I did not fully understand Japanese at the time, and even if I don't find myself at the level where I can read these right now. At some point, I do want to reach that level, and I have them here as like sort of insurance, but also motivation to get around to that in the near future. That yeah, I do really want to read these, and there's a lot there. And I told myself back in the day when I was first starting to learn Japanese, when I started taking like whatever Japanese 101 or whatever, that like when I eventually go to Japan, actually that was my first goal was I wouldn't go to Japan until I was able to speak Japanese, or at least be at a level where I wouldn't be a stupid tourist gaijin. And the second thing was I would buy the Boogie Pop light novels, or as many as I could bring back, and I found this many volumes, and that's what I brought back. I just wish I could display them better. They're just kind of over here in the corner as an afterthought, but I'll find a home eventually. Over here, some bootleg Pokemon cards. I don't play Pokemon TCG. Truthfully, I got all these just so I could get the Mew, because I was gonna get do a reshell of a DS Lite, and like do a complete rebuild, because there was one I bought for parts on eBay really cheap, and with the intention of fixing it. The problem with the DS Lite, I don't think I showed it, but maybe I did, so I might be just retreading all the ground. But it was a DS Lite, and it supposedly wasn't able to read games, but like 1 minute with a Q-tip soaked in isopropyl alcohol, just jammed it down the card reader slot, wiped it down a little bit, let it dry, plugged in a game, and it was able to work. It was still a little finicky, but at the same time, like the GBA I modded had the same issue. They just get kind of finicky, but I mean, as long as I get it to read like once in a while, it'll be fine. It was just mostly like a little pet project, because I find the hobby of modding consoles to be really fascinating. Like taking electronics apart is really cool. So anyways, long story short, I was going to do a shelf swap, and I was going to put the Pokemon card like on the top screen, like the behind the top screen, sort of like as a little decoration piece, because I saw someone else do that online, and I thought it'd be pretty neat. Bought some bootleg Pokemon cards for like $7 off of AliExpress. So now we got the anime DVDs. I got a lot here. I'm not going to be able to talk about everything, but here's the collection. So I haven't collected anime DVDs in a while, and I'll probably get around to talking about that in maybe its own separate video. But I guess the long and short of it is that I've collected the majority of what I think I like the most, and anything else that I've been collecting in the time since have been one-off little things from eBay, box sets or just things to fill out the collection. For example, like maybe I don't have the second season of this particular show and I should get it, or I want to get the Blu-ray version of the show that I already have on DVD, etc. So I'm gonna kind of go through. Similar to my manga collection, there's not really a rhyme or reason to it, at least one that will be immediately recognizable to most people. But in my head, it makes sense and I know where everything is. Because over here in this corner, I got the anime movies. So I got like the Ava rebuilds right here. And then a couple of other DVDs and movies I really like Ghost in the Shell, which I have the DVD version and I have the new 4K Blu-ray, which I still don't know if it's a good transfer. I'm like 90% sure it's a crappy transfer, and I do know for a fact that they messed up the credits music in this version. I'm talking about this one right here in particular. But a while back on Black Friday, they were selling, like, not maybe I shouldn't say selling, but they were literally giving away copies for like $7. So I picked one up. I had no reason not to. I couldn't afford not to get it. And so the fallacy of the Blu-ray collector, whatever. Here's one that's a bit of a pride of my collection. The Perfect Blue DVD. This is from the manga video or manga entertainment version of it. I bought this at a convention a while back. Actually, the first anime convention I ever attended, I saw it on DVD and I had to get it. It wasn't cheap, but it wasn't like super expensive either. I think it was like 50 or $60, which for a regular DVD is kind of pricey. But I saw it as like, well, Perfect Blue is my favorite Satoshi Kon movie, and Satoshi Kon is probably one of my favorite directors. So I wanted to collect it because I didn't have much of a collection at the time, and I was focusing on collecting favorites at the time, and that's kind of where it spiraled out of control. Then next to that, I got a couple of Ghiblis that I mostly found in used bookstores, bargain bins, that type of deal. Then I got the G Kids release of the Perfect Blue movie on Blu-ray. Then another Satoshi Kon Paprika. I believe I have all the Satoshi Kon releases because I got Millennium Actress. Well, that one's like Region 2, but I still got Millennium Actress, Perfect Blue, Paprika. I don't have Tokyo Godfathers, but I have Paranoia Agent. So I just need to pick up Tokyo Godfathers, but luckily that one's not a terribly difficult one to track down. And then a couple other ones, Kono Katachi, 5 centimeters per second, Akira, Ghost in the Shell. These are a mixture of things that I've gotten for either Christmas presents or like found them at a used bookstore. Like I found Akira at a used bookstore. A handful of these other ones I asked for Christmas because like anime DVDs and anime Blu-rays, especially Blu-rays since they're like mass printed nowadays. They're fairly inexpensive because they're short. They have shorter run times, and you could find them pretty easily on Amazon. So I just ask like, hey, there's this anime I like. It's on a Blu-ray. It's like $15. Put it on my Christmas Christmas list. Instead of saying like, oh, I want Hidamari's sketch, buy me the Blu-ray box set or the Blu-ray collection from Sentai Filmworks for like $60 or something. Up there I had a couple other ones I forgot. There was a Naruto movie, who cares? Pat Labor 2, the movie, that's the DVD version of the Laserdisc, and then I got Appleseed, which I think I found for like $1 at a bargain bin. Kiki. Then I got Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex. It's the first season of the show on Blu-ray, and I'm pretty sure this is one I saw like steeply discounted on Amazon. Actually, I remember there was like a time where I got a notification on my phone from Amazon that says this item in your cart has received a discount or something like that, and I open it up and I see Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex, the Blu-ray for the entire first season. It was like under $15 or something ridiculous. So I went ahead and bought it without really thinking about it because of course I'm gonna get it. Because the standalone complex was notorious for being kind of expensive back in the day, especially, I mean, even when it was released, and then the DVDs were expensive and not necessarily even the best version of the shows. Uh, I do prefer the second gig over the first season, but it was still a cool purchase, and I'm looking forward to finding the second entry in that, so I could fully collect the rest of at least the Ghost in the Shells that I care about. And got a couple other ones, a little Bishojo thing going on there with School Days, and then Amagami SS and SS Plus. I also have the Amagami SS DVD somewhere laying around. The Haruhi Blu-ray, which I've ranted about before, but it's whatever. I prefer the DVDs for this series, mainly because the show was originally produced in standard def. Then why would you? I just can't stand. Oh, I almost dropped my phone. I can't really bring myself to watch the HD version anymore. A couple others. These are mainly from Sentai Filmworks. I have a ton of these, and at this point, I think I've collected pretty much all the shows from Sentai Filmworks that I actually care about. Hence why I haven't bought any more recently. So like Hidamari, Shirobako, Nanan Biori, the entire collection there. Hyoka, which is not Sentai, but it's kind of in there. Clannad, Taisho, Yakyu, Musume, Alpha Tale of Memories, and Melodies, and then below that, Alpha Tale of Melodies. Because a funny story about that one. So I got Alpha Tale of Melodies because it was deeply discounted on Sentai Filmworks. Another story that starts like that. But it was really cheap. It was like $2, $4 or something. Sentai goes pretty hard with, or at least they used to go pretty hard with their sales. But it turns out they were only discounting it that much because they were going to release a collection of Alpha Tale of Memories and Melodies. Melodies being the second season of that one. So I ended up with 2 copies of the second season technically. Because I eventually, of course, bought the complete collection. Below that, Food Wars, Shokugeki. In the top corner, you can't really see. I'm not going to get too close over there. I got Gochuman wa Usagi desu ka? Then a bootleg copy of Haibana Renmei, which I guess I ought to show. Because there's a couple of suspicious ones I got, but this one's overtly a bootleg. So, Gochumon. Yeah, but this one's like pretty obviously a bootleg. It's like in this weird plastic slipcase. Let me slide it out here. It is in English, but like but then there's also like Japanese on here. It kind of looks like, those, like if you search on eBay, people who buy anime off eBay know that if you search for a show, especially like a recent show, so like if you go on there and you search up like Demon Slayer anime DVD or something like that, or like it doesn't even necessarily have to be new, but just like more recent, like 2010s anime, you'll see like weird stock photo anime there, and that's what these are. These are like 90% sure they're bootlegs, but if I'm wrong, then that'd be interesting. But it just has no branding. I mean, the disc plays. I think one of the discs plays. One of them's busted, but it's just a weird little find. Yeah, I bought it knowing it was a bootleg, but it was just kind of weird. Interesting part of the collection, I guess. Below that, a couple other ones. A ton of unopened Sentai Filmworks stuff because I bought Blu-rays of shows that I had already seen, and I haven't gotten around to rewatching them, nor necessarily want to rewatch them right now. So like Love Lab, Playdates, Kaiji, Aria the Animation, which is another one I'm 90% sure is a bootleg. It's a similar deal, like it doesn't have any information about the licensor, so I just assume that it's probably a bootleg. Kite Remastered, I found this one at a used bookstore sealed, so I picked it up. Some Days Dreamers, I think a similar deal. Oh, that's a Sentai one. Rose and Maiden, which I got not from Sentai. I got that one from eBay. Because my whole 2 cents about Rose and Maiden, at least the physical release, the show itself is fantastic. But Sentai, like they kind of retroactively made the original series like disappear, I guess, since they only released they only here, let me back this up. So Rose and Maiden, there's like multiple seasons of it, but there's like 2 distinct generations. There's the original like trilogy, well, I guess kind of trilogy, but it's like original season from 2004. Then there was a sequel called Traume or something like that, and then there's an Overture OVA. So there was like 3 main entries in the Rose and Maiden series back in the day. And then in 2013 they released a series simply called Rose and Maiden. People just call it Rose and Maiden 2013. I call it trash. Just kidding. It's fine enough, but it's distinctly different from what Rose and Maiden originally was, and it's kind of a spin-off itself. But it's kind of its own weird thing, I guess. But Sentai Filmworks used to have the rights to all the seasons. I'm pretty sure they still do, because they sell Rose and Maiden 2013, and I don't understand why they'd be like really different, I guess. But after a certain point, Sentai Filmworks in like 2016, 17, 18, around that time, they started to phase out producing DVDs. But at the time, Rose and Maiden, the original series, had not ever released on Blu-ray, as far as I'm aware, at least in North America. And I guess they didn't see too much of an incentive to do so. So when Sentai Filmworks finally phased out DVDs, the original Rose and Maiden series went along with it, along with a lot of other shows they have the rights to, that no longer were available on their shop, because they kind of stopped selling the remaining stock. So basically, they were doing like a whole clear out sale, which is how I got a lot of this, because they were like, we're phasing out DVDs, Blu-rays are the next big thing. So they put a lot of this stuff on sale for like $1. And then after they sold the remaining stock, they never printed more. So Rose and Maiden, the original, the best part, the part that I enjoy the most, was it's kind of lost to time, and they only have the 2013 show. But I digress. Clannad, I have another copy. This is a DVD version. I have the Blu-ray as well. Canon, the 2006 series. Random volume of Death Note, even though I have the rest of the collection over there. Naisho no Tsubomi, which I have 2 copies of. I accidentally bought twice, but I bought them for $1 from Sentai, so I don't really think I lost a ton. And then there's Girls Beyond the Wasteland, which is Shoujo Tachi wa Koya, something like that. Shoujo Tachi wa Koya Mezasu or something like that. I wrote a blog about it. That show is actually brilliant. It's pretty comparable to something like Saekano. So if you like anime, which are somewhat meta in their approach, but they commentate pretty smartly, I guess, or pretty intelligently on the just general otaku culture and otaku sphere, I guess. I highly recommend that show. It was somewhat underrated, and then like if you look on Mal, you'll see it, and it's like sitting at a 6 or something like that, maybe even lower. It doesn't seem like a show that's worth your attention, but it's pretty good if you're into the otaku stuff. And then below that is the Haruhi DVD. Shoot. And then I got a couple other new ones. I got these from the recent convention I went to. I got a couple of interesting stuff here. So I got Yosuga no Sora, which is a fantastic show. I love Yosuga no Sora. It's summercore. It's summercore. There's little sisters in it. It is one of the few incest anime that actually goes places. Speaking of incest anime, Akisora, which I'm not going to show because I think there's something lewd on the front. Koe no Oshigoto, which I don't know if I like this one too much anymore. Like when I first watched it, I wasn't too much of a fan, but I think in the time since it's kind of grown on me. But it's basically about a high school girl who wants to become a seiyuu, but the only gig she could land, like as a newbie, is uh, being a voice on an eroge. So it's like a little 2 episode OVA. It's pretty interesting. And then I got Mazen Kaiser SKL, which like it looks like this like super hardcore like badass mecha anime that I had been planning to watch for a while because it looked kind of stupid and over the top, but also badass. And I saw it at a convention, so I was like, might as well add this one to the bag. I'm buying a ton anyway, so might as well. Down here is where I got the based anime. First off, I got Nadia right here. I'm missing volume 1, but I got the rest. Or actually the first 2 volumes, so volumes 1 and 2, but I got the rest of it. Kaminomi right here, the DVD. So, but that's the entire show. I got 2 Heart up here. This is the original Right Stuff release, which actually this should go down here. I had stuff sort of mixed up. So the original Right Stuff 2 Heart right here. Unfortunately, I didn't get the box set, but I got a good deal on just the loose discs. And then 2 Heart 2 it was sold on Sentai, but the licensor was made in Japan. There's like a number of spelling errors in the subs on these, and it feels like a really lazy release too. A couple other random bargain bin stuff. Speed Racer AKB 0048. An interesting one I probably have talked about before, but this one is like a Smile Precure like kids DVD or something like that. It's like a promotional DVD that I found in a used bookstore in like a couple states over. Like we were on a family vacation and like on the road, and I saw one of these bookstore chains that I'm familiar with. So I'm like, gotta stop in and see what kind of goodies they got. And lo and behold, they have this random ass Smile Precure, like promotional DVD, Japan like only thing. You know how deep you have to go to get this? To get this to the United States? There's like only 2 scenarios I could think of. Like a legitimate like Japanese family bought this for their daughter, or like some hardcore otaku was doing some crazy stuff in like 2008 or 9 when this, maybe 2010, I don't know, whenever this came out, and bought this off like Yahoo auctions, or maybe you bought this new, imported it to the US. But like even then, you have to know to know. Like you have to be deep into Precure to get one of these, or at least to care about that. But all I know is that whoever the previous owner is based. Hidamari Sketch, which is just the season 1, but I ended up getting the Blu-ray up there with everything. Hayate the Combat Butler, another Sentai pickup. Back downstairs here, Nurse Witch Komugi right here, alongside Handmaid May. These and Otaku no Video. These are like the trifecta of otaku OVA for me in the early 2000s. Well, technically like late 90s, but like that specific era. These are this is the Kino right here. This is the Kino. And then next to that, we got even more Kino. We got the Genshiken Anime Works. I guess it's like the value pack, but it's like a mini box set. But these are really cool. Got that one. This was one of the first anime DVDs I ended up getting. Genshiken 2 as well. And then I even have Kuji-un, the OVA, just the first volume of it, because it's not very good, but I think this was another bargain bin, or it came with Genshiken 2. Whoever sold it bundled them in. Then I got Origairu Season 1 and Season 2. Season 1 is on DVD for some reason, and then Season 2 is on Blu-ray. For a while, I told myself, like, yeah, just get whatever on DVD. I don't really care. And to a certain extent, I do, but I eventually want to get Origairu on Blu-ray. Sentimental Journey
uh, tok- Dokusatsu. Is that Dokusatsu? Tenchi Dokuro-chan? Something like that. It's Dokuro-chan. I don't remember the full Japanese name. He's my master. Next to that, which is an unusually good Sentai physical home video release. It has like actual specials in it, and then the slipcase, or like the cover, I guess, is reversible. Amagami SS, just the first season. NHK Niyokoso, the Save Edition. But with the Save Editions, not a lot of people know, but I guess it doesn't really matter too much anymore since they don't sell them. But all Save Editions come with this really gross, like neon green, like branding on the front of the dust jacket art, and they're all reversible though, so you can like flip them back over, and then you can have the regular version without the like the toxic waste green color, which is nice. But I got that. It would be cool to have the DVD box set for NHK, but I think it's pretty expensive and it's a somewhat sought after series, so I haven't really looked too far into that. Moving on, Kokoro Connect, which is a beloved anime from my early days there. Got that one on DVD. I can't remember if I have the Blu-ray for it, but actually I'm pretty sure I do. But it's somewhere around here, I forgot. And then next to that is Myself Yourself, which is another show that I have a long history with, but it's what got me into like anime based on Bishoujo games. Oh, and I forgot to mention, we got the, what's his name, the little caterpillar guy who crosses the level in Mario Kart Wii, and then a red Yoshi. And yeah, I know he's probably from something else, but I only know that from Mario Kart. This was part of a collection of recent Right Stuff, or part of a recent Right Stuff order. I believe this was from last year. So I got some stuff here. Wolf's Rain, which is a show I want to rewatch sometime soon. I never got around to watching like the little OVA after story thing, which I figured I might as well just rewatch the entire series to get around to that. The Big O, which is a series that I keep thinking about, and then I ended up rewatching it earlier this summer, and I had a blast doing so. Such a good series. Even the second season, where it kind of drops off a little bit, it's still solid. Really unique show. Pet Shop of Horrors, I picked this one up because it was deeply discounted. Battle Programmer Shirase is another one of those interesting otaku OVA type of deal shows. I'm pretty sure they're like short episodes too. Selector Infected Wakos. Glass Slip and Gun Parade March I picked up super cheap because like I said, Sentai is deeply discounted DVDs, so if you peruse their site whenever they're doing a sale, the next one will probably, or like this next one that actually matters, will probably be Black Friday or Christmas. Look for DVDs, they'll be like $1 or $2, super cheap. Back in this corner, Crust of the Stars, just volumes 1 and 2. I picked that one up randomly. I don't really care about the Crest of the Stars franchise. Below that are a couple volumes of Technolize. I think that's everything except the final volume. I got four of these DVDs, and they were all factory sealed. I got a super good snipe on eBay, like the only good deal in my entire life, right here. I paid like $20 or something for them, which compared to how much it goes complete, which is like 70 plus, that was a really good deal, especially, factory sealed. I opened a couple, and I had like one of those little reflective, like like you tilt them, like faux 3D type of deal things. I don't even know what they're called, like those little optical illusion things. But anyways, Blast Raider, that was another save edition one, hence why I flipped the cover and it looks a little different. Petite Cosette, that's the Genie on DVD. The poster is behind me right now. Puni Puni Poemi, Winter Garden, and Digi Shade, the original series along with the specials. Got those there. That was another Sentai thing. Code Geass, just the first 2 volumes since I don't really care about it too much. Oron High School Host Club is another series I don't care too much about. I think I blind bought that one expecting myself to like it a little bit, but that was before I kind of went full tilt into being an otaku, so I didn't really know what I liked, and now I don't really care about it. So I just got it hanging around in there. Cowboy Bebop DVD, unfortunately, I kind of want to get the Blu-ray for it, but haven't gotten around to it. Samurai Champloo, which this is the last of the shows that I'm 90% sure is a bootleg because it doesn't have any branding on it. The discs are just red and it says Samurai Champloo. Rurouni Kenshin Trust and Betrayal, the OVA is below that right there. Then there's another one called, which one is this? Amazing Nurse Nanako. I used up all my luck for the Technolize snipe on eBay because a while back I saw an Amazing Witch Nanako complete collection box set, kind of cheap, but I think I forgot to place a bid, or I placed a bid and someone else beat me to it, which was kind of unexpected since I didn't think it was a sought after show. But I only had the first volume of it. I kind of want to get the rest. But it's an OVA I haven't watched, but I'm assuming it's kind of like a Walmart brand, Komugi, but I mean that in the most endearing way possible. Trust me. And then below that, Pia Carrot 2DX. That's another super cheap DVD I got from Sentai. So I got a ton of Sentai crap around here. That really help build out the collection, I guess. And then I got a couple manga down here. Mostly favorites, but just volumes that might be a little bit too big or stuff that I don't want to stack on top of each other, I guess. Here was the first volume of Maniac Road, which is what I talked about earlier because it was by my bed. It's this mysterious otaku manga with art that's not super good. And it was released by some publisher that no one probably remembers anymore, called Comics One. But I have all of them. This is the first volume. I've already read it. I just kind of tossed it back down here. I got Orange. I bought this one when I took a trip to California a while back. I don't really care for the series too much, but I just thought it was interesting to keep it around. A couple volumes of Yudu Camp. But after watching the movie, I don't like Yudu Camp anymore. It retroactively made me hate the rest of the series because I realized it was about Ryaju. A couple Negima volumes I picked up on a whim. Akamatsu Ken is pretty good at what he does. I like his stuff. But I just haven't gotten around to it because Negima's stupidly long. I probably will never get around to reading it. And then next to that, I got, I believe, all of Genshiken, or at least all of Genshiken that matters. So I got the volumes 1 through 4 there. And then I got the omnibus versions right here. This is volume 2 and 3 of the omnibus. That includes volumes 3 through 6, and then 7 through 9, I think. But then that means I have, actually this one's volume 4 through 6, and then 7 through 9, or something like that. But I have 2 volumes of volume 4, technically, because I have the standalone, and then I have the omnibus version, but, it's whatever. I don't mind at all, because it's Genshiken. I would buy the manga 3 times over. At least the good part of it, not the Nidaime, 2nd gen. Back in the corner here, if I put on the... Oh, that's kind of light. I'm not going to do that. Back in the corner over here, I have Love Hina, a couple volumes of that, alongside AI Love You, which is another Akamatsu Ken. I saw that one randomly at a bookstore, and I was like, might as well pick it up. Seems pretty interesting. Then I got Railgun back there, got a couple volumes of that. For a while, I was really into Railgun and Index, so I was collecting, but then I ended up reading Railgun way too fast to continue buying it, and to justify even spending money on it, so only got a couple of that. And then back in the corner, I got New Game. I think I have almost all of New Game, or at least all of New Game that was released in English a couple, maybe 2 years back, so it's kind of out of date.
But I have the final volume of New Game in Japanese somewhere laying around here. But that's pretty much it for this section right here. And then I'm going to take a little break and then move on to this next part over here. But this was mostly just the rest of the bulk of my DVDs and then the rest of my manga. I got more manga over here, but it's kind of random stuff. So I'm going to wrap things up here with the last section, which is miscellaneous stuff, mainly here. This is next to my DVD and a little bit of manga selection right there. Just miscellaneous stuff, but just to show you where it kind of lives. I'm going to skip the posters here since I'm going to talk about the posters in its own section towards the end of the video. But for now, we're going to explore this. And when I say explore, I really mean explore, since I've been kind of like stashing stuff on here, and I've sort of forgotten what everything is and where it lives. Like a couple weeks ago, I was like, where the hell did I put my New Type magazines? And I realized they're in there. We're going to start from the top, which is like my interesting collectibles. And I'll sort of explain them as I go, I guess. Starting right here, we have the Ori-imo If novels. These are the Kuroneko If novels, so there was 2 parts for each one. I believe there was also one for Ayase, and I think it was just Ayase and Kuroneko got them, but they're essentially like spin-off light novels that are like its own separate like timeline, I suppose, of like what could have happened if the protagonist had chose one of the other heroines instead of what ended up happening. I haven't gotten around to reading them. As you can tell, this one was sealed. The other one was like this. So the funny story about this is that I got the second volume of this one at a Japanese bookstore in my area. Well, not my area, but like general vicinity, like within my state. I sometimes visit this Japanese bookstore, occasionally peruse the actual Japanese section, because it's mostly like English stuff and like magazines, but they do have a small section of Japanese imported goods, and I found that one there, and I was like, I might as well pick it up instead of trying to import it from Amazon Japan, since I would save on shipping that way. But anyways, since I'm a big fan of Ori-imo, I figured I might as well have gotten them. Now below that are a couple other ones, which now that I'm looking at it, I realize where my Yotsuba To Volume 1 in Japanese went. But above that one, there's a random manga called Raven Odd Volume 1, which I'm not too sure what this one is all about, but I purchased this one in New York City when I went on vacation a couple years back. There's this really neat Japanese like bookstore that's like in a basement somewhere. I don't remember where it was, but I think I've seen a couple of videos of people showcasing that online, so it shouldn't be too hard to figure out where it was. But I found this one. It was like $2, and I was like, might as well get it because the cover looked kind of cool. Next up is which volume is this one? Volume 4 of NHK Nyokoso, the manga in Japanese. Just a random pickup. I don't remember where that one went, but there's no special story to that. We got a Hot Wheels Mario Kart little toy. It's not really a Matchbox car, to be honest, because it's bigger, but they did a Mario line with Hot Wheels. I got it for nostalgic purposes, I guess, because Mario Kart is one of my favorite and most beloved games. Was also one of the first games I ever played. And then Hot Wheels are probably the most important toy to me growing up, so I saw that and I had to get it. These are, I believe these, which ones are these? Actually, what is this? I don't know if these are the first 3 volumes. Now that I'm looking at it, I think it is the first 3 volumes, but I got this one in Japan at a bookstore, thinking it was like some sort of like special. I think it is. It's like a special edition release of the Origairu light novels. I'm not sure exactly what I was thinking. I probably just purchased it without much thought or consideration. I just saw Yukino Shita Yukino on the cover and was like, Origaru, waifu, gotta buy. I panic bought a lot of stuff in Japan. This one is evidently one of those things. I'm looking at it and I'm starting to think it's the first 3 volumes of the light novel. But like with special whatchamacallits, like cover art and stuff. I'm not sure. I have to investigate that. But I got that since I'm a big fan of Origaru. Below that, just a couple of the random Japanese manga. Nothing really too fancy. Mostly bought these for study, but haven't really used them for such. So we got like Negima, Neo Volume 1. Which one's this? A Video Girl Eye in Japan. What is it in Japanese? Deno Shoujo or something like that. A Video Girl Eye. Aku no Hana Volume 8. And then Kangaku Gakuen Volume 18. The best volume of Kangaku Gakuen. That's prison school for all the laymen. Over here, this is actually really cool. I got this one in Surugaya. Around the Shinjuku area in Japan. This is a Lucky Star Itasha Matchbox car. It's FDRX7. So I saw it and I'm like, dude, this is hard. This is hard. Look at the Kona to RX7, dude. I'm gonna move this one over here for now. Then here I got my prized possessions of Honda Toru novels. I have a number of these right here, which I imported a while back. I gotta move a couple things right here so you can see. But it goes all the way down for the most part. So on top, obviously, I have Denpo Otoko, and then I have a couple other ones like Moeru Otoko. Which one was this? This one's like a mook. Sekai no Denpo Otoko. Nonai Renai no Susume. What's down here? This is, I forgot what the Japanese was. I can't read it, but it's like the history of unpopular men or something like that. But for those who don't know, I'm really into the work of Honda Toru, though I haven't really read too much of it. I've mostly been drip fed various information or translated what little I can and try to make connections where I'm able to between like the various translated interviews and stuff that I've found. He was sort of like this not ever too popular, but like he was just this otaku dude in like the mid 2000s who took offense to the well, it was originally like like an actual novel, and then it was later made into an anime and a manga, or not anime, but like a live action drama and a manga called Densha Otoko. Obviously, this is a play on that, but he saw that and he was like, I don't like how they interpreted the otaku in that story. The otaku being the main character, someone who like saves a girl on a train from a molester, but then ends up falling in love with her. And the otaku in the story, like he sees his otakuism as like a hindrance to getting with this girl, and he sort of becomes a ryaju with the help of 2 Channel, ends up getting the girl, lives happily ever after, and it seems like it reads more as a critique of being an otaku and like to quote unquote grow up from these quote unquote like childish tendencies to become like a real member of society. Honda Toru was one of the like the forerunners, like taking offense to this and like providing critique of this and like what he thought otaku should be. Mainly because of how popular Densha Otoko is. I absolutely hate it. But if you want to know a little bit more about my thoughts about Honda Toru, Densha Otoko, Denpo Otoko, and waifuism, I have a blog/research paper because it's really long. I wrote a while back called "Love is Dead, Long Live the Otaku," Probably one of the few things that I'm most proud of that will never receive a video. I haven't really touched it since, but I still think about it a lot. Below that is it's a Hayashi Yumika and Hirano Katayuki joint thing. It's just called Yumika, but there's an interesting story behind this. So I don't remember like what he had a channel at some point. I think he still runs it, but the YouTube user who used to go by The Good Student, frequent commenter on my videos, I think he approached me one day on Discord with a link to this particular documentary. It was a Letterboxd link, which is like a internet database, very similar to Internet Movie Database, IMDb, but just like a different format, I guess, different community. It's a little bit better in my opinion, but it has its own share of problems. Regardless, he shares this link, and it's like a sort of like gonzo documentary road trip thing between this I guess I already said, but like a gonzo live action Japanese director and this woman, Hayashi Yumika. Hayashi Yumika was an adult actress, and I think the particular link was to like the making of part of it. So I guess let me explain a little bit better, because I don't think I explained it right. So there's this dude, it's the director, Hirano Kitayuki, and he makes this like piece called Yumika or whatever, and then he also includes like a making of, because he goes on a bicycle road trip with this Japanese adult video actress, and it's called like my beloved Yumika or something like that, but it was incredibly obscure, and I can't remember exactly why he found it and why I found it, because I had known about this for maybe like a week or two, maybe like a month before, because I had stumbled across it, because this particular director has done a couple of other things, and I don't remember exactly what they were. But regardless, both me and Good Student were familiar with it, and when he sent it, it kind of joggled my memory, and I was like, you know what, I have heard about that, but I can't find a single link to it, because he approached me because he thought I might have a link or have any leads, because I'm also on a private tracker for Japanese and just in general Asian entertainment called Avistaz. But I looked on there, I wasn't able to find any downloads for it, so I ended up going to Yahoo Japan auctions and purchasing this box set for Yumika, which included the main feature as well as the documentary that we were both looking for. I ended up making a rip of that, uploading to Avistaz, and then sending him the link as well. So I'm not sure if he or I ended up uploading it to Nya, but if copies of that float around, then it was from my rip, and if anyone else is interested in that, I have a mega upload floating around somewhere as well that I can share. But that's a little bit of a long story, I guess, for that. You know what, I'm going to turn on the air condition again. I had originally turned it off because I thought it would be kind of annoying, but right now I'm starting to sweat, and it's going to be uncomfortable for me to continue recording, so I'd rather have like slightly noisy audio with the AC running in the background than to have a sort of rushed discussion simply because I want to get back downstairs where the air is a little bit cooler, because upstairs in my room it's still kind of hot even though it's like 10 o'clock at night. So that's that pile. Over here I got a couple other miscellaneous Japanese light novels that I sort of intend to read at some point. I got this Emo Volume 1 in Japanese from what was it? Mandarake in Nagano Broadway. Once again, I got this the same day I got all the Boogie Pops, so there's this one right here. As you can see, paid 250 yen, which is absolutely nothing especially with the conversion rate at the time and what it is still now. The yen is kind of weak. And then below here, I got this one also from Nakano Broadway, but one of the other bookstores on like the first or second floor. But these are the Karno Kyokai light novels. I had expressed that I intended to read them to their completion at some point, be it in Japanese or English, and I ended up getting them just to have for my personal archive and my personal Akashic records that I got going around here. I got a couple of other miscellaneous collectible items here. Hot Wheels, specifically from Acceleracers. This one is Acceleracers was like a straight to DVD version of like it's like a Hot Wheels story. Hot Wheels being the Mattel Matchbox cars. It's kind of anime inspired, I should say, but this was like this and Speed Racer were like my childhood. I got a couple of Gorshit pins actually. I got this one right here. I forgot what he called his little bear. Maybe his name is Ted. I got that one, and then I got the one for X61, the little Kivo split. Because when I got the cassettes, they tend to include little extras, and they got this little penguin guy too. I don't remember what his name is, but I have a Gorshit T-shirt, one of the newer ones. It's not wanting to focus, is it? And the little penguin guy is on there, so I'm assuming he's a character in the Gorshit multiverse. And then I got a little Mario mushroom keychain thing I used to have on my keychain, but it started to get scratched up, so I took them off. A little Kirby pin, like one of those like enamel ones, is actually pretty decent quality. I forgot where this one was from. Probably like one of those gachapon things. Another keychain. This one is from Halloween Town, Kingdom Hearts 2 keychain. I got that one from a gachapon at a mall. A Death Angel sticker. Death Angels is the I guess the brand run by Narigata, the Japanese illustrator who draws like edgy anime girls and like metal outfits, and I'm a huge fan of his art. I have 2 T-shirts from the dude. Now one of them is a long sleeve and the other one's a short sleeve. I probably will end up showing them in my anime T-shirts video, either that was released before or after this current room tour, but I'm going to make a video about my anime T-shirts, so I'll inevitably probably show those if I remember. But yeah, I love his art. I got a sticker. I want to stick it somewhere cool, but I don't know where. Mario Kart Happy Meals toy, I think. Junko Fumo pin. I got like a dozen of these damn things, and I don't know where to put them anymore. I could probably fill an entire bag with them now, especially since I have so many Fumo. Right here is the final volume of New Game, the manga. I think this is volume 13, I want to say. Yeah, 13. I got this one at a Japanese bookstore. Well, it also sells manga. The same one I got the Oriimo Kuroneko If Volume 2 from. But there's that one right there. I saw it and I'm like, it's the final volume of New Game, because I knew it was coming out because I had remember reading about it on Anime News Network. So I figured I might as well pick it up since I'm a big fan of the anime and some of the earlier manga that was translated. Here's another one I got in Japan. This one's Manga Time Kirara. Specifically the carrot release of it. I'm not like an encyclopedic. I don't have any encyclopedic knowledge of Manga Time Kirara, but I believe this is like the monthly version. I might be wrong, but I saw this one and I was like, it looks like the special edition, because at the time it was January, so I visited Japan in early January, and so I saw the Hidamari sketch, like the first shrine visit of the year art, and I'm like, I gotta get this one. So I figured I picked it up. And also these things are really cheap, like the manga magazines in Japan. I saw Bochi and I thought Bochi was in this one, but unfortunately it wasn't. I think it's in a different version, like I was saying. Below that, we're going to start to go into these little cubes. This one right here is mainly my movies, but I got a couple other items in here as well. I don't think I showed it in this video, and I was actually looking for it earlier today, but it's my Star Twinkle Precure, the little henshin item here. I don't know where I put it. I had it, and it was actually pretty interesting because like Gunpla, for example, you gotta like assemble. This was exactly that. Like you kind of pieced it together, this little plastic toy, and then you applied the stickers. And this is like a little kid's toy, mind you. But I used to wear, I rocked this because I loved, and I still do, I still love Star Twinkle Precure. But I don't know where I put it, but that was the packaging for that. I kind of like unfolded it and stuck it in there as like a memento. A little Kirby keychain thing I got from the Kirby Cafe when I was in Japan. A little Super Mario Luigi figure that my brother bought me because he knows that Luigi is, I don't know, it's kind of weird to say like your favorite character in Mario, but my favorite character, or at least my favorite character in Mario Kart, is Luigi. I always play as him. But I got a couple of other movies down here. Starting at the top, I have Garo Red Requiem. I only got this because the title sounded really fucking cool, and it was on sale on Sentai Filmworks. I had watched a little bit of the original Garo during a time when I was kind of getting into tokusatsu stuff, but then like halfway through the series I realized I hated live action stuff and I'd rather be watching anime, so I dropped it. I might eventually watch the movie, just maybe, you know what, fuck it dude, maybe I'll watch it tonight, because I haven't decided what movie I'm going to watch tonight. How long is it? 97 minutes. That's actually pretty short, dude. I might watch it because it's cool. Like Garo is like a pretty like edgy and dark take on like tokusatsu. I don't know if people like it that much within the toku scene, but like I thought it was pretty cool. Obligatory Machine Girl DVD in the collection, obviously. I actually ended up, I hate to say it this way because it makes me sound stupid and like a hipster, but I had watched the Machine Girl movie and had the DVD before I started listening to Machine Girl, the artist. I got a random volume, or this is actually the entire season 2 of What's New Scooby-Doo. I used to watch this a lot as a kid. And then the aforementioned Hot Wheels collection here. So they had the Acceleracers, how would you say it? Like sextilogy? It was like 6 movies in the Acceleracers series, I guess. And then there was like the 2 World Race ones. Childhood nostalgia, gotta keep them around. Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, Battle Royale, a couple of Chronicles of Narnia. Now, Requiem for a Dream, which is one of my favorite live-action movies. Inception, the DVD down there. A Speed Racer, a random entry. I don't remember which season it is, but I have this one, and there's another one floating around in like a blue packaging. But I had a couple of these I used to watch religiously as a kid, and like a while back, I ended up like watching a couple of random episodes of Speed Racer for nostalgia's sake, and like I remembered them exactly, and it like reawoke in a memory within me where I was reading there. Okay, so there was this book based on the Speed Racer, or what I assumed at the time was a cartoon, but it was also based on the anime. But it was something along the lines of like The Secret Plan or something like that, where involving like a secret design of the Mach 5. And I remember reading that book distinctly, like cover to cover, like dozens of times in grade school. And like when I was watching that, I remember that, and I think one of the episodes that the novel was based on was in this one, but I'm not 100% sure. But I guess that was one of the introductions to anime and things to come. Got a couple of other items here. Got Love Exposure, one of my favorite movies. Ikidu, which is a Kurosawa flick, but I haven't gotten around to watching this one. Blade Runner, the director's cut, not the final cut. It's just I just got this one because it was like $1. Seven Samurai, which is kind of overrated. I've already talked about that kind of before. Harakiri, which is pure Kino, and then The Dark Knight Blu-ray right there, which is probably, now that I look at it, it's like one of very few movies I actually have on Blu-ray. Mind you, these Criterions are Blu-ray as well, but whatever. And then the Scott Pilgrim comic box set right there. That's the like the packaging for it. I folded up. We'll see the rest in a little bit. Let me just shift my weight around so I don't end up like sleeping on my leg or whatever, or my leg goes to sleep. So I said this was kind of disorganized, and this is kind of what I mean by that. So this right here, this is the packaging, because I'm really into IEMs, which are in-ear monitors, basically earphones, like in-ear headphones for the layman. But I have a massive collection. I think I talked about it in an earlier part when I was talking, like after my desk section, I showcased a little bit. But this is the packaging for the IEM, the Moondrop Aria Snow Edition. Moondrop is probably one of the most based producers of IEMs around, because they use anime girls on their packaging. I already showcased when I was talking about my desk, the Moondrop Kato. They released, well, right here, the Moondrop Kato. This is a box, but they released an acrylic stand for their Kato illustration, or like the little mascot girl, and I had that one on my desk. But this is the actual box for the Moondrop Kato. These are my favorite IEMs, not gonna lie. Like I have stuff that's more expensive, but these are like my comfort zone, I guess, and like the most ideal tuning in terms of what I look for in an IEM. So those are just a couple boxes I kept around. I think I have a couple other ones because I'm pretty OCD about keeping boxes for things, because I might end up selling it, or just like to have stuff, because you never know. For example, with my Moondrop Aria, my original Moondrop Aria that I've had for 2 years, almost 3 years at this point, I needed to replace the filters on them, because they got little filters, which are essentially like little like mesh stickers that you put on top of the like the opening, and then that's where like the little opening thing, and then that's where like the ear tip goes over. People who know about IEMs, and especially the Arias, will know the filter issues, but I needed to replace the filters on them, so I went into my closet and I dug up the box that I've kept around for like 2 or 3 years, and I still had filters in there, and I had the little tweezers, so then I was able to do a quick replacement, because otherwise I would have had to order some from like Shenzhen Audio and waited 2 or 3 weeks for them to EMS ship it to my location. But I digress. The rest over here is a little bit of a mixed bag. I got a couple. Speaking of bags, transition, right? I kept a couple of. Okay, this is not going to come out. I have a couple of bags. I kept this one. This is from E-Earphone in Akihabara. This is in a headphone store in Akihabara alongside the main strip. And then a Pokemon bag from one of the Pokemon stores. I don't remember which one. This is like a literal trash that I'm just like stashing at this point, just because I'm a huge nerd, and I like the original art on there. This is from the Kirby Cafe. I think I got a couple of merch items when I went there. This one is a volume of Young Jump I got back in the day because it featured Nogizaka 46. I think there's like a little photo shoot in there, but it also features a chapter of Kangaku Gakuen, which I was like super obsessed with during the time. Like the two things I lived for in like late 2016 were Nogizaka 46 Idols and Kangaku Gakuen the manga. Like that's all I lived and breathed, those two things, dude. Alongside Digi Bro After Dark videos. That's like literally all I was doing. So got that. So it's like remnants of a different time, I suppose. Here is a really cool poster from Nanoha, Mahou Shoujo Lyrical Nanoha, where they're like in ski gear, and I thought it looked really cool. I really liked the art, like how the jackets, the colors, everything, and I want to frame it, but I don't have room right now on my walls, so I have it here with the intention of putting it up at some point, but I don't really have a plan of where I'm going to put it. Below here, there's a couple of other miscellaneous items. Dengeki G's volume right here. Volume 1 from 2007. Got a couple of Famitsu I found at a bookstore once. Someone donated these and I picked them up for $1. So I have this. I think it's actually only one now that I'm looking at it. It's the near replicant one. And then in here I have a ton of new types. These, holy crap, dude. These are literally all new type magazines. There's a mixture of both new type USA and new type Japan. I'm probably not going to get into it because I'm looking at the stack and how daunting of a task that would be to like start to take these out and then to reorganize them, because right now I have them organized by date. But the earliest one I have is this one on top. It's from February 2002. This is a Japanese edition one right here. And then I have, I believe, as late as when was it? It was like 2016, 2018, something like that. Somewhere around that time, because I have the one that features an article from Koe no Katachi. It's down here. Oh, it's this one right there. And then this one is, I think, is like an anime-age or something. Actually, no, this one on the bottom is one of the most recent ones I picked up this past summer, or maybe the summer before, because it features something from Classroom of the Elite. But I have a bunch of new types there. I also have this one right here. Which one is this? This is called Ribbon Magazine. This is one of the issues where Full Moon no Sagashite was printed in. I don't specifically remember why I picked up this this edition. Maybe it was a specific chapter that I was looking for. But regardless, I saw Full Moon no Sagashite and I picked it up because this was also like stupidly cheap. Well, and actually not stupidly, it's 600 yen, but that's still about like maybe $5. And the novelty of having like a full manga magazine in my collection was there, and it's also in good quality considering the age. I also forgot to mention, I have a just right here like just a stack of these Ami like literal art prints or whatever. I have a couple. Like, is it a duplicate? Yeah. But whenever you order from Ami, they slip one of these little art cards in here with the Amiko, and I forgot what the other girl is called. But one of them's like their mascot. They just like put these in your order, and it's like thanks for shopping with us. And I've just at this point started a collection of them. So yeah, there's that. Let me put a couple of these items back up here. I really wish I had this shelf was like a wider so I can display these new types like the other way, so I could actually see the spines, because right now it's just like a stack of paper and it looks kind of lame. But anyways, I'm gonna go down here now. I got a couple other random items in here. These are magazines that are not specifically new type. This is like a giant section of magazine stuff now. But at the top here, I have a copy of PlayStation Magazine. I really like these old school video game magazines. Though my favorite is, I don't know if it would be my favorite, but one that I enjoy reading a lot is EGM, especially the early issues. I got this one here. I found this, the PlayStation Magazine, EGM. This one is specifically from, this one's issue number 115 from February 1999. And then there's two other like Dreamcast magazines, like the official one, that I found at a used bookstore fairly recently, like maybe like a month ago, and they were all $1 each. So I just picked up, I cleaned up shop, dude. Like I got every single vintage magazine that they had. And here is my my pin collection. Let me just make sure, because I can't remember if I have like an incriminating pin in here or not. Okay, I don't. Now that I have it open, I plop that in there. But a ton of pins and Benadryl that I take to go to sleep. I try not to take Benadryl too much to go to sleep, but like once I found out that you can use it, the antihistamine to like help you go to sleep, it's helped a lot, because especially during the summer months where it's hotter, my body doesn't really rest too well, and then I frequently have to combat bouts of insomnia. Like there might be a couple days or almost a week or more where just like I don't sleep. I just end up laying in bed for 5 hours before maybe sleeping 3 hours. I started to use antihistamines to like knock myself out. Though I don't try to rely on that because I know the slippery slope it can lead down. But a lot of people do it. It's not too big of a deal, I don't think. Here we go. This one is a Lucky Star. What is this? Okiraku box. My headcanon is that this is the book that Don-san was reading in the Digibro story. Like the story goes with Digibro that they met Don-san, who was the otaku friend from their, like, they helped them become like a super hardcore otaku. So Digi met them in like a Japanese class in high school, and Don-san was allegedly reading a Lucky Star fan book. And like I said, my headcanon is that this was this book or a book similar to this. This just like art, random like little manga things, school Mizu stuff. Just like cool little collector item, I guess. But there's that. I have an Origairu. Actually, I'm gonna take them out. This is an Origairu fan book. This one's specifically from the first season of the anime. I don't completely understand fan books, like why they exist really, but I got it because they have like high quality art in here. But the rest of it is just like random interviews and like who these characters are, which if you've watched the anime you should kind of know who they are. I guess the most interesting thing are the interviews and like the storyboard sections. Here is, this one is, which volume is this? Volume 12 from what year? October 2003. This is Raspberry, which is like a sort of safe for work, like Bishoujo game magazine from Japan. I picked this one up from eBay. It has like a little like fan disc in there, but it's mostly safe for work stuff, I think. I'm not gonna linger on it too much because I don't want to stumble across something and have to edit it out. This was like a random purchase. I found this one, and then I ended up making the video about Tsukiwa Higashi ni Hiwa Nishi ni, or Hani Hani Operation Sanctuary. I made a video about that one. Dumpster diving, finding out this one. A random magazine. I don't think this one is. I think this is actually Japanese, but it's like a random ass magazine I found. Here's like a hobbyist Dengeki hobby one, mostly Gunpla, not too interesting. And then I got a couple other. This one's Megami Deluxe. This one is like the Da Capo special edition or something like that. But Megami Deluxe are essentially like the greatest hits of the year in terms of like the illustrations, or maybe it's just all the illustrations from the year, because Megami Magazine is essentially like a gravure magazine for otaku, or like the reason people buy it is for the gravure style pictures or like these like art prints and stuff. Mostly known for having a decent amount of lewd official art as well. Like you will see a lot of like official school Mizu stuff. Like this is official art right here, man. It's like the real shit. Look at this. This is official art. But I got this one because of the Da Capo poster I have behind my wall, but also the novelty of having a Megami Deluxe volume. Here's one of my favorite magazines about eroge and bishoujo games. This one's called Bug Bug. Picked this one up in Mandarake, but I can't show you it for obvious reasons right here. But these are fantastic. It shows a lot of lewd, but like it's just maximalist design, a ton of art, and you like find out about random ass games that VNDB probably doesn't even have like a listing for. And then below that is a massive collection of Megami magazines. which I got mainly for the art, but also like they have posters like this in here. Some of them I actively seek out for the B2 sized posters in them. Other ones I seek out, or I purchased because of the art on top. For example, this one right here. And that's actually a lie. This is not Megami Magazine. This one's Animage. But I think below them I have the Megami. So there's a Megami right there with Idolmaster 2011. But like I got one Animage, two Animage. That's it. Goes all the way down to Megami. Once again, like the new types, I'm not going to delve too far into the details with these because I would just waste an excessive amount of time. I would probably end up making a video about all my magazines at some point because I've sort of slowed down my collection of them, so it would be a little bit more feasible to do nowadays, as opposed to like when I was peak collecting, that I would just be getting magazines and you know, like having to make update videos constantly because of how much I was getting. But a number of these, like a number of the Megami magazines specifically, I picked up when I was in Mandarake in Nakano Broadway, because they were selling them fairly cheap, anywhere between 200 to 500 yen per volume, which was like pennies compared to what I was picking them up for previously on eBay and stuff, where like you would have to pay maybe $20 for a single volume or something like that. Maybe if you're lucky you get a bulk deal that someone's selling. But I picked up a ton of those, and that almost ended up causing my suitcase to go over the weight limit, but I came in clutch. I didn't have to pay for it because I stuffed my backpack. Probably hurt my back, probably stunted whatever left I have to grow because of that, but god damn it, I brought back all those doujinshi and anime magazines. Right here, I think these are safe for work. Let me just take a little look-see here. Yeah, so these are safe for work doujinshi I picked up. A couple of them I got from a convention like this one. I picked this Toho one up from eBay a long time ago because I had never heard of this one before, and art looked kind of edgy and cool. It's just like a battle one. I don't even know what's going on, but it's pretty cool. It's pretty sick, dude. It's pretty sick. I got this Takagaki Kaede one. I picked this one up when I was in Japan as well. You could see right there. This one I got from the Mandarake. I think it was in Akihabara. But it's mostly just art. Let me find a picture. It's mostly just art. I thought this was lewd, but it was just art, which I'm not complaining. It's nice art as well. It's nice to have safe for work doujinshi sometimes to just like thumb through. Especially something like this. It's just like, you know, Kaede-chan is one of my, I mean, like right now is my current heartthrob. So I saw this and I had to, I literally just bought every single Takagaki Kaede doujinshi in Madarake. Like when I found the specific section for Idolmaster, and then I saw the Idolmaster Cinderella Girls stuff, and then I saw all the Takagaki Kaede doujinshi just lined up, I just like reached in, grabbed every single one, and put the duplicates that I saw that I had back, and then just like checked out, dude. I felt like an absolute like badass when I did that. Like a man driven. I did that with the Boogie Pop. I did that with the Takagaki Kaede ones. Like it's absolutely zero regard for holding back with my money. This is a random one called Fujin Magazine. I think this is English. The other side is Raijin. I have no idea what this is. It was like inside of another magazine or something that I bought on eBay. Or something like that. It was kind of a random purchase that I didn't necessarily intend to have. But it's pretty neat regardless for the collection. In here, I have a cell from DNA Squared, the anime. So I picked this one up for the low price of $45. I definitely think, you know, like it probably wasn't worth that much price. Oh crap! I can't talk anymore. It probably wasn't worth the price, honestly. But I'm pretty fond of. I forgot what her name is now. Damn! But at the time, I really liked the art
what's his name? It's Masa something, but the artist of DNA Squared, Video Girl Eye, and a couple other items, a couple other manga and stuff. I'm fond of his like sort of realistic, sort of moe proportion to girls, and this girl specifically, I like the design of, and I figured that like a cell should be a part of every anime collection, at least in my head. Every otaku probably has a cell. So I picked this one up, and I feel like I'm storing it wrong. Like I just like stick it in this thing and like stuff it in my my shelf, but you know, it's kind of whatever, I guess. If I end up finding a better cell, I'll end up framing it, but this one is just kind of there just to have to look at occasionally and be like, ooh, that's what anime looks like. So in here I got a collection. This was from, what's his name? Well, this is Rushi art, but I forgot who the artist was, but like during the start of when was it? Like 2021, I was like absolutely obsessed with Uruha Rushia. And then I bought this one right here. This, I forgot the artist, dude. It's somewhere in here. But it was like a collection or something for like Winter Comic-Con at the time. There was just like crap. It was like the art book and a couple other random items, as well as the acrylic stand and the keychain that I have. And I just like without hesitation bought it because I was pretty deep into my Hololive arc at that point. And then like within like a month, maybe like a month of me buying this, there was that whole Rushia debacle and like shit hit the fan, and then I just kind of like stuck it in here in shame. Contemplated throwing it away, contemplated burning it, until I had the revelation and came to terms with putting the Rushia acrylic stand back on my desk, which I made a video about. In here is Takamachi Nanoha and Yagami Hayate. What is it? Like it's like a cardboard like stand. You know, like those like cardboard cutouts that they put of like characters or like for movies and stuff like that. This is kind of that, but like on a smaller scale. It's maybe about like this tall. But there's this one right here. I got this one in a Megami magazine. Megami magazine 2006 from December. And then that's about it for this one. I think I've showcased that somewhere else, but in here I have the... Oh, actually. Over here, I'll quickly go through this one. I have a couple of old lanyards and pins and stuff from from conventions in here. I'm not going to show that because then it would probably dox myself. The Blair Witch Project on VHS, one of my favorite horror movies of all time. The Scott Pilgrim versus the World comic collection right there. This, what is this? Plane with Superpower. It's a Super NES, like, almanac or like encyclopedia or something, like a visual guide. You know, it's like one of those like Christmas gifts that like people buy like soy boys and stuff, but like I think I just insulted myself by especially like implied something pretty dark by myself owning it, perhaps even darker by being the person who purchased it. But I got this one at a used bookstore because it seemed like they were doing like a liquidation sale, because they had like a ton of these that were just like lying around in like February or something. Clearly they haven't sold well for Christmas. Maybe it was after they released the mini SNES console. They probably intended to have these bundled with it, but a bunch of unsold copies, so I picked this one up really cheap for like $5 or something, and it's like actually pretty good. Like there's some decent stuff you could learn from there. And this is coming from someone who's seen a lot of Strafe Fox videos and almost all of the DF Retro videos about Super NES video games and the development of them. And
there's some stuff in here, man. There's some stuff in here. It's actually pretty decent. I wouldn't go out of your way to buy it, but like, if you were to be hypothetically in a store where they still had a copy for cheap, and you thumbed through it and thought like, hey, I didn't know this about I don't know, Super Donkey Kong Country 2, then maybe it'd be worth the purchase. Star Wars Trilogy on VHS. I literally got this for $0.25 at a Goodwill. Like I was gonna, or maybe I got it for free. I can't remember which one it was. I want to say it was free. But like I was at a Goodwill, I was buying a couple other items, like a couple other random DVDs that I found, and then I had this one, and I was like, it didn't have a price on it, so they were like, you can just have it or whatever, because they clearly weren't selling any VHS tapes anymore. So shout out to the guy at the register that day. Got a couple of random Beyblades I made a stupid purchase on. I thought it would be kind of funny, but then I realized I'm never going to use them. A couple of other video game magazines in here. A couple of volumes of Nintendo Power I picked up over the years in various magazine sections and used bookstores, which at this point you can tell that I frequent those locations, and I'm the person who's buying a lot of those. And then below that is a ton of Game Informers, which I've picked up for super cheap, because they usually have these for like $1. I used to be more into them, but nowadays I don't really give a crap about Game Informer. But occasionally they used to have like good ones back in the day. Like they had one like top 100 games of all times, or like one specifically about RPGs. I think it's this one right here. That had a decent list of games. And then there's also a random PlayStation magazine down there. Let me take a sip of water and I'll wrap things up down here. Alrighty, towards the bottom, this is I guess the shelf of shame. Not specifically for the titles included in here, but because I got some duplicates. But this is mostly like my miscellaneous items that I don't know what else or where else to put them. Let me just double check, because I can't remember if okay, I thought I had stuff behind these, but I guess I don't. But I have a number of duplicates I need to get rid of and just donate. But like a couple of other light novels didn't fit on my light novel shelf. Invaders of the Rokujima. This was the J Novel Club Kickstarter I backed a while ago. I kickstarted it out of principle, not because I really like Rokujima. It's really cool what they did. I wish they might have done more, but I wish more light novels would be kickstarted, or just like any translation projects in general. Just because like there's a lot of things that publishers don't really think people will want, but people actually do want. And we don't really know until like a call to action is put out there, I guess. But god damn it, I will support Kickstarters if it's something I'm vaguely interested in. Asterisk War Volume 1. High School DxD Volume 1. Shakugan no Shana, a light novel. I think they either had one or two of these officially published in English. But this was back in the day with like early viz. Danmachi Volume 1, Mahoka Volume 1, 86 Volume 1, some volumes of SAO Progressive down there, as well as Excel World Volume 1 and 2, 5 centimeters per second, and Do Da Da Da. I Want to Eat Your Pancreas, right there. This one's not really a light novel, to be completely honest. Sunshine Sketch, which you'd be forgiven for not knowing what it was, but it's actually Hitamari's sketch. For some unholy reason, they decided to translate as Sunshine Sketch. But I picked this one up just because it was Hitamari. I'm not sure if the translation is as bad as the title implies, but I got that one regardless as well. A bit of a novel item, since I don't think they released many of these in English. Now I got a duplicate of this Haruhi light novel right here. This one is The Wavering. I think I ended up purchasing one of the newer yen press releases, so this one's a duplicate. And then this one right here is really cool. This is a Genshiken fan book, but they call it like the ultimate guide to Genshiken. But there's like a lot of interesting like otaku tidbits in here. There's like an interview with Akamatsu Ken in here where he talks about being a doujinshi artist. They talk about like the real life culture and like shopping in Akihabara at the time. There's some like interesting stuff in here, man. I got the Otaku 10 Commandments, talking about like Kuji-un. This is a really cool book. I guess this is what fan books are all about, I guess. But it's not really what the Origaru one was. But that one's cool. I recommend that if you're into Genshiken, I recommend picking that up or finding a good scan of it. And then last but not least is a ton of Naruto manga down here, which there's a story behind this, honestly. Like, I used to be, for a while, like early in my otaku era, I was like, dude, I'm gonna get fucking into Naruto. And I read a ton of it. I think I read up to like into the volume 40s of this. And like, I just wanted to be into a shonen. And granted, I did enjoy Naruto to a surprising degree. But I think one year for my birthday, my mom found out that like I liked Naruto a lot, and I was reading the manga. So she went out, like, God bless my mom. Like, she went out and got volumes like 35 to 49 for me at like a used bookstore, like a number of used bookstores. She like just pieced them together and got as many as she could for whatever she had like a budget defined for, and got them there. And I'm like, dang, dude, like, that's honestly like one of the nicest things someone has ever done for me. So I got to keep them there, and eventually I will get back to finish reading them. I just left it off and kind of lost interest in shonen, but like, that's one of the few manga that someone has gifted me, and it was like a somewhat profound moment of like someone supporting my hobby. I think like an early example of someone supporting my hobby. So last up, I got a couple of other miscellaneous things here. This one is an Initial D poster, which now I will talk about. This right here. So this, I'm not going to take it out. I just stuck my head into the air conditioning unit to show you that. But I originally got that poster frame or whatever for this right here. I think I got it like 23 by something else, figuring that it would be good enough. But it turns out this print is like a little bit longer than typical. Like, it's not it's not like a similar print to like a B2 or whatever, where it's like a certain like ratio, I suppose. Maybe like a along the lines of 8.5 by 11, sort of like that style of rectangle. This one's like just longer, so it didn't fit in there. So I stuck that behind I stuck that frame behind this shelf right here in shame, knowing that I made a purchase at Walmart without like pre-measuring this, figuring that it would be fine because I eyeballed it and I was like, yeah, it's good enough, and ended up not being good enough. It was chotto hazugashi desu ne. And then I got a bunch of other posters in here. I got a Boruto one I got for free, because at conventions they occasionally give out these things for free, so I just pick them up just compulsively because I like posters. Got a couple other posters in here. I got like a Helsing one and like a Monogatari one. A bunch of random prints I got from conventions. I might show these off one day, but they're all housed in the Sailor Moon S bag. This tote bag I got from a convention as well. And I suppose, actually last thing, I think I touched on that. I got like figures in there. God knows what's in there, honestly. But that kind of concludes this in my room tour. Welcome to the poster segment. Depending on what part of the video you're watching this, part of my room might look a little bit different, because in the time frame that I've recorded a lot of this video, stuff has been moved around and I've acquired new stuff. Sorry for the dissonance that you might experience in watching this part out of order. But regardless, I'm going to talk about my posters in this section, at least what I got up right now and what's probably going to be up for the foreseeable future, at least maybe like the next couple weeks or something, before I inevitably change my mind. But this part has remained mostly static, so I'm going to get into it. First up, I got this Yukino Shita Yukino from Origaru. This is a clear file. Sorry for the strobing lights. I thought it'd be kind of cool, but I think it's tinting the camera color weird, but whatever. In uni, back in my uni arc, I made like a video of like man finds use for clear file for the first time ever, where I actually used it to put like posters and stuff in it. But prior to that, and for the longest time, I would just like buy clear files if I saw them and I liked the character, and I would just tape them on my wall. And so this is that. Here is a Da Capo from the Da Capo anime. You know what? This fucking light, dude. This fucking light. Let's change it to like just blue. Jeez, I had it strobing because I thought it'd be kind of epic, but it was just ended up being a distraction. But anyways, the Da Capo from the anime Da Capo, or DC Da Capo, I should say. Love the anime. Intend to play the game one day, but I got this one. This is one of the, I think it's B2 sized from Megami Magazine, specifically Megami Deluxe. I don't remember the year, though I want to say it was 2003. And I think there's another Da Capo poster on the other side, like it's reversible. But I just like this one a little bit better. This used to be my desktop wallpaper for the longest time. I just kind of like how they're looking at me while I'm like doing something that I probably shouldn't have these young girls looking at me doing. Over here I have Kaguya-sama. This is from a local convention, Artist Alley pickup. Don't remember the artist. These are also Artist Alley things right here from Sono Bisque Doll. Or what's the English name? My Dress Up Darling or something like that. But that's Marin. Kitagawa Marin right there. I really like the succubus outfit, dude. It's like so hot. I put that up there and then I immediately realized that like if someone ever came up to my room, they would look at that one and like raise an eyebrow, because that's probably, I have a couple lewd posters, I think, but like I don't specifically, I don't like try to avoid it, but I don't actively seek out lewd posters to pin up on my walls, simply because I still live with my parents and there's a non-zero chance that they would come up to my room and look at the posters and raise an eyebrow, but then immediately lower it because they realize that I am already in my mid-20s. A funny story about that, though. One time my dad came up to my room unannounced and he asked, he like looked at my Opie mouse pad. I looked back at him and he's like, I guess you're at that age now, or something along those lines. And this was a couple years back, but it was pretty epic. Madoka Rebellion wall scroll here. It's kind of over my window. So I got my window, I have a curtain, and then I put a blanket over it, and then I have this wall scroll, all to avoid sunlight. And it does a pretty decent job, but sunlight still seeps out from the bottom because the sun is too bright and it's too damn good at doing its job. Over here I have the Amagami-sama poster. This is a long one, but I unfortunately can't see all of Belle Dondi now that the my giant CRT is in the way of. And you know what? Now that I'm looking at this, I might switch these two. But I have this one right here. Here's a wall scroll. It's one of my favorites. Just like favorite wall scroll. One of my favorite posters. This one is from Suzumi Haruhi no Yutsu. Specifically from episode 00. So if anyone remembers, when you watch the Haruhi Suzumiya in release order, the first episode will be 00, and it's Asahina Mikuru no Boken, or the Adventures of Asahina Mikuru, which is the in-universe movie that the characters in the SOS Dan make, and that's what this poster is. So it's a poster of a poster, because there's like this brick wall, and here's the actual poster for a fictional movie within the world of Suzumiya Haruhi, and it's like presented by SOS Dan, at Kita High or something like that, and it's got the characters. And like here is Kyon, like he's in the. This is the poster. This is the wall scroll, and this is my wall. So Kyon is on the wall scroll looking at the poster of a fictional movie that he starred in, or he was a cameraman, I should say. But there's that. There's a talking cat. Here's his Origairu Khan from season 3, the final season poster. I got this because I love Origairu, but I'm thinking I might switch these two up, honestly, because as much as I like Origairu, I want to showcase this one more, and now that the TV's in the way, kind of want to prioritize my setup, I suppose. Moving over here, I might as well talk about my Dakis, because I had them laid out for another video, but people might not watch that one, so got a couple of bootlegs, got a couple of officials in here, but this is my 4 Dakimakura covers and 1 Dakimakura pillow. Unfortunately, my bed is, I think it's only twin size, so I don't have too much room for actual pillows. If I had like a king size bed, dude, you know I'd be drowning in Dakis. Like I'd have Dakis on either side. But I got this one right here currently. This is a Pitomizu Takagaki Kaede one. This one, it has the not safe for work lewd side on the other side, so I obviously can't show that. I don't remember which comic this one's from, but I want to say it was C96. Might be wrong. But just look up Pitomizu on Danboru or Gelboru or Pixiv even, and you will find this one right here. It's the one with Kaede and the pearl necklace and the black dress. Very elegant, very beautiful. Here's the first Dakimakura cover I ever had. This one's Yukino Shita Yukino, based on the character design from season 1 of the anime. This is a bootleg. I knew it was a bootleg. I bought it from eBay back in 2018. And I had this one on my original like Daki pillow for the longest time, and it's never been washed. You can kind of tell, at least in real life, that it's like kind of colored weird over here. But for a bootleg, this one was pretty good quality. The actual pillow cover feels nice. I don't want to like advocate for bootlegs, but I think buying a full priced Dakimakura cover for like, what is it, like 10,000 yen or something like that is kind of absurd. Or like they're more than 10,000 yen now. They're like 1,500 yen, which is kind of crazy. So sometimes you can find stuff on like Booth or something, or like even Yahoo Japan auctions for like fan artists and stuff like that, cheaper. So that would probably be better, but no shame in getting a bootleg Daki cover. And then as well, I probably mentioned it before, but if you live in the United States and you live near a Target or like a Walmart even, they do sell Dakimakura pillows. I think they're 150 centimeters. And they, at least at Target, they sell them for like $10-12, which are super cheap. I got this one in here. I have another one behind the curtain as backup whenever this one starts to get too flat. They don't last long. The quality of the pillow is not too good, but like it's just for the raw material. Like even if you just like stick the pillow in and you have it like floppy at the end, because official Daki covers are like 160 centimeters or something. So they end up being a little bit longer than the ones you buy at Target or Walmart. Like even if you just get that, they're pretty good. They do the job. Or you can get a multiple and you could take the stuffing out and then like just use it as just for the materials. Because otherwise, like just buying cotton or something, I think if you go to like a hobby store, it's going to end up costing a lot of money. I got this Tokisaki Kurumi from Data Live right here. This was from a local convention. Support the fan artists as well. And whenever I see Dakis at local conventions, they're usually pretty damn good quality. This one's pretty good. It feels good, but it doesn't feel as good as my two-way tricot Pitomizu one right there, which I'm like 90% sure is official. But even if it wasn't official, I didn't pay enough to be disappointed in having a bootleg that feels that good and looks that good and is uncensored on the other side. Like, holy shit, dude. Like, every time I flip this over, I get excited. But anyways, there's this one. There's this side and then the other side, which is mildly not safe for work, but not not really explicit at all. And then a recent pickup is this one right here. This is a bootleg Takagaki Kaede cover. I got bought from AliExpress for like $12, which claimed to be peach skin, but I know is not peach skin because this bootleg is peach skin and it feels nice, and this one is bootleg peach skin, but it feels kind of like paper. Like, it's hard to describe. Like, it feels fine, but it just feels kind of rough compared to this one, which is soft. But between the two, the print quality is about the same. It's not as high resolution as this fan artist, and it's not as high resolution as the official cover right there. But this one's pretty good, and surprisingly, there is no like watermarks or whatever. Because usually, like, I was worried because this one had 0 reviews and 0 sales, and I just kind of like went for it, dude. Like, I just went for it. I threw a Hail Mary. I ended up like landing a pretty decent quality thing because I fully expected it to be like 240p and say sample across, because whenever an artist released like a Daki cover, they will put like sample watermarks so people can't just print their own. But I guess someone had a scan of it and made it right here. The only downside is that on the other side, Kaede-chan's special place is not fully rendered. Like, it's kind of weird. It's like a mannequin where it's like super smooth, but like the opai are fine. But like for $12, it's pretty good. Even if I never end up putting it on a pillow, I have it as part of my collection. Might eventually get the official version, but at least for display purposes and collecting purposes, having waifu merchandise, it's nice. And holy crap, dude, I just went on a tangent about Dakis in a section where I'm supposed to talk about my posters. So I'm going to talk about my posters now. So moving on, I got this Canon 2006 one. I got this pulled out from a Megami magazine right here. I believe there is art on the other side, but it was like the centerfold thing. It's like 4 different art prints, but it's like one long thing I just taped up there. Really nice, like that series. Next to that, I got Edo Manga Sensei because Edo Manga Sensei is based as fuck. Yukino Shita Yukino poster in lingerie. This one's from a Megami magazine. I want to say it's August 2020, 2019, one of those years. But it was before the final season of the anime was airing. That was the Megami magazine I had on my shelf back there. And this was one of the reasons why I bought it. Because once I saw that official art drop, I'm like, I got to have that poster on my wall. And I'm going to sleep right next to it. And that's exactly what I did. This one is from Yes Precure 5 Go Go, I think. Well, just, yeah. But it's like it's a promotional poster because 2 years ago, before the whole, or maybe it was immediately after COVID, but one of those years, I want to say it was before, there was this dude who ran like a figure booth at a local convention I went to. And I never really buy figures from conventions because they're always selling overpriced prize figures. And actually this past year, funny story, I saw someone selling an actual bootleg anime figure for above market price at a convention. So just be careful out there. But there's this dude selling, like, he had just a pile of these promotional posters. And I was like, dude, where do you get these? And he was like, I got these from Japan. I just bought them in bulk or something like that. Because, like, they have these promotional posters of, like, toys and figures and stuff like that. They post, like, if you would go to Japan and you would walk into, like Gamers or something, or, like, Animate, you would find some posters like this whenever they're doing a release. They just plaster the walls, and then when they take them down, I guess they give them to these people in the United States, or they're available for auction or something like that. But I have a couple of these. I have this Precure up one right now. I also have one from Tsukihime. I have a To Love Ru one and a couple other. Like, he just had them laid out, and I'm like, I asked him after he told me where he got them. I was like, so are they for sale? And he's like, yeah, just take them. They're $1 each or something. And I'm like, holy shit. So I just grabbed a bunch. New game poster. This one's from a New Type magazine. Railgun. It's Misaka and Misaka Imoto. Really like that one right there.
Darling in the Franxx from Artist Alley. This one's JoJo, I believe Stardust Crusaders. I got this one at a convention, like one of those promo ones, so occasionally you find some decent stuff. And then I got a K-On! One right here, and I think it says something funny in English. It's like, for us or for someone. Yeah, I thought it said something else funnier, but it's just K-On! Season 1. Really cute, gotta put it up. This blank spot it's eating me inside, dude. I gotta put something up there before it gets too late and I drive myself crazy. Because I want to have every inch of my walls covered. And I'm slowly getting there. I just need something of that size. Because either what I got is too big, or it's like portrait and not landscape. Sailor Moon S right here. It's another promo one from a convention. One of the few landscape ones I got. Just stuck it up there. Not necessarily because I like Sailor Moon. I'm actually not a huge fan. No, I just like the colors. Spy Family from a convention. Higurashi. Which one is this? It's one of the recent ones, but it has the Poyoyon Rock Watanabe Akio art there. And then a wall scroll from Unlimited Blade Works back there. And here's the last section over here. I'm going to kind of go through it as like this way. It's counterclockwise in my perspective, I guess. I got this wall scroll right here. Someone from high school I used to know like ordered a ton of these for some reason, and he gave me this one. They're like mascots based on onsen in Japan. This one just says Tamaki Beppu. I got this one specifically because it was illustrated by Ponkan 8, who is the Origairu light novel illustrator and original character designer. Nier Automata art from a convention. For some reason, it's framed. The only reason it's framed is because I had a spare 11 by 17 frame laying around, and I didn't know what else to frame in it. Because I don't have a ton of these 11 by 17 prints left around, and whatever I mostly have stuff that's larger, and I didn't know what to use this frame for, so I just stuck that one in there right now. Over here, sort of online ordinal scale art. This one's from a New Type magazine, B2 sized. Unfortunately, it's covered by my Fumo right now. Le Petit Cosette from the Genia on DVD is like a promotional thing. So if you find a DVD for Le Petit Cosette, if it's complete, it includes this as a poster in there. And I want to say I have something else under it, but that's not the case. Gunslinger Girl poster right here. This one came from the DVD box set, I believe. I got this one because I liked Gunslinger Girl, and I also wanted to have the same poster, Digibro, featured prominently in certain After Dark videos. And I needed to have it up there. Sort of symbolically, I guess. And then below that is a Haganai poster from probably a New Type magazine or some shit. Like, I don't remember. But it's completely hidden. You can't even tell because I got the Fumo lined up in a bunch of books and stuff. But it's there. Sort of hiding. Not hiding for a reason. I like Haganai, but it's just kind of there. And here's a custom printed Star Twinkle Precure poster from the movie. Right here. So what I ended up doing is I found a high quality scan on a site called Yandere. Yande.re. It looks like Yandere. It's sort of like a Boru site, but it specializes in like high quality and high resolution scans of official art or like fan artists and stuff. And I wanted a poster of it because I was super into Star Twinkle Precure at the time. And if you watched my old room tour, you'll know this poster as well. But I ended up going to a site. I want to say, what was it? It was Vistaprint, I want to say. And I had a sign up coupon. So like when you signed up, you get a coupon or whatever, and I got a print for like 40% off. So I paid maybe $10 for it or something. But I want to say the size is like 17 by 23 or something like that. But anyways, it's not like perfectly aligned. Like down here, stuff gets cut off because of whatever. But I wanted to try to maximize the amount of print I got. So I found a high resolution scan on Yandere. I used Waifu 2X to upscale like twice, which I probably didn't need to. And then I sent it to them to print. They sent me this thing in like a poster tube, and I just stuck it on my wall. So if you want posters of stuff and you don't really like the selection out there, and you don't want to go through the trouble of like finding posters on like through Megami magazines or New Type magazines or finding official ones, self-printing is good too, especially if what you want is an obscure show, or like you want like unsanctioned prints of like fan artists or stuff like that, or just like you want to put a meme on your wall or something, you could do that. There's probably cheaper options. Oh, hold on. There are probably cheaper options in Vistaprint, but that's the one I used for that one, and it turned out pretty good. I was happy with it. Got this wall scroll for a new game right here. This is official art. I got this one pre-ordered from Ami Ami a while back. Ayori Aoshi, a long poster right here from New Type USA. Kind of curious how they did Ayori Aoshi art print, because I didn't think that was very popular in the US. Onegai Teacher, B2 sized from New Type. I want to say it's New Type USA because of the title was localized there, but I'm a big fan of this anime. I absolutely adore the show. I love the music. Fantastic stuff, so I had to have this one there. Monogatari season, second season right there. This one I got from a convention. It's one of these little like 11 by 17 like promo posters, because this is Monogatari USA. And then another Arrow Manga Sensei art that you can only kind of see Sagiri's legs, which I guess like does the job, whatever the job that she's doing is. But as long as I could see her legs peeking above this Hachiroku initial D official manga art, that suffices. It just fills the space, I suppose. It does a good job of doing it, and quite delicious indeed. And then back here, unfortunately, it's kind of being covered right here, the Hibiki Euphonium art, but you can kind of see their eyes peeking over the top. This one was from a New Type magazine, a Japanese New Type magazine, B2 sized. But it's unfortunately being covered up. Well, I not really unfortunately, because I sort of like the Comic Party one better, but I got this Comic Party poster at a convention, and it kind of hurt me to do this, but when I put it in here, because it's B2 sized, and I bought this B2 sized frame from Walmart for super cheap, and it's also very super cheap quality. I don't know if I really recommend it, but even though the dimensions were exact and I knew this poster was B2 sized, it wasn't like correct. Like when they say B2 sized, they mean like corner to corner is B2, but like the actual usable space is less than B2 sized, which meant that I had to like fold or cut like certain corners of it to make it fit, and that kind of hurt me, because this is official. I got this at a convention. There was a booth selling a ton of like vintage anime posters, and I saw this Comic Party one, and if people remember from I made a video on my second channel about going to an anime convention, and I had a little clip where I was like, holy shit, and I walked towards this because I saw a Comic Party, because I'm a big fan of that, and I saw the official poster, so I immediately bought it without thinking, which seems to be a running trend right now, but got it. Absolutely love it, but unfortunately I had to fold it. But I'm not like reselling it or anything, and as long as I don't keep reminding myself, I'll kind of forget that I even folded it to begin with. But that sort of wraps up everything in terms of my posters. Here's one last look-see over everything.